The Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? Member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently hosted the Waves Without Waste Expo in Warriewood on the northern beaches of Sydney, bringing together our community to tackle the problem of plastic pollution. In Mackellar, we know this problem all too well. A recent study by the New South Wales Government found that Manly and Dee Why lagoons and Middle Creek are amongst the most microplastic polluted waterways in the state. Our expo featured dedicated local organisations including Living Ocean, Say No to Plastics, Parents for Climate Action, IQ Renew and the Boomerang Alliance. All showcase the work that they're doing and practical community-led solutions to the plastic problem. Cal Glansnig and Cooper Chapman, two incredible young men from Surface for Climate and the Good Human Factory, hosted their Blue Minds Youth Ocean Leadership Workshop, addressing eco-anxiety in kids and young people and empowering them to become leaders for ocean conservation. The main event of the day was a panel of inspiring Australians, each leading solutions to the plastic crisis. World record-holding solo sailor and Mackellar local Lisa Blair spoke of her global microplastic study, which alarmingly found microplastics in every single sample she collected in the Southern Ocean as she circumnavigated the Antarctica. Lisa is also pioneering research to create sustainable boats to reduce the environmental toll of fiberglass on our oceans. Ocean advocate and filmmaker Cal Glansnig shared his journey in making his soon-to-be-released film Plastic Country, where he tested his own body for plastic chemicals with concerning results. Nina Gabor, a leading circular economy expert, spoke about the enormous scale of plastic waste from the fast fashion industry, highlighting that current approaches put too much focus on recovery when the real priority should be reducing plastic use in the first place. The message from all three was loud and clear. We cannot recycle our way out of this problem, nor can we leave it to individuals to try to solve it. Every speaker called for national leadership through an extended producer responsibility scheme. Such a scheme would put the onus on the corporations generating the plastic waste to manage its collection, recycling and reuse, at the same time as meeting mandatory reduction targets. This type of scheme is already active or being introduced in 60 nations around the world. I want to sincerely thank everyone who hosted a stall or came to the expo to find out more. It was wonderful to see such interest from the Northern Beaches community in reducing plastic pollution and building a cleaner, healthier future.
Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the member for Macquarie, it has been my privilege to get to know members of the Tibetan community in the Blue Mountains over many years, people like Kunchok and his son Tenzin. Kunchok's own story is one that speaks to the suppression of Tibetan religious expression because he was a Tibetan Buddhist monk and he escaped on the difficult route from Lhasa through the Himalayas to Dharamshala in India before coming to Australia as a refugee. We are lucky to have such resilient people, many of whom have taken the path to Australian citizenship. The community practices their culture and language, and they share that with us in the Blue Mountains. But the challenges for Tibetans to have contact with their families, to feel safe wherever they are, and to increase the freedoms their families and friends in Tibet have are ongoing. Transnational repression of Tibetans continues to be of concern. As the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends Group of Tibet, as we mark Tibet Lobby Day in Parliament today, I welcome His Eminence the 13th Kundaling Tatsak Rinpoche and the delegation to the Parliament, some of who are in the chamber with us right now. This past year has marked the 90th birthday of Nobel Peace Prize laureate His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet, observed as the Year of Compassion globally to celebrate his contribution to humanity. The Dalai Lama has affirmed that the institution will continue with the Dalai Lama's Gaiden Phodrong Trust having the sole authority to recognise the future reincarnation. I take this opportunity to reiterate the Australian government's view that no government should interfere in the selection of religious leaders, and that includes the reincarnation of the 14th Dalai Lama. I urge the Chinese government to recognise the fundamental human rights of Tibetan people and to enter into genuine dialogue without precondition with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, with a view to achieving long-term peace and freedom in Tibet. I have deep concern over the Chinese government's policies in Tibet aimed at eradicating the distinct cultural and religious identity of the Tibetan people. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has warned that the new law on ethnic unity risks deepening restrictions on freedoms of language, education, practice of religion, culture, expression and assembly, and he's called for that law to be repealed. I'll continue to advocate for the rights of Tibetans. I look forward to working closely with my Tibetan community and the wider Tibetan community in Australia, who add to the richness and diversity of Australia's multiculturalism.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I support the member for Macquarie's words in relation to the Tibetan delegation who are here today, and they'll be joining me in my office later on this morning, I believe. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have one of the largest religious institutions in Australia it's called the Shenrezig Institute. It's in Newdlow. And I try and get there as often as I can because they are very, very decent people, and I get to meet the monks and the nuns who are dedicated to their faith, a different faith to mine, but certainly these are very good people. And the member for Macquarie and I have tried to get a motion up in this chamber. Last year we moved a motion together. I think it was the first time that a motion has been moved in this place where it was moved by a Labor Party member and seconded by a Liberal Party member. Such is the support across the political divide for the people of Tibet. The people of Tibet are beautiful people. I hope to be able to go there to go to Tibet one day to visit the Dalai Lama. But what we're seeing in Tibet now is a great shame. We are seeing young children who are being forcibly removed from their families. They are losing their cultural identity. The People's Republic of China are basically trying to, and I use this in inverted commas for Hansard, re-educate the children. They are literally removing them from families, and they are losing their culture, they're losing their language, and they are being so-called re-educated in manners that are agreeable to the People's Republic of China. The member for Macquarie also spoke about how the People's Republic of China are trying to force themselves into their faith so that they can control who the next Dalai Lama will be. And that is an absolute disgrace. These people deserve the right to be able to choose who they regard as their own spiritual leader, the next Dalai Lama, not someone that's endorsed or forced upon them by Beijing. I welcome the delegation today, and I look forward to further discussions with them in my office.
I call the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Speaker. Our community continues to hold Leah Stewart and her family in our thoughts following the shark attack at Coogee earlier this month. Leah was swimming in the middle of the day, right between the flags, 20 metres out from the shore when she was bitten by a great white shark. The ordeal she's faced has been unimaginable. But in recent days, there's been positive news with Leah brought back from heavy sedation. She's awake, she's alert, and she's been able to speak with her family and her medical team much sooner than anyone expected. Her brother shared that both Leah and her young son August were overjoyed to see each other last night for the first time since the shark attack, and these past weeks were the first time that they've been apart overnight. Leah also publicly thanked the staff at St Vincent's Hospital for their care. Her strength, her recovery and the love surrounding her have given our whole community a sense of hope. In moments like these, we're reminded of the extraordinary people who step forward when danger like this strikes. Our lifeguards, surf lifesavers and first responders acted immediately that day, showing courage, professionalism and deep compassion. Their actions saved a life. I want to acknowledge Charlie Verco, a Bondi lifesaver who happened to be out training for the Molokai surfboard race. Charlie was paddling from Maroubra to Coogee when he saw the incident unfold, and without hesitation he risked his own life to get Leah onto his board and bring her back to shore as quickly as possible. I also want to thank Coogee Surf Life Saving Club President Ben Heenan. Ben was one of the first on the scene, offering first aid and help to stabilise Leah. It's unfortunately not the first time that Ben's been involved in an incident like this. He was involved in the dramatic rescue that occurred on New Year's Day of a swimmer who unfortunately drowned. His actions remind us that surf lifesavers are always on duty, whether the flags are up or not. And I want to also recognise the Randwick lifeguards, in particular my mate Luke Twitchings, Twizzo. This is unfortunately not the first shark attack that he's had to respond to in recent years, and those things can take a toll on our first responders. This incident, along with the tragic death of a 12-year-old boy over summer, has prompted further action by our government and by the New South Wales government. We acted quickly to lift the ban on drone flights at Coogee, and 70 beaches across New South Wales will now be monitored by drones, and at least in the summer months, and at least one beach in every municipality during the winter months. It's a $34 million investment in the state's shark protection program, bringing total funding to $120 million over the next 2 years. To everyone who responded to help Leah that day, thank you. It was wonderful to get back in the water last week at Coogee with thousands of swimmers to say that the beach is an important part of our culture, and we wish Leah all the best in her recovery.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognise a truly remarkable milestone. This year marks the 50th anniversary of Special Olympics Australia. For 5 decades, this extraordinary organisation has been breaking down barriers, building inclusive communities and creating opportunities for Australians with disability to thrive through sport. The impact of Special Olympics over the past 5 decades has been nothing short of life-changing for many Australians. It is about far more than competition. It is about championing sport as a vehicle to transform lives, to build confidence, to foster connection and to create a sense of belonging. Since 1976, Special Olympics Australia has grown into a nationwide movement, supporting thousands of athletes, coaches, volunteers and families. I'm particularly proud of the Redlands branch in my neck of the woods, which is one of the largest and most active in the country. Deputy Speaker, I recently had the privilege of attending a fundraising luncheon in support of our local athletes. This wonderful event brought together members of the Redlands community, all united in their support for our athletes who are preparing to compete in the upcoming National Games in Melbourne. And I'd like to take a moment to recognise the 35 local athletes who will be representing my Redlands community at the 2026 National Games. Christopher Bowman, aptly named, I would say, Ethan Napoli, Trent Warner, Harrison Wright, Alex Bombalis, Benjamin Carr, Jamie Grant, Megan Lillay, Andrea Miam, Guy Vincent, Kelsey Walker, Amanda Whittle, Elliot Appleton, Nathan Curd, Andrew Foley, Sarah Goodwin, Susan Johnson, Isabella Kay, Brett Petersons, who's a good mate of mine, Ashley Powell, Mia Feltham, Brendan Borger, Tim Candler-Lewis, Jet Chamberlain-Clark, Mitchell Sito, Sean Coit, Owen Gibson, who recently I met in my office in his capacity as an ambassador for Down Syndrome Australia, Lachlan McKay, Dylan Neal, Chelsea Stebbing, Samuel Certain, Emily Taylor, Alison Wright, Natasha Hull and William Evans. These athletes embody determination, resilience and are the very best of community spirit. I know the entire Redlands community will be cheering cheering them on as they head to Melbourne for these important national games, which will of course mark 5 decades of Special Olympics Australia. I want to congratulate everyone who's been involved in Special Olympics movement over the course of the last 50 years, all the volunteers who give their time so generously, and of course all the athletes and their families who help inspire everyone across our community and demonstrate what can be achieved when you give people the opportunity to enjoy their time in the community and achieve what they can at their level. Wonderful. Thank you.
Member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this Wednesday will be a big day for Australian families, the day they will have access to 6 months of government-funded paid parental leave. And this is a proud Labor reform, and it is one that will make a real difference to families in communities like mine. To young families in Rosanna, parents juggling work and childcare in Macleod, those raising their kids in Heidelberg Heights, or new parents in Greensborough or Montmorency, I know that this will make a significant difference to their life. Across Jagga Jagga, I meet parents doing their very best to build a good life for themselves and for their children. These are people balancing mortgages, childcare and work while trying to make the most of those first few months with their baby and the investment through their childhood. And this time really matters for families. It matters for children, and it matters for mums, and it matters for dads. This is when parents bond with their children, establish routines, recover from birth, and build the foundations that help children to thrive for years to come. And it's a really difficult time as well. And no parent in this time should feel that they have to choose between being there for their newborn and paying the bills. And that's why expanding paid parental leave to 6 months is so important. It's something I have long advocated for in this parliament, and in fact before I came to this parliament. Because Labor believes that nurturing our children, that caring for our children isn't just good for individual families, it's something that makes our whole community stronger. When parents are supported, children get the best possible start in life. And this is what good government looks like. It invests in people, and it recognises that raising the next generation is something that benefits every Australian. Since coming to government, Labor has steadily expanded paid parental leave from 20 weeks to 26 weeks. And we are now also ensuring that parents receive superannuation while they're on paid parental leave, which will really deliver for Australian women. Those women will no longer be asked to sacrifice their retirement savings simply because they've made the decision to raise a family. Deputy Speaker, I wish I could say that others in this parliament shared our commitment to working families, but unfortunately, while Labor is expanding support, we've seen Senator Hanson once again trying to drag the debate and the clock backwards. Senator Hanson has repeatedly opposed paid parental leave for almost a decade, dismissing a reform that's become essential support for working families and parents. She's claimed that small businesses would fold under the cost of paid parental leave. She's suggested the scheme is behind Australia's gender pay gap, claims that are just irresponsible and wrong. She said if women take time off and they're not paid their wages because they're not working, fair enough. She's referred to paying paid parental leave as welfare handout mentality. It's clear One Nation doesn't support working families, but Labor is firmly behind families in my community and right around the country.
Member for Durack.
Thank you. I'm very proud to advise the House that earlier this month, 7 Australians from my electorate of Durack received a King's Birthday honour. Congratulations to Robert Gillam and the Honourable Brendan Grills on being awarded the Member of the Order of Australia for their service to Western Australia in agriculture and the State Parliament, respectively. Elster Foy and Anna Wittenbergs were awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for their work in Indigenous health advocacy and reconciliation and conservation in the Pilbara. Nigel Elliott received the Australian Fire Service Medal for his distinguished service to our fire services. Senior Constable Andrew Seary received the Australian Police Medal for his service to the police service, and Danielle Hill was awarded the Public Service Medal, recognising her service to the public sector. Congratulations to them all. Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I had the pleasure of hosting students alongside my colleague Dean Smith from Bainton West Primary School from Karratha. They were here in Parliament House. I spoke to them the week before at their school in Karratha as they were preparing for their journey to Canberra. When we met in Karratha, I asked them what would they do if they were Prime Minister for the day, And here are some of the Year 6's views. Reduce school days from 5 to 4. Remove social media ban. Remove fuel excise tax permanently. Change housing rules so we can build more houses. More funding for mental health support shelters for homeless people. Outlaw false advertising. Stop climate change. Get rid of AI. Reduce cost of education. No one goes hungry. More airline competition and more funding to support sports for kids. Well, I think everyone that's in this House would be pretty impressed with these Year 6s from Baynton West. So I am confident, Madam Deputy Speaker, our future is incredibly good hands, judging by the responses of this group of students. Madam Deputy Speaker, early this week, the WA State Opposition introduced a bill to Parliament to strengthen minimum lighting requirements for trains. The bill would enforce flashing beacons, side lighting and more reflectors on trains which are not required under the National Act. These are important changes for the safety of our regional communities. Of the more than 20,000 rail crossings in Australia, around 80% are passive, only having a stop or give way sign. The introduction of the bill follows 2 decades of advocacy across Australia for stricter lighting standards. Lara Jensen from my electorate of Durack has led the charge following the tragic death of her brother Christian and his friends in a level crossing crash 26 years ago. 26 years she has been fighting this. I implore the WA Government to support this bill, which will put West Australians at the forefront of rail safety reform and provide greater protection for those in the regions.
Member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For most Australians, a home is more than just a roof over our heads. It is a place of safety, security and belonging. Yet today, for many people across Australia, owning or even renting a home is difficult. The Albanese Labor Government's housing policy aims to improve affordability and housing supply through a mix of direct construction, shared equity, tax reforms and renter protections. Our Help to Buy is a shared equity scheme allowing eligible buyers to enter the market with as little as 5% deposit, with 2% deposit, with the government covering up to 40% for new builds or 30% for existing homes of the property's purchase price. Labor's 5% deposit scheme abolishes income limits and participant caps under the government-backed First Home Buyers Guarantee, enabling Australians to buy with a 5% deposit without needing lender's mortgage insurance, and for single parents with at least one dependent, a deposit of just 2% is needed. We are committed to build 50,000 new homes by 2030, specifically ring-fenced for first home buyers and built in the partnership with the states. A little over a week ago, I turned the sod on 10 new homes under development in Devonport, and there are many more being built in my electorate of Braddon. 5 of these are to be affordable homes and 5 for social housing. These types of initiatives provide much-needed homes in the region. Then I visited a 48-unit social housing project in Ulverston. A leader, one of the residents, told me that it was a blessing to have a safe, permanent home close to amenities where she lives with her little dog. The impact of this crisis is felt right across our communities. Young Australians are delaying buying their first home. Many essential workers, such as teachers, nurses and police officers, find it difficult to live close to where they work, which is why the Albanese Labor Government funded 2 units at Emerton Park in Smithton, an aged care facility, which are now being used by those aged care workers who work on the site, which I visited recently. Housing should not be viewed simply as an investment. It is a basic human need. Every Australian deserves access to safe, secure and affordable housing. Housing affordability is one of Australia's greatest challenges today. That's why we are doing something about it by increasing housing supply, supporting those in need and planning for future growth. We can create a country where everyone has the opportunity to find a place to call home, to ensure that we do have that roof over our head, but we also have that place of safety, that place of security and that place of belonging.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognise 2 parts of our southern Gold Coast community that in many very different ways bring people together and make McPherson such a special place to live. Recently, I had the privilege of joining the Inspire Dementia Friendly Choir at their fundraising concert at Tom Atkin Hall in Tugun. Inspire is a wonderful community choir that's based at Varsity Lakes Community Resource Centre that welcomes everyone, especially those living with dementia and their care partners. What makes this choir so special is that it's not about perfection or performance. It's about joy, connection and dignity. It's about people coming together through music, regardless of their vocal abilities or skills, and experiencing the simple but profound benefit of singing side by side. For those living with dementia and for the family members and carers who walk that journey with them, opportunities for friendship and community are incredibly important. Inspire provides that in such a warm and generous way. After singing, members gather over a cup of tea or coffee, and in those moments of conversation and companionship, we see the very best of community life. I thank everyone involved, the organisers, volunteers, supporters, singers, carers and families. You're building a community where people are seen, valued and included, and that's something truly worth celebrating. Deputy Speaker, as those familiar with the Gold Coast would know, the southern Gold Coast has the best beaches in the world that receive millions of tourists and locals every year. Those beaches are safe because season after season, our surf lifesavers give their time, skill and courage in service of others. Across Macpherson, we're fortunate to have 12 surf lifesaving clubs that patrol our coastline. They train the next generation, teach vital water safety skills and respond when people are in danger. They're not just clubs, they're institutions of service, camaraderie and community spirit. Over recent weeks, a number of our local surf lifesaving clubs held their annual dinners, including North Kirra, Rainbow Bay, Kirra, TH&C, Coolangatta, Pacific, Palm Beach, Balinga, Tugun and Currumbin Beach Vikings Surf Lifesaving Club. I was privileged to attend many of these awards nights and celebrate ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Congratulations to all award recipients, especially those recognised for years of dedicated service. These awards represent early mornings, long patrol hours, training sessions, rescues, mentoring and a commitment to keeping strangers safe. Whether through the voices of a dementia-friendly choir or the patrol of our surf lifesavers, Macpherson is strengthened by people who give of themselves for others. I'm proud to recognise them in our national parliament and thank them for the remarkable contribution they make to our southern Gold Coast community.
Member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the first months with your child are precious, but it's a time that is supposed to be full of joy, can also be a time of stress and financial pressure. And that's why the Albanese government is continuing our expansion of paid parental leave, helping new parents spend more time at home with their newest family member. 2,215 parents in my electorate in Melbourne's West have already benefited from this extra support just in the last year. Point Cook in my electorate is not only the biggest suburb anywhere in Australia, it's also known as the mum capital of Australia, home to more than 16,000 mums. And starting this week, new mums and new dads in Point Cook and across Melbourne's West and across all of Australia will be able to access up to 6 months of paid parental leave. Families will have access to up to $30,000, more than double what was available before Labor came to government. And we're increasing the threshold for eligibility so that more parents can access paid parental leave and focus on what's important, their family. Now, we shouldn't take paid parental leave for granted. For decades, Australia lagged behind the rest of the world. Coalition governments had every chance to introduce paid parental leave. They did nothing. It took a Labor government to act and to deliver this important family policy. The Rudd and Gillard governments delivered Australia's first paid parental leave scheme. And when the Coalition came back into government in 2013, they tried to wind it back. Labor stopped them. And now we're going further in government by strengthening paid parental leave again. Because even now, there are voices in this parliament arguing again to undo the progress we have made. Some of those sitting opposite in this chamber now. But this Labor government, like those before it, will continue to fight for paid parental leave, fighting for the financial security and peace of mind that families have earned, fighting for the parents of more than 460,000 children who have already benefited since we expanded the paid parental leave scheme. Children who've benefited from having their parents home in those formative early days, from having the stability and having that stress removed of that really important time. Labor believes in a system that is stronger, fairer and better suited for the ways that families live today. Our system is not only good for families, but it's good for business and good for our economy. A system that is not only, it was a Labor government that brought paid parental leave to this country, and it's a Labor government that wants to improve it. The families in my electorate in Melbourne's West know that it is a Labor government that will continue to protect it against the voices that want to take us back, to continue to deliver real change that helps working families across the country.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1, a motion on plastic waste to be moved by the member for Mackellar.
Member for Mackellar.
I move the motion relating to plastic waste in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. I'll go ahead. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion pertains to one of the biggest environmental challenges of our time, plastic waste, and it calls for definitive action by our federal government to address the plastic crisis with a legislated Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme, or EPRS. The plastic crisis is threefold: environmental, climate and health. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, 3 times the size of France, is just one of 5 massive accumulations of plastic waste in our oceans. Closer to home, waterways in Mackellar, including Dee Why Lagoon and Middle Creek, rank amongst the most microplastic polluted in New South Wales. Plastic production is also fueling climate change, with petrochemicals projected to drive nearly half of oil demand growth in the future. And the health risks are mounting, with microplastics now found throughout the human body, including in brains, placentas and breast milk. And there is growing evidence for a link between plastic chemicals and the alarming increase in cancers in young people, as well as hormonal disruption, child developmental issues and infertility. In medicine, when the weight of evidence points to preventable harm, we act. With the collapse of the UN Global Plastics Treaty, global plastics consumption is projected to grow twice as fast as the world's waste management capacity. As a high-ambition nation in those treaty negotiations, Australia must act decisively to address the problem in our own capacity, as many other nations have already done. That is why the member for Curtin and I are launching our plastics policy this week, calling on the government to take a number of practical steps to address the plastics crisis, including introducing a mandatory extended producer responsibility scheme. The call for an EPRS to be established in Australia comes at a rare moment of hope in public policy. We don't always see those calling for stronger environmental and health protections standing shoulder to shoulder with the very industry that will be regulated. But that is where we are today. Groups including the Australian Packaging Covenant Organisation, which represents brand owners and packaging manufacturers, are calling for an EPRS alongside environmental organisations. And the public backs this too. Polling released just last week found Australians across the political spectrum strongly support action to reduce unnecessary packaging. Nearly 2/3 want the companies that produce and sell packaged products to take responsibility for the waste they create throughout its life cycle, including the cost of collection, recycling, reuse and disposal. An extended producer responsibility scheme is a critical part of the solution to the plastic crisis. Australia is one of the highest producers of single-use plastic waste per person in the world, but shockingly we only recycle around 14% of that. Our voluntary approach has comprehensively failed. Australia has missed every single one of our national targeting targets set in 2018. A mandatory EPRS would create a financial incentive to reduce unnecessary packaging, improve recyclability, invest in reuse systems and fund improvements to recovery infrastructure. It would also be fairer. Today, households pay an estimated $70 to $95 a year through council rates and levies to manage packaging waste. Meanwhile, the companies that generate the packaging bear none of that cost or responsibility. Industry modelling estimates an Australian EPRS would add just 25 cents a week to the average grocery bill. And as producers assume greater responsibility for packaging waste, the other costs currently borne by households will fall. In 2022, Australia's environment ministers committed to reforming packaging regulation. Yet here we are, nearly 4 years on, and no laws have been delivered. The case for reform has been made time and again. The government's own 2024 consultation found that more than 80% of respondents support Commonwealth regulation of packaging. Multiple parliamentary inquiries have all reached the same conclusion. There is strong support for a mandatory EPRS to be adopted in Australia. We cannot afford to wait. Every day we delay, more unnecessary plastic ends up in our environment. The solution is there, the support is there. It's time the government got on with the job.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for McKellar for her advocacy in this space and bringing this motion forward. I also want to acknowledge that this motion raises an important issue. Australians care deeply about protecting our unique environment. They want to see less waste going to landfill, healthier waterways, cleaner beaches and a recycling system that actually works. These are the goals that the Albanese government shares. There is no doubt that plastic waste presents a significant challenge. Too much plastic still ends up in landfill, too much finds its way into our oceans, our waterways and our natural environment. We also know that Australians expect governments and industry to work together to reduce waste and build a stronger circular economy. As someone who's studied environmental management at university and as someone who got involved in politics through my care for the environment, this motion is particularly important to me. For too long, we have seen big businesses get away with polluting our waterways and oceans with single-use plastics. We're now seeing microplastics in our water, and it won't be too long until we start seeing the currently unknown consequences of ingesting these. Microplastics are now found in the human body, in the reproductive organs, the blood, the brain, and even the placenta. Lead, asbestos, and plastic all share something in common. They were yesterday's solution, but they're today's problem. It is on all of us to find a way to reduce our use of single-use plastics, and where we cannot, we need to find a way to recycle these in a way that is economically viable but environmentally sustainable. Importantly, we need to address this at the source and ensure businesses and states are provided nationally consistent laws and that product stewardship programs are encouraged and implemented. The question before the House, however, is not whether action is needed. It is in how we deliver the reforms that are practical, effective and long-lasting. Developing a homegrown plastic recycling industry has the added benefit of making more things here and supporting Australian manufacturing. We understand that national reform of packaging regulation is needed. That is why we are partnering with states and territories to reduce plastic waste through investment and supporting them to phase out single-use plastic. This work is being backed by more than $200 million investment into new and upgraded recycling infrastructure through the Recycling Modernisation Fund. And as of December last year, we have announced 61 plastic recycling plants that are expected to save more than 300,000 tonnes of plastic a year. And as we know, plastic pollution is transboundary. While the Albanese government is disappointed that the Global Plastics Pollution Treaty has stalled, we will continue to do our bit to prevent plastic waste and recycling as much as possible. The Albanese government has been getting on with the work of reducing plastic waste and strengthening Australia's recycling industry. Since coming to office, we have continued investing in recycling infrastructure, supporting innovation in resource recovery and building Australia's domestic recycling capability. We know reducing plastic waste is not only good for the environment, it also supports Australian manufacturing, creating jobs and helps build a stronger circular economy. The reports referenced in this motion make an important contribution to that work. Parliamentary committees play a valuable role in examining complex issues, hearing from experts and making recommendations. This government continues to consider those recommendations as part of our broader work to reduce waste and strengthen Australia's circular economy. Soft plastics are another important part of this discussion, and while packaging reforms continue, the government encourages industry-led action to reduce soft plastic waste. We welcome the supermarket collection trials, now operating in more than 700 stores across Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and the ACT. These pilots are testing new collection and recycling models that will expand as Australia's recycling capacity grows. Australians expect governments to get reforms right. They want practical, evidence-based solutions that deliver lasting results. For communities like mine in Petrie, protecting the environment is not an abstract issue. We are fortunate to call Moreton Bay home with its beautiful coastlines, marine life and natural habitats. Our community understands the importance of reducing plastic pollution and protecting these places for future generations. We also want to dig our teeth into a beautiful piece of fish, not yesterday's chip packet. People in Petrie also know that environmental responsibility and economic opportunity go hand in hand. Investing in recycling infrastructure, growing Australia's resource recovery industry and supporting Australian manufacturing creates skilled local jobs whilst reducing waste. That is why the Albanese Labor government remains committed to doubling Australia's circularity by 2035 and continuing to work with industry, states and territories to deliver practical reforms that strengthen Australia's recycling system and, most importantly, protect our environment.
Member for Curtin.
I support the motion moved by the member for Mackellar, calling on the government to introduce a national mandatory extended producer responsibility scheme for plastic packaging through existing legislation this year. Curtin and Mackellar sit on opposite sides of the continent, one in Perth and one in Sydney, with a whole country between us. But we've come together because our communities are telling us the same thing, that Australia has a plastics problem, that we've waited far too long to fix it, and that they want national action this year. Now, I want to begin not in this chamber, but on a beach in my electorate. A few weeks ago, I joined volunteers for a clean-up at beautiful City Beach. In less than 2 hours, we recovered the most plastic we've ever collected in a beach clean-up. 60 plastic bottle tops, 2.9 kilograms of plastic bottles, 3.6 kilograms of general plastic, and nearly 500 cigarette butts, which are also made of plastic and take up to 30 years to break down. Now, that morning was a small window onto a national problem. Australia is among the highest users of single-use plastic in the world, around 147 kilograms per person every year, and we recycle just 14% of it. The rest goes to landfill. It leaches into our waterways and breaks down into the microplastics now found in our food, in our water and in our bodies. The data backs up what we saw in the sand. Clean Up Australia's most recent litter report found plastic accounted for 81% of all litter counted across our streets, parks, bushland and waterways. It was the #1 litter item in the country. But that same report tells us something hopeful because it shows us what works. Beverage containers like cans, bottles and cartons now make up 15% of that litter, and that figure's falling. Why? Because containers are the one part of our packaging system already covered by a producer responsibility model, container deposit schemes, now operating in every state and territory. So we have the proof of concept. We've run the experiment and it works. So why are we still waiting to apply it to our plastic packaging? Well, since 1999, Australia has relied on a voluntary, industry-led model for packaging. Of the national packaging targets set in 2018, we missed every single one, most strikingly on plastic, where just 20% was recycled or composted against a target of 70%. And our packaging consumption is only projected to keep going. Meanwhile, the cost of managing that waste falls on households who pay an estimated $70 to $95 a year through their rates and levies, while the producers who put the packaging on the market bear none of the responsibility for it. Good intentions without infrastructure or enforceability are simply not enough. The plan the member for Mackellar and I have developed sets out a practical path. Establish a mandatory nationally harmonised EPR scheme under the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act, using powers this Parliament already has granted, with binding targets for reduction, reuse, recycling and recycled content, and a producer-funded soft plastic scheme designed from the end market backwards. Phase out harmful chemicals through a green, orange and red classification framework, and invest in the research, innovation and education that make the whole system work. The principle is simple: the polluter pays. Independent analysis finds an EPR scheme would add just 0.1% to product costs, or around 25 cents a week for a household. An EPR is proven and the support is unprecedented. Industry and community, local governments and environmental NGOs are all aligned. Now, you can't say this for many of the hard problems that come before this place. We usually have to choose between what's popular, what's workable, what's effective. Here, for once, all three point in the same direction. And that's precisely why delay is so dangerous. Windows like this do not stay open. The alignment we have today has taken years to build. If we let this reform slide into another review or another voluntary half measure, we may miss the window for action. The viability of the recycling industry relies on there being certainty as soon as possible. We've lined up the ducks and the government needs to take action this year. I commend the motion to the House.
Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for McKellar for bringing this important motion to the House, because plastic waste is a significant challenge, and to tackle it, we really need an all-in approach. Every level of government, big and small business, every local environment group and as many households as possible. And while all that gains momentum, the government is building the homegrown recycling industry that we need to back this all up. Single-use plastic pollution is a real problem for our country, the world, and it's something that my community in Bennelong really care about. From the Clean Up Australia Day events along our beautiful Parramatta and Lane Cove rivers, to all our local environmental and sustainability groups who help train and educate locals on how to reduce their waste. It's something Bennelong really gets behind. And before I came to this space, I spent 10 years on Ryde Council, 5 of them as mayor. Local government, in case you weren't aware, Deputy Speaker, is ground zero for dealing with plastic waste. They need to be at the table as we resolve this problem. In my time in Ryde, we set a zero litter to river target for our local river catchments because residents were sick of seeing their waterways treated as a dumping ground for someone else's chip wrapper. That experience taught me that while voluntary schemes work for companies that already do the right thing, for everyone else, optional doesn't mean results. The status quo needs to change, which is why Australia's circular economy framework sets out a clear path to double our circularity by 2035. I understand the urgency in the member for McKellar's motion, and I would like her to be well aware that this is right across the government's agenda. We've established the Recycling Modernisation Fund to invest over $200 million supporting 61 projects diverting over 250,000 tonnes waste from landfill every year. And we're already supporting established soft plastic trials in over 700 stores nationwide. As processing capacity grows, that service will need to keep expanding. It's popular. People want to recycle their soft plastic, and those solutions need to be set up, because by strengthening our domestic recycling industry, that'll allow more manufacturing jobs here, more jobs for Australians, and importantly, it won't ship this problem offshore. Whilst it's disappointing that the Global Plastic Pollution Treaty has stalled, that has not slowed this government's domestic agenda down whatsoever. Over the past 18 months, there's been substantial consultation with industry and the recycling sector, including statutory reviews on the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act and Senate and Productivity Commission inquiries. I understand that the Minister will convene a further roundtable with industry in the coming months. Last year, understandably, passing our EPBC reform was our most immediate priority. However, our circular economy ambitions were continuing in parallel, and that's important. But we also need to be clear about the politics here. Deputy Speaker. This is a government that is doing something when it comes to plastic waste, circular economy and recycling, whereas the former government did next to nothing. The last time the Liberals and Nationals were in government, they set targets but did nothing to achieve them. It's a familiar story. They issued the press release but did nothing to back it up. We're actually doing the work to reach these targets. The method and timing of this reform matters. The Recycling and Waste Reduction Act already grants the government the power for mandatory product stewardship, and we have used that power. But right now, the global fuel shortage has spiked the price of virgin plastic resin, creating cost pressures that touches everything that we consume daily. Minister Watt has been very upfront with industry. But ironically, this price spike makes recycled plastic more competitive. And that's why I say that the moment to lock in mandated recycling content is now, with the right sequencing and ensuring that industry and councils are at the table. Because if we rush a national soft plastic scheme, we risk a second red cycle style collapse, and that's not what our industry deserve, and certainly that's not what our community deserves. They want to recycle their soft plastic, but they expect it to stand up on its own 2 feet and not collapse again. Rest assured, Deputy Speaker, I'll keep on pushing within government to get this right.
Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about why a national extended producer responsibility scheme for plastics matters not just for our environment, but for Australian manufacturing, regional jobs and our circular economy. Australia is one of the highest producers of single-use plastic waste per capita in the world. Every year we use around 1.3 million tonnes of plastic packaging, yet around 1 million tonnes still ends up in landfill. We know more than ever about the environmental impacts of plastic waste and the growing concerns surrounding microplastics and human health. But this debate should not be reduced to a simple environmental argument. This is also an economic issue. It's also about stimulating modern manufacturing in this country. And for me, it's also a regional development issue and a question of accountability. If a company profits from placing plastic packaging on the market, it should bear responsibility for what happens to that packaging at the end of its life. That is the principle behind extended producer responsibility. Done properly, an EPR scheme creates incentives to reduce waste, improve product design, increase recycled content and support the infrastructure needed to recover and recycle materials. Most importantly, it helps ensure the costs are borne by producers rather than simply being shifted onto councils, ratepayers and taxpayers. That is why I support the introduction of an EPR scheme for plastics. In my own electorate, I have the IQ Renew facility, Australia's first purpose-built soft plastics processing facility at Kundal, an amazing facility I visited, which shows regional Australian businesses stepping up to help solve Australia's soft plastics problem. It takes household soft plastics such as bread bags, wrappers and packaging films and transforms them into high-quality recycled resin pellets that can be used again by Australian manufacturers. And these are not products sitting in a warehouse waiting for use. Those recycled pellets are already being turned into practical products, including buckets, storage totes, packaging products, agricultural products, irrigation components, industrial liners, ground stabilisation grids, pallets, bollards, construction products, recycling caddies and other consumer goods. The facility has already processed soft plastics from the failed RED scheme from New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia and the ACT. In other words, my electorate is already doing the hard work, but the Kundal facility's future is uncertain without an EPR scheme. Despite years of discussion, reports, consultations and parliamentary inquiries, there remains a deafening silence from Minister Watt on when Australia will finally implement a national extended producer responsibility scheme for plastics. There's been consultation and inquiry, yet businesses still do not know what the future rules of the game will be. At some point, consultation must give way to decisions. The same frustration exists with IQ Renew's Rail to Kundal Circular Economy Precinct. This proposal would create a nationally significant circular economy hub centred on the Kundal site, capable of servicing soft plastics as well as food and organics waste from up to 80 regional councils across New South Wales. The Kundal site has been home to heavy machinery and rail manufacturing for decades and has a spur line off the main north-south rail freight corridor just north of Taree. It has the potential to create more than 300 jobs and establish the Mid-North Coast as a national leader in recycling and circular manufacturing. The application for Regional Precincts and Partnerships Program funding was lodged in February last year. More than a year later, despite repeated requests and representations, IQ Renew and Regional Development Australia are still waiting to hear whether the project will receive support. The irony is hard to miss. The Albanese government speaks often about sustainability and the circular economy, yet one minister remains silent on an EPR scheme, while another cannot provide an answer on a project that would help deliver exactly what the government claims it wants to achieve. The lesson from Kundal is simple. Australia does not have a recycling capability problem. Australia has a policy certainty problem. We have businesses prepared to invest, regional communities prepared to host facilities. We have the technology and the workforce. What we lack is the right signals that government action can provide. A national EPR scheme would provide the certainty industry has been calling for. It would support domestic recycling capacity, encourage investment, and ensure facilities like IQ Renew can continue turning what is once landfill into valuable products.
Expired. The allotted time for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2, a motion on paid parental leave to be moved by the member for Bonner.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to parental leave pay in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, it was my birthday yesterday, and while 21 again, and while I was grateful for the cards, the messages and the time spent with family, the very best gift I could receive arrives this week for Australian families. From 1 July, paid parental leave will expand to a full 6 months. That means more time for parents to bond with their newborn, more flexibility for mums and dads to share caring responsibilities, and more support during one of the most important times in a family's life. That is what practical support for families looks like. In my electorate of Bonner, more than 45,000 families call our community home, and around 1,600 families access paid parental leave each year. These reforms will make a real difference to their lives. When Labor came to government in 2022, eligible families received around $14,000 through paid parental leave. From 1 July, families accessing the full entitlement will receive almost $30,000, around $16,000 more than they would have received just 4 years ago. The weekly payment will also increase to more than $1,000 a week. And because we've lifted the income thresholds, even more Australian families will now be eligible for this support. For many families, that is the difference between financial stress and financial security. It means parents can spend more time with their baby and less time worrying about whether or not they can afford to return to work before they are ready. Deputy Speaker, as a mum of 3 beautiful kids, I know firsthand that becoming a parent changes everything. It changes your priorities overnight. It changes your routine, your perspective, and the way you think about the future. I also know that while those first weeks and months are filled with incredible joy, they can also be exhausting, overwhelming, and for many families, financially stressful. New parents are learning as they go, often surviving on very little sleep while trying to give their child the very best start in life. The last thing they need is the financial pressure forcing them back to work before they are ready. This is why parental leave matters. It gives family the time to recover, to bond with their baby, and to adjust to the new chapter without immediately worrying about how they are going to make the household budget work. Since Labor began reforming the scheme in 2023, parents of more than 460,000 Australian children have already benefited from the more generous or more flexible paid parental leave. Around 180,000 families every year will benefit from this latest expansion. Deputy Speaker, these reforms are particularly important for women. As both a mum and a member of Parliament, I know there should never be a choice between building a family and building a career. Too often, women have carried the long-term financial cost of taking time out to raise children. That is why Labor has also introduced superannuation on paid parental leave, helping to close the gender retirement gap, because starting a family should never be sacrificing financial security later in life. This is good for parents, it's good for babies, and it's good for our economy. Deputy Speaker, our support for families doesn't stop there. From 1 July, more than 1.2 million Australian families will receive an increase to their family tax benefit, helping with the everyday cost of raising kids. In Bonner, more than 6,000 families rely on these payments, and these increases will help families put food on the table, pay the bills, and meet the rising cost of essentials. We are also increasing income and asset thresholds for a range of payments, giving Australians greater flexibility before their payments begin to reduce. These are practical reforms that recognise the pressures families continue to face and put more money back into the pockets of Australian families. Deputy Speaker, the way we support families says a great deal about the country that we want to be. Labor believes that every child deserves the very best start in life, and every parent deserves the opportunity to spend those precious first months with their newborn without unnecessary financial pressure. This is the biggest expansion of paid parental leave since the scheme was introduced. It is an investment in Australian families. It is an investment in children. And as a mum, I know there is no job more important than raising the next generation. Every Australian family deserves the chance to spend those precious first months with a baby knowing they have the time, the support and the financial security that they need. Labor is delivering for all Australian families when it matters most.
I thank the member for Bonner. Is the motion seconded? I thank the member for Bass. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for Bonner for moving this important motion and commend the government for the progress that it has already made in expanding paid parental leave. From the 1st of July this year, families will be entitled to 130 days or 26 weeks of paid parental leave at the minimum wage. The taxpayer-funded PPL scheme entitles either parent in households with an individual income of less than $186,487 or a dual income under $386,525 to roughly 6 months of leave paid at the minimum wage of $1,004.70 per week. That commences this Wednesday. This demonstrates genuine progress in paid parental leave in Australia, from 20 weeks in 2023 to 24 weeks and now 26. Combined with the landmark introduction of superannuation on paid parental leave from the 1st of July 2025, these are genuine steps forward for Australian families and for gender equity in our country. But there's more to do. Together with Senator David Pocock, I have commissioned a costing for extension of the scheme for parents and primary carers whose babies are born prematurely. In Australia, approximately 18% of newborn babies are admitted to a neonatal intensive or special care nursery. I know personally what it is like to have a baby in special care nursery. The uncertainty, anxiety, exhaustion, at a time when you've expected to be happier than you've ever been in your life. Families with babies in NICUs and SENs face enormous strain at the most vulnerable time in their lives. Then often they struggle once their previously poorly babies are brought home. The current scheme at this point doesn't offer them additional support. It needs to. So the reform that Senator Pocock and I are proposing would provide an additional week of paid parental leave for every week that a baby remains in hospital beyond a specified threshold, capped at 14 additional weeks and paid at the current rate. Secondary carers would also receive an extra 2 weeks' leave. This would represent a targeted, practical extension which would make a profound difference to families navigating the neonatal system. We need to keep building and broadening paid parental leave because the stakes are high. Australia's fertility rate sits at an all-time low of 1.48, well below the replacement rate of 2.1. In a recent survey, 53% of respondents said that they're choosing not to have more than one child because of the cost of raising a child and their financial situation. Paid parental leave is part of the answer. One of my constituents, Lawrence Graves, recently told me that he had to relocate back to Kooyong with his family because it was the only way that he could afford to have a child. Both Lawrence and his wife are professionals and they work full-time, but they still needed to move states in order to get the family support that they had to have to be able to afford parenthood. Lawrence also raised the outdated Maternity Leave Act of 1973, which has prevented his family from accessing the flexible parental leave payments which are available to other Australians. His experience is not unique and is exactly why we need to keep improving this scheme, which makes it all the more disappointing that One Nation continues to undermine this important conversation. At the recent National Press Club address, Senator Hanson criticised paid parental leave. One Nation still sees parental leave as a cost rather than an investment in women's workforce participation and their security in retirement. Under the national employment standards, it's not compulsory for employers to fund parental leave. It's a government-funded payment. But the fact is that nearly 70% of businesses do voluntarily pay additional parental leave entitlements to their workers because they understand the value of that leave and they understand the value of their workers. When more than half of all Australians say that cost is stopping them from having children, arguing against additional fair support for new parents is not just wrong, it's economically self-defeating. And that's why, Deputy Speaker, why I will always support this and other efforts by governments of Australia to build a world-class paid parental leave scheme that values the work of caring, that supports working families and which advances gender equality for all Australians.
I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week marks an important step forward for Australian families. From this Wednesday, 1 July, the Albanese Labor government will deliver a major expansion to the paid parental leave, giving new parents more time at home, more support in those early months, and greater security when they need it the most. This reform will be felt directly in my electorate of Bass. In the last financial year, around 850 families across Bass accessed paid parental leave. That means hundreds of local families relying on this support during one of the biggest transitions in life, welcoming a newborn baby or newly adopted child, recovering, bonding, adjusting, and trying to make the family budget work at the same time. From 1 July, eligible families will be able to access up to 26 weeks of paid parental leave. That is 6 months support. 6 months for parents to spend more time with their newest family member. 6 months to help families make decisions based less on financial pressure and more on what's important and what is right for the well-being of their child. The payment rate is also increasing to $1,004 per week, meaning families who access the full entitlement will receive almost $30,000 in government-funded paid parental leave. The income limits are also increasing, so more families will be able to benefit. And importantly, superannuation is now being paid on government-funded paid parental leave, and that is significant reform. Because for too long, parents, and especially women, have paid a financial penalty for time spent caring. They've taken time out of the workforce to raise children, and too often that has meant lower retirement savings later in life. Paying super on paid parental leave recognises that caring for a baby is not a break from contribution. It is a contribution. It is work that strengthens families, communities, and our entire economy. The expansion also supports a fairer sharing of care. From July, 4 weeks of leave will be reserved for the other parent or partner in a couple, helping more partners take time at home and share the caring responsibilities in those early months. That is good for children, it is good for parents, and it helps to shift that expectation that caring is something that only one parent should carry alone. Since the expansion of paid parental leave began, parents of more than 460,000 children have already benefited from increased support and flexibility. Now that scheme reaches 26 weeks, the largest expansion since paid parental leave was introduced by a Labor government. And this does not stand alone. From 1 July, more than 1.2 million families with children will receive a boost to family tax benefit payments, helping with the cost of raising children. Family tax benefit Part A will rise, family tax benefit Part B will rise, and across the social security system, a range of payments, thresholds and limits will increase. These are practical changes at a time when families' budgets are under pressure. They mean more money in the pockets for Australian families. They mean more support for workers with the cost of essentials. And they mean parents are not left to carry these pressures alone. In Bass, I know families are working hard. They are juggling rosters, rent, mortgages, childcare, groceries, fuel, and many costs that come with raising children. For those families, paid parental leave was not an abstract policy. It's time at home. It's a bit more breathing room when you need it the most. It's the ability to focus on a new baby at without the same immediate pressures to rush back to work before you're ready. And that's why this reform is so important. It strengthens paid parental leave. It supports gender equality. It backs families when they need that support the most. And it gives children a much stronger start in life. And that is what practical Labor reform always looks like. It's more time, it's more security, and more support for Australian families. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm glad to rise and speak on this motion. Paid parental leave is an important topic. It's quite amazing how far we have moved as a country in the last decade alone. I think about my own journey. When my son was born in 2015, I was entitled to 2 weeks of leave at the minimum wage paid for by the government. We've moved a long way since then. Unfortunately for my wife, she was conveniently, for her employer at the time, not so much for us, made redundant when she was pregnant, so she didn't get the benefit of any employee leave or government leave. That is the world that some people have to inhabit, but I will definitely not name that business. I don't think it's worth bringing up 10 years later, but what it goes to is the importance of that financial security. As a good friend and older gentleman said to me when kids were on the way, good luck, your expenses double and your income halves. And unfortunately for us, given that redundancy, that was literally what happened. But the importance of this is twofold. It is the financial support that we give to families, but also the message that we send to young Australians that we want them to continue to have families and ease some of that burden for them. I know in the last Parliament, when this legislation was passed, it was supported by the Coalition. It had bipartisan support to increase the paid parental leave. And we also supported the increase to the superannuation being paid on that leave, although we did want to make an amendment to give a little bit more flexibility and choice to those that were taking leave, particularly in a high-cost environment. As a coalition, we wanted to give families the choice. They had 3 options. They could have kept that option of getting superannuation, although they could have also taken the immediate benefit. They could have gone from 26 weeks to 28 weeks of leave to give them that money when they need it today, or they could have chosen to take that money as a lump sum, because superannuation is absolutely crucial. But we're also asking people to lock it into a box and wait potentially 30 or 40 years to get access to that money. But in a circumstance like mine, that money could have been really impactful at that time. And we know, I still remember from my accounting course, the net present value, $1 today, is worth a lot more than $1 in 30, 40 years. So it was disappointing that that flexible choice couldn't be given to families last term. And while paid parental leave is really important, we should also be realistic about what it's providing. It is providing payments from the taxpayer, from the government to families that need it, but it is at the minimum wage. So we can't pretend that receiving this money is going to solve every problem and make it completely easy for families and suddenly all their financial burdens will disappear. I mean, the reality is, to make sure that families can continue to grow and that parents don't feel that financial burden, we need to continue to bring down inflation. We need to solve the economic problems across the country. Because if you bring inflation to a sustainable level, It means that the prices of everything is not going up every week. It means that those that are receiving that paid parental leave, that money can go further on food, on rent, on their electricity bills. And unfortunately, after 4 years of this government, we have seen that inflation is again above the band and well above the band. The trim mean, the one that the RBA looks at, went from 3.4% to 3.6% last week. This is a treasurer that has completely failed the Australian people, that has completely failed Australian families. He is unable to sustainably address this cost of living crisis. Under his watch, it is getting worse and worse, and Australian families are paying the price. The Treasurer and the Prime Minister are not able to sustainably bring inflation down. They have no answers to the economic challenges we are facing. And so while measures like paid parental leave are so important, they will help those temporarily, but it is again treating the symptom and not the cause of the economic challenges that the Australian people face. And when I speak to members of my community, they are angry and they are frustrated. They feel like they are on an economic treadmill, and that treadmill is getting faster and faster every day, and that speed is getting sped up by this government that do not have any solutions to the challenges they face. We need to get back to basics. We need to make sure government spending is sustainable and there is a positive plan for the Australian people moving forward.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The weeks and months after my first baby, Henry, was born are still clear in my mind. His first smile, his chubby feet and hands, the sleepless nights, continuous feeding, his first cold, injections, the music we'd play him to get him off to sleep. Joy, stress, love, fear. That was nearly 22 years ago. I took leave from my full-time job in London in the UK 10 days before my Henry was due, and lucky I did, as he arrived a week early, 8 pounds 11, 58 centimetres long, and the midwife said, "That's the longest baby we've seen for a while." In the first few weeks, he was readmitted to hospital, as was I, and we struggled for a few months, as most new parents do. I did it, however, with the security of 6 months paid maternity leave, because in the UK, in 2004, that was available to me. As a public servant, I got 6 months full pay. It took till 2011 for all parents in the UK to get 6 weeks at 90% pay and the remainder of the 6 months at a fixed rate. 6 months full pay or any parental leave was unheard of in Australia at that time. Labor changed that, and this week we finally catch up to the UK, 15 years later. I am so proud to be part of a government that is delivering one of the most significant expansions of paid parental leave ever. From 1 July this year, eligible families will be able to access up to 26 weeks of paid parental leave. 26 weeks of paid parental leave helped my little family pay our mortgage. It kept me in my job. It helped pay the bills. And of course, it gave me time to be the best mum I could be. And it will help so many families in my electorate of Dixon. At the same time,
enable Australians to exist as well.
At the same time, across the other side of the world, my Aussie friends were just catching up. In 2011, Labor introduced Australia's very first paid parental leave scheme, 18 weeks paid parental leave at the federal minimum wage. A lifeline for many parents who were previously forced to use annual leave, return to work weeks after the birth, or simply resign, often exiting the workforce for years, if not decades. Labor's paid parental leave scheme changed that. Now, from this week, on July 1, we will add another 2 weeks per year, up from last year, which brings us to a total of 6 additional weeks since we came to government in 2022. The rate of payment is increasing to $1,004.70 per week, in step with the increase to the national minimum wage. Families accessing the full entitlement will now receive almost $30,000 across their paid parental leave.
This is in addition to the changes we introduced last year, which means that the government will pay superannuation on paid parental leave directly into the recipient's super fund. We are taking this step towards closing the gender pay gap in super, which we know disproportionately affects women who have taken time off work to stay home with the kids. We've also raised the annual income eligibility cap on the paid parental leave scheme, meaning more people will be eligible to access paid parental leave. We know around 180,000 families benefit from expanded paid parental leave each year, and since these changes were introduced in 2023, the parents of over 460,000 children have benefited from more support and flexibility. Now the parents of a new or newly adopted baby have more support than ever before. The majority of OECD countries have had 6 months paid parental leave for years and decades. We now catch up, and it is no coincidence that these changes have happened under Labor governments. The Coalition had 9 years to bring Australia into line with other developed countries. They chose not to. And don't get me started on One Nation's views on parental leave. Senator Hanson made it clear in the past that when she said that women get pregnant to access maternity leave. We need to ensure paid parental leave is protected into the future. It is investment in our kids, in our families, in women's economic security and in our economy.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Paid parental leave matters deeply to Australians. It matters to new mothers, it matters to new fathers, it matters to babies, and it matters to families trying to manage one of the most important and demanding moments in a family and a baby's life. Let me be extremely clear. The Coalition fully supports paid parental leave. Unlike One Nation, who've questioned this program, the Australians will stand with mothers, will stand with fathers, will stand with babies, and will stand with families on paid parental leave. Let me make this very clear from the outset. This is not about whether families should receive paid parental leave. Of course they should. This debate is about whether families should be trusted with greater flexibility and choice in how the leave is used. The Coalition's approach is simple. We trust families, we empower mothers, we empower fathers, and we look after babies. Every family is different. Every household is different. You have different work arrangements, work from home, work in the office, different financial pressures, different caring responsibilities, and every family has different needs. Some families have one parent who's self-employed. Others have one parent in shift work. Some families have a parent running a small business. Some families have one parent with insecure work or casual work. Some families have grandparents nearby while others don't. Some families have health challenges, some have mortgage pressures, some have no practical choice about which parent can stay home and which must work. This is why a one-size-all approach just doesn't work. It needs to be tailored to each individual's family circumstances. The best people to decide how your care is organised in your child's first year of life is you. Not politicians, not bureaucrats, not people inside this Canberra bubble. It's parents and families. Government should support families' choices. They shouldn't be dictating families' arrangements. Paid parental leave should provide support. It should provide security, and it should provide flexibility and choice. It shouldn't be designed around the assumption that the government knows better than you in how your kids should be looked after. Deputy Speaker, Labor repeatedly tells Australian families that from 1st of July they'll receive 6 months of paid parental leave. But what Labor doesn't always explain is the fine print. We haven't just learnt this around the budget, we've learnt this around this scheme as well. From the 1st of July 2026, the scheme rises to 26 weeks or 130 days. But in a two-parent household, 4 weeks are reserved for each parent on a use it or lose it basis. That's right, both parents have to use at least 4 weeks or you can lose that time. That means in many two-parent families, the primary carer simply can't access the full 26 weeks in the way that suits that family best. The primary carer generally may be able to access a maximum of only 22 weeks, with the remaining 4 weeks being reserved and protected for that other parent. If that other parent can't take that leave because of work, because of cost of living pressures or income pressures these families might be facing, because of business obligations, the family may lose access to that entitlement. So when Labor says 6 months of paid parental leave, many families hear something simple, something clear. They hear 6 months of support. They hear 6 months of primary care. But the reality is more complicated. For some families, the way the scheme is structured, it means you and those families will not get that full entitlement. This is the problem. It's not a debate about whether one parent should care more than the other. It's not a debate about whether fathers should take leave. Of course fathers should be supported to take leave. Of course shared care matters. Of course both parents play an incredibly important role in the earliest days of a child's life. But encouraging shared care is not the same as punishing families who can't make Canberra and the Labor Party's preferred model work. A family should not lose support because they don't fit neatly in Labor's preferred structure in how your family should live its life. Deputy Speaker, supporting families means trusting those families, trusting that they know best. It means recognising the same policy works very different in different families. We cannot believe a government that should be honest with Australian families about what this scheme actually provides. The choice is more important, the flexibility is more important, and they must have respect for parents to allow you, the parents, to decide what's best for your child.
Time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion from the member for Bonner recognises something every parent knows. The first months of a child's life matter enormously. They matter for bonding, for recovery, for a child's development, and for building a strong foundation for family life, where a child feels secure, cared for and valued, where parents are present and able to nurture their precious little person without the stress of work and financial pressures. This is why, from July 1 this Wednesday, another important milestone in Australia's paid parental leave scheme comes into effect. Eligible families welcoming a new baby or adopting a child will be able to access up to 26 weeks of government-funded paid parental leave, 180 payable days in flexible ways. Families accessing the full entitlement will receive almost $30,000 in support while spending those precious first months together. This is more than double the entitlement that existed before the Albanese Labor government came into office. And just as importantly, parents receiving paid parental leave are now also receiving superannuation contributions, a landmark reform that recognises that caring for a child should never come at the expense of someone's retirement security. These reforms matter because caring responsibilities continue to fall disproportionately on women. Women still retire with significantly less superannuation than men, largely because of time spent out of the paid workforce, raising children and caring for family members. For too long, our system treated caring as though it was not of economic value. And even today, there are some in this place who still don't recognise the value of caring. The Albanese Labor government rejects this outdated thinking. We know raising children is not time away from contributing to our country. It is one of the most important contributions anyone can make. We back parents, we back carers, and we back the increased wage for early childhood educators who help give children the very best start in life. That's why paying superannuation on paid parental leave is such a landmark reform. It sends a simple but powerful message: caring has value. Deputy Speaker, our reforms are also helping families balance work and caring in ways that simply weren't possible before. When parents can remain connected to the workforce, when women are better supported to return to work if and when they choose, and when families have greater financial security, our entire economy benefits. In my state of Victoria, almost 70,000 people use paid parental leave. That means tens of thousands of Victorian families will directly benefit from these latest improvements. Across Australia, around 180,000 families benefit from Labor's expanded paid parental leave scheme each year. And since these reforms began, parents of more than 460,000 children have received greater financial support or more flexible leave arrangements. And Deputy Speaker, these reforms do not stand alone. From July 1, millions of Australians will also benefit from increases to family payments, income thresholds and other supports that help families manage the cost of living. Together, these measures reflect a government committed to backing families at every stage of life. Of course, there is always more work to do. Supporting families means investing in affordable childcare, strengthening early childhood education, expanding access to healthcare, and ensuring parents have the flexibility they need to balance work and family life. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government understands the value of these investments. It is worth remembering that paid parental leave was introduced by a Labor government, and it is this Labor government that has delivered its biggest expansion of this scheme since it began. While others in this place question the value of paid parental leave, Labor has consistently worked to strengthen it, because we understand that supporting families is an investment in our shared future, a future where there is hope, stability and opportunity. I thank the member for Bonner for bringing forward this motion, and I proudly support the Albanese Labor government's continued commitment to Australian families, to gender equality and to giving every child the best possible start in life. Thank you.
I thank the member for Corangamite. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Yet again we have a motion from this Labor government congratulating itself. At this rate, the only thing Labor hands out more generously than taxpayer money is participation trophies for their ministers. Because unlike those across the chamber and what they would like you to think, the Coalition absolutely supports paid parental leave. The Leader of the opposition has made that abundantly clear, that we have no plans to change the current scheme. Anything that supports working women and ensures they are never put into vulnerable positions is an absolute good thing. So the debate before us today is not about whether families should receive this vital support. That is settled, Speaker. The debate is about whether families should have greater flexibility and choice in how that leave is allocated. The approach of the Coalition is simple. Trust families. Every single family is different, and it is parents, not politicians, not ideologues in this Canberra bubble. It is parents who know exactly what is best for their children. We believe paid parental leave must provide families with genuine support, flexibility and choice. Families have vastly different work arrangements, financial circumstances and caring responsibilities. What works perfectly for a family in the inner city might be completely unworkable for a farming family in rural South Australia. We believe parents should have the absolute flexibility to decide how leave is shared within their household. Government should support family choices, not dictate family arrangements. The best approach, the best people to decide how care is organised in the very first year of the life of a child are the parents themselves. This is not about declaring whether one significant arrangement is better than the other. It is about ensuring families have the freedom to choose the arrangements that works best for them. We say, support families and trust families. So this brings me to the unique challenges faced by mothers in regional areas. Flexibility is not a buzzword for us, it is an absolute vital necessity. In regional Australia, parents do not always have the luxury of standard working hours or easily accessible support networks. Crucially, regional families desperately need better childcare options. We cannot talk about supporting mothers in the workforce without addressing the childcare deserts that plague our regional communities. We need ongoing, targeted support for mothers in regional areas to ensure they have the same opportunities as those as the cities. And of course, as I say time and time again, the electorate of Grey has the lowest access to childcare in the entire country. Now, a rigid approach to parental leave compounds the difficulties faced by regional families struggling for childcare options. Yet, instead of offering flexibility, Labor just repeatedly claims that families will receive, quote, 6 months of paid parental leave. What Labor conveniently fails to tell families is that in the two-parent household, 4 weeks are completely reserved on a use it or lose it basis. This means the primary carer can generally access a maximum of only 22 weeks, not the full 26 weeks that were promised. The remaining 4 weeks are locked away, reserved exclusively for the other parent. If those 4 weeks are not taken, the family outright loses access to that entitlement. Furthermore, access to this reserved leave is inextricably linked to the broader eligibility of the family for paid parental leave. Now, in practice, there are countless hard-working families who hear this government promising 26 of paid parental leave, but who will be completely unable to access the full entitlement because of the rigid, inflexible way this scheme is structured. Now, Labor continues to present this policy as a full 6 months of leave, but the reality is that many families will simply not have the flexibility to access 26 weeks in the way that best suits their unique circumstances. The Coalition will present a comprehensive paid parental leave and family policy as we approach the next election. Our focus will remain squarely on providing regional and urban families alike with the flexible choices that they deserve. We will always trust parents completely.
I thank the member for Grey. The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3 for a motion in relation to housing supply, standing in the name of the member for Fadden.
I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to housing supply in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, well, Labor talks a big game on housing, but they repeatedly fail to deliver. And what this motion speaks to today is what was described as an ambitious, but I would say delusional target by those opposite to deliver 1.2 million homes over 5 years. Now, we're only a couple of years into that 5-year period, Deputy Speaker, and what have we seen? The Labor government is almost 100,000 dwellings behind their own housing target and projected to miss the target by about 200,000. Now, sadly, you can't solve a housing crisis by making housing more expensive, which is exactly the process that this Labor government is undertaking. Sadly, the great Australian dream is turning into a nightmare under this Labor government. And we know that the recent budget that was handed down just some 48 days ago by the Treasurer gives a bit of a pointer on where this government is going wrong constantly in relation to housing supply. Treasury has provided some very helpful commentary in the budget paper. So on page 158, it actually gives away the game here, and that is that all of these new higher taxes that they're proposing on property will actually lead to 35,000 fewer homes. That's right, Deputy Speaker. This Labor government could have done nothing on tax, left it as it was, and in fact, that deficit of 35,000 homes would be immediately erased. These higher taxes add to the cost of housing, with existing taxes, fees and charges already adding up to 50% of the cost of a new home. Every extra tax makes projects less viable. Less investment will mean we see less homes getting built. It shows up in the price of a new home, it shows up in the rent a family pays each week. So if your own Treasury says your policy means fewer homes, why on earth would they have gone ahead with it? Labor says time and time again that housing is a priority, but its policies are making matters worse. Now, Deputy Speaker, a big piece of this puzzle as to what's happened over the last 4 years of this Labor government is that we have seen them fail to address the two parts of housing which have led to this crisis, both supply and demand. Now, the Prime Minister has said repeatedly that they are throwing everything they can at supply. Well, newsflash, that's not working. And the second part of housing is in relation to demand. Now, what we've seen is Labor overseeing record migration. Now, under Labor, Australia has already taken in about 1.4 million people, equivalent to the population of Adelaide, far more people than homes have been built for. And we know that on their current trajectory, that's scheduled to hit about 2 million. Now, it's pretty simple mathematics that you should not bring in more people to this country than you can house. Australians deserve better than that. So we know that if you look at the maths on this, the annual migration rate has stalled above 300,000 per year, and the annual rate of housing completions has stuck at about 170,000 per year. You can see that this has created a housing supply shortage of around 400,000 people since Labor came to office. This is a problem that sadly this Labor government just simply won't address. Now, I want to touch on something that I noticed in the Gold Coast Bulletin last Friday. It was an article that was headed, "Building Collapses Up by 10%. Industry hit by rising costs." The other part of this equation is that the economic conditions that have been created by this Labor government simply do not support a working property development sector. So the Coalition has announced already 3 points in a very simple plan, and there'll be more to come. Firstly, link housing to migration. Secondly, cut unnecessary red tape. We've seen the National Construction Code blow out to more than 2,300 pages. And finally, we've announced a $5 billion Housing Enabling Infrastructure Fund. These are just 3 simple things that the Coalition say would make a difference to housing and fixing this housing crisis that's been created under this Labor government.
I thank the member for Fadden. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I'll second the motion.
In
the absence, I'll make note to the House that he's absent, he should be here.
I thank the member for Kennedy.
But I'll take the seconding. Do I speak now, Madam Speaker?
No, you can. You reserve your right to speak. I call the next member.
No, I can't hear you. Can I speak now to the motion?
No, member for Kennedy. It's reserve your right to speak. Okay, I have to call the member for Bonner.
Deputy Speaker, housing is one of the defining challenges of our generation. Across Bonner, it's one of the biggest issues that people raise with me, and for too long, too many Australians have felt that the housing system is stacked against them. A generation ago, an average family could work hard, save carefully, and eventually buy their first home. It wasn't easy, it took time, discipline and sacrifice. Today, I meet with young Australians who are working just as hard, doing everything right, yet still wondering whether they'll ever own a place to call home. Deputy Speaker, this housing challenge has been decades in the making. It wasn't created overnight, and no responsible government should pretend it can be solved overnight. But under Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, the Commonwealth is back at the table. The Albanese Labor government has a $47 billion Homes for Australia plan focused on 3 simple priorities: building more homes, making it easier to buy, and making renting fairer. Because the long-term answer to housing affordability is straightforward. We need to build more homes. More housing means more housing affordability. That's why Labor has set an ambitious target of 1.2 million new, well-located homes over 5 years. We're cutting red tape, working with the states and territories to speed up planning, investing in housing enabling infrastructure and training skilled workforce needed to build more homes. And we're making real progress. Since coming to government, more than 660,000 homes have been built across Australia. New home commencements are up 26% compared with this time last year. Construction cost inflation, which reached 17% under those opposite, has now fallen to 2.5%. below general inflation. Deputy Speaker, building houses isn't simply about approving developments. Homes don't build themselves. They need roads, water, sewerage, they need power. That's why Labor is investing another $2 billion through our local infrastructure fund, providing the pipes, pavements and power lines needed to unlock housing developments that otherwise simply wouldn't happen. Together with our existing investments, Labor is now investing $6.3 billion in housing enabling infrastructure, more than 50 times what the Coalition invested over almost a decade in government. This latest investment alone will help unlock an additional 65,000 homes for Australians. We're also investing in apprentices, TAFE, vocational education, because we know we need more tradies to build the homes Australia needs. Deputy Speaker, we're not just building more homes, we're also making it easier for Australians to buy one. Labor expanded the 5% deposit scheme to eligible first home buyers because we know the biggest hurdle for many Australians isn't the mortgage, it's saving the deposit. In Bonner, more than 500 first home buyers have already used this program. Nationally, more than 250,000 Australians have now achieved home ownership through Labor's 5% scheme. And our Help to Buy program is helping another 40,000 low and middle income Australians realise the dream of home ownership. Deputy Speaker, I've heard those opposite dismiss these measures as gimmicks. Well, having a roof over your head is not a gimmick. Cutting years off the time to save a deposit is not a gimmick. Home ownership is not a gimmick. To the hundreds of people in Bonner who now have a place to call home, it's life-changing. We're also making renting fairer. We've introduced build to rent to encourage more long-term rental housing. We've delivered back-to-back increases to Commonwealth rent assistance, lifting the maximum rate by more than 50%. And we're working with the states and territories to improve renters' rights, including banning no-fault evictions and introducing minimum rental standards. We've also passed important tax reforms to help level the playing field for first home buyers, because it shouldn't be easier to buy your 10th investment property than it is to buy your first home. Deputy Speaker, we're also investing in the homes Australians need most. More than 7,000 new social and affordable homes have already been completed with Commonwealth assistance, and another 23,000 in planning or under construction. That stands in stark contrast to those opposite, who delivered just 373 social and affordable homes over a decade in office. Deputy Speaker, Labor is committed to getting people into their own home. We are committed to ensuring that 5% deposits are taken up in record numbers, and we're committed to ensuring Australians can get into a home of their own.
I thank the member for Bonner. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak to this motion moved by the member for Fadden, and it is a brilliant motion because it calls out this government and it calls out the fact that Labor is doing the one thing that you should never do in a housing crisis: make supply harder. The rule's simple. If you tax something, you get less of it. If you tax investment and if you tax housing investment, you get fewer homes. You tax builders, buyers and investors, you get higher rents and a smaller pipeline. And even Labor knows that supply is the problem, because we've seen the Housing Minister say that the crisis has, and I quote, one principal reason: we have not built enough homes. And if the government could do one thing, it would be to, and I quote, build more homes more quickly. And I agree with that. So the question then, Deputy Speaker, becomes, what is this government doing? They're not clearing the road, they're not cutting the costs, they're not backing the builders. They've reached for the oldest Labor instinct in the book: tax, tax, tax. These higher taxes are not a housing plan. They're a housing handbrake. And their own policy, according to their own budget papers, means that 35,000 fewer homes will be built. It means higher rents, and it means less private investment. And we know that if we want to rely on somebody to build new houses, we rely on the private sector over the government any day. Taxes, fees and charges already add up to 50% of the cost of a new home. Up to 50% of the cost of the new homes are made up of taxes and charges and fees. So naturally, Labor looked at a house already drowning in tax and thought, well, let's add another brick. This isn't reform, it's vandalism with a spreadsheet. And Labor claims that first home buyers will be better off. Well, please, we're not seeing that, and Australians are seeing through that incredibly outdated and unrealistic logic. If first home buyers were supposedly lining up to grab these homes, we would see clearance rates very different to what they are now, because clearance rates currently are cratering and auctions would not be going cold if that was the case. Labor's not created confidence, they have spooked the market. And the target, their own 1.2 million homes promised, is already in the bin. We're seeing more than 100,000 dwellings behind, and Labor is projected to miss by well over 200,000, to miss their target by well over 200,000. It's not just underperformance, it's a government that's failing its own plan. And we're seeing migration making the pressure even worse, because population growth has grown by about 1.9 million since 2022, while fewer than 615,000 new homes have been completed. So Labor's brought in more people than the housing market could absorb, while at the same time failing to bring in enough tradies to build the homes that we need. You can't run a big migration program on a small housing pipeline. And then there's red tape. Red tape. Labor promised to cut it. But instead, what are we seeing? Builders face thousands of rules, a national construction code that has blown out past 2,000 pages, and costs that keep rising. And Labor's prioritising environmental activism over price, which Australians tell me day and day that they do not want to see. They're focused on a government that needs to bring the cost of living down and the cost of home ownership down. We've seen a government whose net zero obsession has infected the National Construction Code, forcing all new home buyers to live in woke palaces at the expense of affordable housing. You can't regulate your way to more homes. You need builders on site, not buried in paperwork. The coalition approach is common sense. You build more homes, lower taxes, less red tape, migration tied to housing completions, and skill migration that brings in the tradies we need. Labor's plan on the other side is higher taxes, more regulation, and more gimmicks. You can't tax your way out of a housing crisis. You can't regulate your way out of a housing crisis, and you can't spin your way out of one either. These taxes are an absolute sledgehammer on the Australian economy and on the Australian dream, and they should be axed.
I thank the member for McPherson. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's quite farcical, isn't it, that this lazy Liberal Party can't even come into this chamber and second their own private member's business. Like, unbelievable that they don't have someone in this chamber capable of seconding this motion. But, I digress. Owning a home has always been part of the Australian dream. It represents security, stability, and the opportunity to build a better future for yourself and your family. For generations, Australians have worked hard with the belief that if they put in the effort, home ownership would be within reach. Today, for too many Australians, particularly young people and first home buyers, that dream has become increasingly difficult to achieve. That is why Albanese Labor government has made housing one of our highest priorities. We are focused on making home ownership more accessible, increasing housing supply and ensuring more Australians have the opportunity to own a home of their own. Nowhere is that commitment clearer than in the north. Over 2,000 local residents have already purchased a home through the Home Guarantee Scheme, allowing those eligible to buy with as little as a 5% deposit. Behind every one of those figures is a family that has been able to move from renting to owning and invest in their future with confidence. We're also delivering one of the most significant housing investments South Australia has seen in decades. Our landmark agreement with the South Australian Government will unlock around 17,000 new homes across Adelaide's northern suburbs. Importantly, almost 7,000 of those homes will be reserved for first home buyers, giving thousands more Australians the opportunity to enter the housing market. Delivering more homes requires more than simply identifying land. Communities need roads, water infrastructure, utilities, and the essential services that allow new neighbourhoods to grow. That is why the Commonwealth is investing almost $668 million to remove the barriers that have delayed housing developments and constrained supply. A $300 million concessional loan will expand water infrastructure throughout Adelaide's northern suburbs, directly supporting the delivery of around 4,000 additional homes. A further $50 million concessional loan will establish a first home buyer only precinct within the Playford Alive Urban Renewal Project, creating another 400 homes reserved exclusively for Australians purchasing their first property. Alongside that investment, the Commonwealth is providing $133.6 million in grant funding, matched by the South Australian Government, to deliver a further 750 dwellings through Complementary First Home Buyers program. These investments are about far more than construction. They are about creating opportunities for families, supporting local jobs, strengthening communities, and ensuring housing supply keeps pace with South Australia's growing population. This approach stands in stark contrast to what Australia experienced under the former coalition government. For much of their 9 years in office, they did not even appoint a dedicated housing minister. At a time when affordability pressures were increasing and supply was falling behind demand, there were no national leadership, no coordinated plan, no meaningful investment to address the challenge. The Albanese Labor government has fundamentally changed that approach. We have committed $47 billion towards the most ambitious national housing agenda in generations. The Homes for Australia plan will make it easier to buy, better to rent, and build more homes. We have taken the Commonwealth from being a passive observer of Australia's housing challenges under those opposite to being an active partner in increasing supply and improving affordability. Housing affordability cannot be solved through slogans or political point scoring. It requires governments that are prepared to invest and tackle the structural barriers that have held back new housing for too long. That is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing. Unfortunately, whenever these reforms have come before this parliament, those opposite have chosen obstruction over solutions. The three right-wing parties opposite, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, all voted against our plan to cut income taxes and make the housing market fairer. When presented with the opportunity to support practical measures that make life easier for Australians, they chose to vote no. Australians deserve better than that. They deserve a government prepared to take responsibility, make the necessary investments and deliver the homes our growing nation needs. Whether it's helping first home buyers purchase with a 5% deposit, unlocking thousands of new homes across Adelaide's northern suburbs, or investing in the infrastructure that allows communities to grow, the Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job.
I thank the member for Spence. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Cook.
Deputy Speaker, Australia is in the middle of a housing crisis. Rents are too high, mortgages are too high, construction costs are too high. Meanwhile, young Australians are being told, work hard, save and be patient. The dream of home ownership moves further and further away from them. And at the very moment Australia needs more housing, this government is pursuing policies that will result in fewer homes. And we know from this government's budget papers precisely how many fewer homes. Treasury has estimated 35,000 fewer homes. And while this government's building fewer homes, it's letting our population policy grow uncontrolled. We have had almost 1.5 million new arrivals into Australia at the time when we have an undersupply in homes. And it's no surprise when you have an undersupply in homes and an oversupply in people who need to be housed in homes, prices and affordability goes up. Deputy Speaker, we should be doing everything possible to get more homes built. We should be backing tradies, builders, investors, first home buyers and families. We should be removing barriers, not adding new ones. We should be encouraging supply, not punishing people who invest in it. But this government's been doing the opposite. We know they promised $1.2 million homes, 1.2 million new homes. Yes, that was the target. That was the commitment, but this government is already well behind. Independent forecasts showing Australia is going to miss that target by well over 200,000 houses. That's not a rounding error, that's hundreds of thousands of Australians who should be having homes that they can bid on, that they can live in, that do not exist. And now on top of this failure, the government wants to make the problem worse. At a time when Australians desperately need more housing supply, we're going to have 35,000 fewer. That means fewer opportunities for first home buyers. It means tighter rental markets. It means higher rents. It means more competition for every available property. It means more pressure on families already struggling to keep up. And it means another generation being asked to pay the price for bad government policy. I recently had an 18-year-old constituent write this to me. And I quote, "As one of 4 children, I worry about what the future will look like for my generation. We're growing up in a time when housing feels increasingly out of reach. The cost of living continues to rise and the financial security seems harder to achieve than it was for previous generations. Our parents have worked hard, made sacrifices and gone without many things so they could save, invest and create opportunities for our future. It's disheartening to see the rules continually change after families have spent years making responsible decisions based on the policies that were in place. We were often told that if we work hard, save our money and plan for the future, we will be rewarded. However, when the taxes and regulations continue to change, it feels like the goalposts keep on moving. Deputy Speaker, I couldn't have put it better myself. This is about goalposts being moved on Australians who did the right thing and trusted this government. It's about parents who worked hard, saved carefully and invested responsibly, only to be told by this government they are now the problem. It's about young Australians who are trying to build their own future, save for a deposit, but even the deposit for their house has gone up. The tax on that has gone up by up to 100%. It's about young Australians who are trying to build their own future, but keep watching the government making that future harder to reach. It's about aspiration. And aspiration isn't something we should punish, it's something we should encourage and reward. Labor looks at investment and sees a tax target. Labor looks at aspiration and sees something to regulate. Labor looks at a housing crisis and somehow decides the answer is higher taxes and less supply. Deputy Speaker, housing's already weighed down by taxes, fees, charges, approvals, delays and regulation. One study found the cost of housing in Sydney is up to 50% government and taxes. 50% government and taxes. So why are we taxing it more? Why are we regulating it harder? Government's already taking too much, slowing down too much and making it harder and more expensive to build. Yet Labor's answers more tax, more intervention, more uncertainty and less housing. This isn't housing policy, it's economic vandalism. A serious government would focus on supply, get immigration where it needs to be and put Australians first. But sadly, this government's not doing that.
And I thank the member for Cook. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, for a motion in relation to early childhood educators, standing in the name of the member for Barton.
And I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to early childhood educators in the terms on which it appears on the notice paper.
And the member for Barton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, in her inaugural press club address, Senator Hanson gave us a very long list of grievances. Many of them did not sit right with me, Deputy Speaker, but one in particular stood out, and her attack on early childhood educators. Deputy Speaker, from Senator Hanson's remarks, it sounded very much like she wants to take us back to a time when so-called child rearing and housework were not seen as essential labour, but a thing that women were simply expected to do by virtue of being a woman. And need I remind members that this is the same Senator Hanson who once said, "You have the equipment, that's what you're here for," when explaining why women should not be able to access paid parental leave. Newsflash, Senator Hanson, women and men can and should raise children, and I know this because I was raised by my uncle. And Senator Hanson should also understand this, A child's first 5 years are absolutely essential in setting them up for the rest of their lives. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has long found that early childhood education plays a very critical role in breaking cycles of socio-economic disadvantage. It helps develop a children's social skills, emotional well-being and confidence, and it helps prepare them for a successful transition into school. And those benefits are even stronger when children from different backgrounds are able to learn together in the same preschool program. But these benefits do not just happen by magic, Deputy Speaker. They happen because of trained, skilled and dedicated early childhood educators. And so much for Senator Hanson's claim that early educators do not need to go to university. These workers are teaching our children at one of the most important and formative stages of their lives. And of course, they need to be trained. Of course, their work requires skill, and of course, their work deserves respect. And accordingly, they also need to be paid in a way that recognises that skill, that supports talented educators to stay in the workplace and helps them pay the bills for their own families. And that is why locking in the 15% pay rise for early childhood educators is so important. As this motion notes, a full-time educator will earn around $225 a week more. That is real money. It means being able to cover groceries, rent and bills without falling behind. It means a fairer wage for people doing some of the most important work in our community. And this investment does not just support educators, it supports families too. Funding eligibility is linked to a cap on a fee increases, helping keep early learning affordable. It also is linked to services meeting the national safety standard, helping ensure children are learning in environments that are safe, professional and properly supported. And one comment on a post about these pay rises has really stuck with me, Deputy Speaker. Sarah, an early childhood educator, said, "What's more upsetting is that people forget we are the ones teaching children the most important foundational life skills at such a young age. Sometimes we spend more time with these children than their own parents. We play such a huge role in their development, and for that reason alone, we deserve far more support, respect and recognition than we currently receive." And Deputy Speaker, Sarah's right. Early childhood educators are not babysitters. They are not an afterthought. They are not people doing work that should be dismissed or diminished. They are educators. They are skilled workers. They are part of the foundation of our educational system. And for too long, because this has been a workforce dominated by women, their work has been undervalued and underpaid. And this pay rise helps change that. It says that caring for children is real work. It says that educating children is skilled work. It says that people who help raise, teach and support our youngest Australians deserve respect, security and a wage they can live on. And that is why I'm so proud to support locking in this 15% pay rise for early childhood educators.
And I thank the member for Barton. Is the motion seconded?
The motion and reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Banks. The question now before the chamber is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion because it asks the House to commend the government for building an early childhood education system that Australian children deserve. For families in regional Australia, that claim rings hollow. The greatest challenge in regional Australia is not affordability, it's availability. We're in a childcare drought. Across Barker, there are thousands of hours short of childcare required just to meet the current demand, and that's before we even talk about growth. No subsidy can create a childcare place that doesn't exist. No rebate opens a centre that is closed. And no amount of Labor spin helps a family when there is simply nowhere to leave their child. Across Barker, childcare is no longer just a family issue, it's become a workforce issue, an economic issue and increasingly an issue of community resilience. Businesses are closing their doors at 3 o'clock each afternoon because staff must leave to collect their children. Boardrooms are being converted into makeshift creches simply so people can continue working. Employers are struggling to recruit because mothers and fathers cannot access childcare. The consequences reach well beyond the private sector. Our hospitals have qualified nurses ready to work, yet shifts go unfilled because childcare isn't available. I've heard of a young senior nurse reduced to tears every time she hears the RFDS plane land at her local hospital because she knows her colleagues are facing an emergency, understaffed and without her help, simply because she can't find a single hour of childcare. And then there are stories like that right across my electorate. Another town, there is no senior paramedic working, again because there's no childcare available. And it's across the board: doctors, dentists, teachers, all stuck out of the workforce when we need them the most. This is the hidden cost of Labor's childcare failure. It's a pity. In fact, it's putting at risk regional lives and livelihoods. This Labor government continues to pursue city-centric improvements, ignoring rural and regional failures. Country Australia doesn't operate on a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday timetable. Nurses work nights, paramedics work shifts, tourism businesses work weekends, factory workers work rolling shifts. Farmers work when the seasons demand it, through seeding, vintage and harvest, and often before dawn until well after dark. Yet our childcare system still assumes that every family works a 9 to 5, 5-day-a-week schedule, like many do in metropolitan Australia. Regional communities are telling us what we need. They need flexibility, multi-town service models that recognise small populations spread across large distances. Above all, they need governments to remove the bureaucratic barriers that prevent communities developing idiosyncratic solutions for themselves. The tragedy is that many of these ideas are ready to go. What is holding them back is not a lack of local initiative, it's a lack of flexibility from governments to continue to impose a one-size-fits-all policy on communities that are anything but one-size-fits-all. Regional Australians deserve better, because this isn't about childcare. It's about whether a small business can stay open, whether a nurse can go to work, whether an ambulance can respond, whether a family can remain in the town they love, whether food processors have the workforces they need, whether a child has the same opportunity to thrive regardless of where they are born, and indeed, whether we want to live in a country where fertility rates are going up or continue to go down. If this government is serious about strengthening regional Australia, it must stop measuring success by how much money it spends and start measuring success by whether regional families can actually access childcare. Until every regional family can find a childcare option that suits them when they need one, Labor's claim about building the early education system children deserve will remain nothing more than hollow Labor spin.
And I thank the member for Barker. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to support the motion of my very good friend, the member for Barton, and both acknowledge the fantastic work of our early childhood education professionals and celebrate the momentous pay rise that they have just received. In my first speech to the House, I spoke about how the services people use in my electorate of Banks are the same ones I utilise personally, including the early childhood education system, which my little girl Dorothy is currently part of. I'm proud to be part of a government that is making sure that we have an early childhood education system that works for our children, but also for parents. Caring for and teaching young children is some of the most important work in our country. Early childhood is where children develop the skills they need, not just for the rest of their education, but helping them to set them up for the rest of their lives. Additionally, the availability of childcare and early childhood education helps parents get back into the workforce quicker. As a result of our determination to support our early childhood education workforce, we have locked in a 15% pay rise for another 2 years with a $3.6 billion investment in our future. Combined with our rises in minimum wages, a typical full-time educator now earns around $255 a week more than they did before. And for a full-time early childhood teacher, it is around $410 a week. Importantly, these changes come with some strings. To be eligible, centres have to meet 2 conditions. The first is a cap on fees, saving the average family about $1,500 over the next 2 years. The second is adherence to the national safety standard. Deputy Speaker, this pay rise is working as intended. Unfortunately, some centres had yearly attrition rates north of 40% prior to this change. Our early childhood teachers and educators love their work, but too many of them couldn't afford to keep on doing it. Now, Deputy Speaker, we have 20,000 more workers in the sector, and job vacancies are down 31%, along with a decrease in the use of casual and agency staff, making our early childhood education centres more robust for all families and communities. Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the great work of the Australian Education Union and the Independent Education Union, and particularly the mighty United Workers Union, who have fought so hard to make this pay rise and the extension a reality. This pay rise is far from the only aspect of our agenda for early childhood education. Our cheaper childcare program is supporting 1 million families and delivered an average of $11,000 in benefit over the last 3 years. From January this year, our 3-day guarantee has given every child access to at least 3 days of subsidised early childhood learning and made extra hours available to 100,000 families. Our $1 billion early education fund is building new centres in the outer suburbs and regions, and our reforms are strengthening safety and making it easier to cut off funding if needed. Deputy Speaker, these changes are good for workers. They're good for our kids and good for families. So it is no surprise that the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation are opposed to them. The Coalition oversaw a broken bargaining system that delivered nothing for our early childhood educators and deliberately suppressed wages, while also managing to let fees for families rise by nearly 50%. Deputy Speaker, not only did they make this mess, but they are actively opposing our measures to clean it up, opposing our cheaper childcare program and voting against giving more families across our country, in the regions, in the bush, through to accept the 3-day guarantee for all. Only one side of this House is supporting working families and early childhood education, and it is this, us on this side, and this Labor government doing so.
And I thank the member for Banks. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm absolutely sick of this Labor government's self-congratulatory motions. You know, this childcare in regional South Australia is in an absolute crisis. Only 2/3 of families in my electorate of Grey have access to early childhood education. It's completely unacceptable. And let me be clear on the outset. I acknowledge and commend the 15% pay rise for early childhood educators. This investment of $3.6 billion will benefit more than 200,000 educators who have been undervalued for far too long. Earning an extra $255 or $410 a week is a well-deserved result of people doing incredibly important work, all while struggling in Labor's self-inflicted cost of living crisis. However, I cannot stand here and listen to more self-congratulatory backslapping from this Labor government, while regional families are completely abandoned. This motion paints a picture of an amazing, utopian, perfect education system, a childcare dreamland, if you will. But if you step outside the major cities and look at my electorate of Grey, you'll see a vastly different reality for regional families. Grey covers 92.3% of South Australia, and it is officially the electorate with the worst access to childcare in Australia. And it shows. In 2024, 23 councils across north and the west of our state formed the Regional Childcare Desert Advocacy Project. They did this to highlight a crisis. We have people with the appropriate skills and the qualifications who are desperate to work. They want to teach. They want to staff our regional hospitals. They want to grow our communities. But they simply cannot do that without appropriate childcare. Housing, health and childcare are three of the biggest issues crippling our regions. This shortage is hindered through regional growth and damaging our state economy. Childcare is not just an economic necessity. It is a lifeline for mental health and community well-being. We must treat childcare as an investment for the future, not just a cost. Yeah, when the government rolls out solutions, they fail completely. The federal government's Building Early Education Fund, or BEEF, is entirely unfit to solve the childcare desert in Grey. Look at Crystal Brook Community Childcare Working Group. They obtained conditional approval for a site at the local primary school. They commissioned plans. They found eager operators ready to go. Now, instead of support, they were locked out by inflexible, ludicrous red tape and guidelines. The rules demand applicants already operate an existing centre. It prohibits community consortiums from applying and restricts eligibility to providers of between 1 and 9 facilities. How metro-centric is that? It is absurd that a community group cannot own an asset and lease it to an operator. Furthermore, expecting volunteers to navigate a bureaucratic nightmare and fund shovel-ready business plans without an onerous 2-month application window is also an unrealistic burden. The restrictive conditions of this grant program heavily favour existing metropolitan providers and simultaneously make it impossible for new regional operators to enter the market. The Labor government made significant noise about how this program would deliver universal childcare, but it is failing. It is failing in regional South Australia. But it's not just early childcare where we see these issues. The recent collapse of out-of-school hours care, or OSH, in Stirling North and Quorn did not just happen overnight. And Speaker, to see the Premier only recently flout investment in OSH services in Adelaide, meanwhile that very same week closing down in Stirling North and Quorn, is absolutely outrageous. Despite local operators working closely with the Department of Education, there was absolutely no meaningful intervention. There were no workers, no support and no solutions. Once again, regional Australia continues to be treated as an afterthought. Families who desperately depend on these essential services have been left scrambling. In our regions, alternatives simply do not exist. People are forced to lean on grandparents, friends and family to fill the massive gap the government refused to fix. This is not a system, this is an unfolding national disgrace. Stop patting yourselves on the back, look past the cities and work with the locals, the councillors and the state departments to find real solutions to rescue these regional communities.
And I thank the member for Grey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I understand that the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation in Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025. That's correct, thank you. And I thank the member for Pearce. The question before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it seems this government believes Parliament exists to applaud its own performance, to pat itself on the back. But Labor has turned the notice paper into a running commentary of its own self-congratulation, as we see time and time again. I would remind them, before they do, that they might benefit from taking a closer look at the challenges parents and families face when it comes to childcare in this country. Australians will judge the government by its performance, not by its motions and its headlines. They judge it by their household budgets. And of course, we know the myth of cheaper childcare that the Prime Minister and the Minister for Education and the Minister for Early Childhood Education promised is not true. It is another mistruth, let's call it, from this Labor government. And families judge it every time they pay their power bill. Fill up their car, buy their groceries, every time they receive the childcare that they have to pay with gap fees. No one on this side of the House disputes that early childhood educators perform one of the most important jobs in our country, taking care and educating our littlest learners, and we thank them for all their love and support. They help shape the next generation and support children's development during their most formative years. They give parents the confidence to participate in the workforce, knowing their children are being cared for in a safe and nurturing and educational environment. They deserve to be recognised, they deserve to be respected, and they deserve to be, of course, fairly paid. But recognising their value should never come at the expense of the families they serve. That is the balance this government continues to miss. That is the balance this government continues to miss. The Prime Minister promised Australians that cheaper childcare would be one of his defining reforms. Instead, families are paying more. Another untruth. The last data shows that childcare costs have surged by 14% under Labor. 14% extra that families have to find. Costs have increased faster than inflation over the past year, placing even greater pressure on household budgets that are already stretched to breaking point. That matters because families do not experience childcare in isolation. They experience it along with higher electricity bills, higher insurance premiums, higher rents, higher groceries and higher mortgage repayments. Everything under this government has gone up because of higher inflation, because this government can't help itself but to spend. It's the highest spending, highest taxing government in Australia's history. And for many families, childcare is now one of the biggest expenses they face. While the government celebrates spending billions more, parents are asking a much simpler question. Why am I and my family paying more? This motion speaks proudly about a 15% wage increase for educators. Again, educators deserve fair wages. There's no doubt about that. But our beef is with the governments that cannot simply announce wage increases without ensuring there is a long-term certainty for providers and affordability for families. Providers need confidence to plan for their future. Families need confidence that fees will remain affordable, and the sector needs sustainable policy, not headline announcement. The government points to conditions placed on providers that limit fee increases while this funding is available. But families and providers alike are asking the obvious question, what happens after that? Temporary funding arrangements do not solve long-term structural problems. And without ongoing certainty, providers face difficult decisions. And history tells us those costs eventually find their way back to families. So while the government congratulates itself through motions like this, patting itself on the back, Australian families are still asking why life is getting harder, not easier. Why are childcare costs continuing to rise under this government? Why is the cost of living pressure continuing to mount? And why does every announcement from this government seem to come with another bill for families to pay? And I'll finish with this. Australians are rightly asking, what is the government doing about access in those remote and regional communities? What is the government doing to actually deliver cheaper childcare? How many of those promised new centres have they built? What have they done in the great electorates of Grey, of Barker, of Casey that have childcare deserts, and this government is simply not delivering on choice for families? We want cheaper childcare and we want choice for families around our country. Listen now and do it.
And I thank the member for Moncrieff. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a new mum and a working mum, I know just how important early childhood educators are to families like mine. In Holt, almost 1 in 4 residents is under the age of 14. We are one of Australia's youngest electorates, filled with hard-working families juggling work, school drop-offs and everything in between. For those families, affordable, accessible, high-quality early childhood education isn't a luxury, it's essential. Yet, for far too long, the workforce that cares for and educates our youngest Australians, overwhelmingly women, have been underpaid and undervalued. That is why I was so proud to welcome the Prime Minister alongside Minister Clare and Minister Walsh to Good Start Early Learning Centre in Hampton Park earlier this month to announce that the Albanese Labor government is permanently locking in a 15% wage increase for more than 200,000 early childhood educators across our country. That includes more than 1,600 educators who call Holt home, supporting thousands of local children to learn, grow and thrive while giving parents the confidence to participate in the workforce. This $3.6 billion investment means a full-time educator will now earn around $255 more each week than before our government's first wage increase, while an early childhood teacher will earn around $410 more each week. From Clyde to Cranbourne, Narre South to Torridon, these educators help shape the next generation every single day. They nurture curiosity, build confidence, and give our youngest Australians the strongest possible start in life. And when we value the people who educate our children, we strengthen families, support our workforce, and invest in the future of our country. Deputy Speaker, Senator Hanson's address to the National Press Club could not have made a clearer choice facing our country. While she was promoting a vision of Australia built on division, fear and the monoculture, the Prime Minister was with me in Holt meeting local community leaders from across our community. Melbourne's outer southeast is one of the most culturally diverse parts of our nation. Walk through Hampton Park, Cranbourne or Clyde, you'll meet people whose families come from every corner of the world, all contributing to our local community. I know this because I am one of them. I was born in Sri Lanka and came to Australia with my family when I was 11 years old. Like so many families across Holt, my parents worked incredibly hard to build a better future. Today, they can watch their daughter stand in this parliament representing the community that gave us that opportunity. But this is not just my story. It is the story of tens of thousands of people across Holt. People who choose Australia, people who work hard, people who raise families, people who volunteer, people who build businesses. Labor believes our multiculturalism is one of Australia's greatest strengths. One nation wants to divide Australians based on where they were born or where their families come from, and the Liberal Party continues to back their view. The Albanese Labor government will always stand up for multicultural Australia. We will always back communities like those in Holt, because no matter where you were born, what language your parents speak, or what faith you practice, if you work hard and contribute to this country, you belong. That is the Australia I believe in, and that is the Australia this government is building.
And I thank the member for Holt. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, for a motion in relation to Support at Home Aged Care Program, standing in the name of the member for Cowper.
And I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Support at Home Aged Care Program in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And the member for Cowper has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this government's bizarre bureaucratic bungles have led to a systematic failure to provide effective care for older Australians most in need of our assistance. Since the latest flick of a pen changes to My Aged Care were quietly implemented in November of last year, the number of requests for urgent assistance that have been funnelled through my office have increased tenfold, and the severity of the issue within each individual request has escalated along with them. Now, I say quietly implemented because these disastrous updates came into effect with little to no consultation, Deputy Speaker, with providers, recipients or their families. On the My Aged Care website, the following is stated, and I quote, We are making positive, lasting changes to aged care to put your rights, wishes and needs first. The new Aged Care Act started on 1 November 2025 and puts the rights of older people at the centre of aged care. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner and Complaints Commissioner will work with registered providers to ensure they deliver care that upholds these rights. These changes are important for everyone in Australia. We all want to feel confident that we can access affordable, safe and suitable support as we age." End quote. Well, Deputy Speaker, in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. Instead, we've seen a systematic erosion of a system that was designed to provide dignity, but now provides anything but. Mr Speaker, I want to read directly from an email I received from my constituent Stuart Miller, whose mum sadly passed away last month. He says, "My 89-year-old mother was first assessed in October last year. This involved an assessor coming to our home to ask Mum and I questions about her medical conditions and functional capacity. Mum was in poor state of health and she needed funding for speech pathology, dietitian and a registered nurse. A few months after the assessment, I called Aged Care to find out what was happening. My Aged Care advised they had a backlog of assessments and it takes on average 8 months to assess applications for funding. I explained to my Aged Care the turnaround time was unacceptable and my mother and many other elderly Australians would probably pass away before their funding was approved. On March 17, Mum received Classification 5 and was provided with interim funding of only 60% of the full funding. This was 6 months after Mum's initial assessment. By this stage, Mum's health had significantly deteriorated and I asked she be reassessed. Mum's full funding under Classification 5 was never granted. Mum was reassessed due to her declining health and received a Classification 8, the highest classification. She was reviewed by a neurologist who stated her life expectancy was 3 months or less. On May 1st, Mum again received interim funding of 60% of full funding. This was 8 months after Mum's initial assessment. How can only 60% is allocated to someone who is in critical need of support? Mum's final funding under Classification 8 was never granted. On only one occasion did a registered nurse come to our home, not for treatment, but as part of an assessment. Mum passed away in hospital May 3rd due to a myriad of health conditions. She had no dignity in the last few months of her life. Mum wanted to pass away at home. She was deprived of that option due to inefficiencies and inadequacies of my Aged Care. And Stuart's example is just one of hundreds that I've personally received. And yet, in this latest budget announcement, we see a complete lack of adequate funding for the additional support at home packages to address the long wait times for assessments, approvals and service commencement, which have resulted in unmet care of over 200,000 older Australians. Deputy Speaker, this can't continue. I call on the government to immediately increase the number of packages and reduce waiting times for assessments and approval. We must also urgently implement oversight, clinical input and review mechanisms in the integrated assessment tool to reverse the disastrous consequences of ill-conceived decisions made in the Canberra bubble.
The member's time has expired. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion. Reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Nichols. The question before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And just with reference to the former, the contribution from the former Speaker, it is heartbreaking to hear those stories, and as local members, we all hear those stories. I said it shouldn't happen, and this government has got a commitment to review how the system prioritises people, and so it's not as if this is just a set and forget by any means. I also noticed the contribution there said that these reforms were introduced quietly in November last year. They were supported by the coalition. back in 2024. So I don't think there's been anything quiet about it. I don't think there's been any lack of consultation. I think that fundamentally there has been a commitment across the parliament to make this work, and that is because of just the sheer scale of the issue that is confronting us. I heard the Health Minister the other day mention that in Australia we need to build a new residential aged care facility every 3 days for the next 20 years in order to meet demand. Every 3 days for the next 20 years. I think he also makes the point that back in around 2011, 15,000 Australians turned 90. Next year, 90,000 Australians turn 90. This is on a scale, the supported home program, the aged care support, is on an utterly unprecedented scale. And if the opposition want to start pointing fingers, I think they need to take a hard look at the mess that they left this government back in 2022. And as being somebody who's been working in the community for a long time, the stories that the former Speaker mentioned are not new, are not some things which have just emerged over the last few years. We've got to get this right. I know across the parliament we all want to get this right for a generation that has built this country, and I think that scoring political points to do that is really unhelpful. The motion talks of really, I think, collects a few sort of really misguided grievances and sort of bundles them all into a political attack. But I'd just like to say that as local members, we all work with people in our community. There's a couple that I work particularly closely with, Heather and Alan, who are residents in Ford. Alan's got dementia. If it wasn't for Heather being such a strong advocate for Alan as he navigates the healthcare system, he wouldn't get the help he needs. And so working at that sort of grassroots level with people like Heather and Alan are about identifying the problems and fixing these problems. Because as I said, this government has not just got a set and forget attitude to these changes. And in fact, that probably is best exemplified by the fact that where the agreement had been to put showering and continence care and some wound care in that middle category, which attracted a co-payment, the decision by the government was to shift that into clinical care, where people will get those really quite essential services for free from October. And so that was a decision only taken as part of this budget. So there are many reforms which this government is obviously considering as part of this continuous improvement to this essential program. And I'd just like to finish off on talking about the integrated assessment tool, because I think it's important to really get that message out into the community that this really essentially is well. In fact, I sat through an assessment the other day of a constituent who had sought my assistance, and I sat there as this really quite expert clinical practitioner went through an extensive set of questions to determine what the actual needs of the person having the assessment done were. This person was an expert, a human being. It shouldn't need saying. And let's just look at what this integrated assessment tool was actually designed to fix. Because prior to it coming into play, something like $4 billion in unspent funds set in people's plans because they had been categorised as needing more care than they could spend. So I condemn the motion. I urge people to vote against it and to support the work of this government.
And I thank the member for Ford. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion from the member for Cowper, and it's not a political attack. It's not a motion that should be condemned. It is us doing what we need to do in this place, which is give a voice to those who are voiceless and for those for whom are telling us a system is not working, and to put pressure on the government to get it working. And I urge those opposite to do the same thing. Camp outside the Minister's office if you need to. But the system is clearly not working for Australians, and it needs to. Across Australia, families are telling the same story. Our aged care system is no longer providing care, it is providing delays, bureaucracy and despair, and it is getting worse, Deputy Speaker. It is getting worse. I flagged this speech ahead of time, and I'd already received a lot of correspondence in relation to this, but when I flagged that I was going to speak on this today, I've been swamped with emails and messages. And they paint a remarkably consistent picture. People feel the aged care system is no longer delivering timely care, but instead creating delays, confusion, stress and financial hardship. The overwhelming sentiment is one of frustration, fear, disappointment. We're not trying to ramp that up. It's what we're hearing from our constituents. And everyone in this parliament should be working hard to make sure that the system improves. Older Australians are not receiving the care they need. They are being assessed, reassessed, placed on waiting lists and left to struggle while their health deteriorates. One aged care worker described elderly Australians as waiting months for basic items like shower chairs, toilet seat raisers and personal alarms because they require additional assessments and approvals. Another reported older people being denied recommended clinical services because an AI system, an artificial intelligence system, decided they did not qualify. And in some cases, assessors themselves recognised the decision was wrong, but they had no power to override it. A young woman caring for her husband with advanced dementia waited 6 months simply for a reassessment, only to be told it could take a further 11 months before funding became available. Unable to cope any longer, she was forced to send him to hospital, where he remains occupying a bed because no suitable aged care placement exists. A spinal injury patient assessed at the highest level of need is ready to leave hospital yet cannot return home because the funding required for his care will not arrive for months. His family is paying thousands of dollars out of pocket for modifications that the system should be supporting. And many Australians are also shocked at dramatic fee increases under support for home. Families describe service costs increasing by 40% or more. Mowing fees doubling, nursing costs escalating, and savings painstakingly accumulated under previous arrangements rapidly disappearing. Yet the transparency remains elusive, with providers unable or unwilling to explain where the money is going. And regional Australians face even greater challenges. In many places, including my electorate of Nichols, approved services simply do not exist. People are receiving referral codes but cannot find providers with capacity. OTs, allied health professionals and support workers are in short supply, and the human toll of this is really troubling. The elderly spouse is exhausted, the adult children overwhelmed, the carers burnt out. It's just not good enough, and we owe elderly Australians a whole lot better than they're getting at the moment. As one of the family members affected told me, I'm staggered at the schmozzle involved in trying to help and care for our aged. And this motion says it is time for the government and the aged care minister to increase the number of packages and reduce waiting times for assessments and approvals. It is time to implement oversight, clinical input and review mechanism in the integrated assessment tool, and it's beyond time that this government treated older Australians with dignity and respect that they deserve. Now, I really wondered what I was going to hear from the government speakers on this bill. What I would like to hear is a serious acknowledgement of the problem, the fact that this is not working. The members in Labor seats must be getting the same emails I'm getting of absolute frustration, and pressure needs to be brought to bear on the minister to significantly improve this system and make sure it is delivering, because these older Australians shouldn't have to wait and shouldn't have to go through the bureaucracy of assessments that they're going through to get the care that they deserve. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, the member for Nichols. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, firstly, I want to recognise the incredible work being done by our aged care workers, from personal care workers and nurses to chefs, gardeners and fitness instructors. These dedicated and compassionate people are on the front line, caring for our loved ones and helping to deliver the Albanese Labor government's historic aged care reforms. Today, I thank you for the incredibly important work you do caring for older people in my electorate of Gilmore and right across Australia. Located on the New South Wales south coast, Gilmore has an ageing population. In fact, we have 28,000 aged pensioners, one of the highest of any electorate in the country. And I am acutely aware of the many issues facing our older residents and have always strongly advocated for my senior constituents who deserve dignity, respect and quality care. Almost every day, my office receives emails and calls from older constituents or their family members seeking support for their aged care needs, whether that's arranging meals, lawn mowing, help around their home or access to health services, or assisting with their transition to residential care. Under those opposite, people in my electorate could wait up to 18 months or 2 years to receive the care they deserve. Since the new Aged Care Act was introduced on November 1, 2025, I'm pleased to say the wait times in my region have halved and the number of inquiries from frustrated seniors has slowed significantly. There is certainly more to do, but because of our changes, we are turning things around. We are delivering safer, fairer and more transparent care for older Australians that puts their rights and their quality of life at its heart. Our additional supported home places mean our older residents, our parents, grandparents, family members and neighbours can remain independent for as long as possible. And our new Aged Care Act ensures people can stay connected to their families and friends, remain involved in their communities and enjoy enriched lives in their twilight years. A higher level of care available at home means that more older Australians will be able to get the support they need without going into a clinical setting. Importantly, it means they'll be able to stay at home as they recover without bouncing back into hospital. And we're working closely with the states and territories who manage our hospitals because we know too many older people are spending far too long in hospital when they should be in a more appropriate care environment. This has been an ongoing issue in our aged care system, and the pressures are being felt, particularly in regional areas like Gilmore, where hospital beds are sometimes the only care options for our elderly. But I must say I was disappointed when the New South Wales state government knocked back our offer of additional federal funding specifically to help with the backlog of aged care beds. However, I am pleased that the Albanese government stepped up and has made a record investment to increase the supply of aged care beds, with the Illawarra to share in $115 million through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program, which will rapidly increase access to residential aged care on the South Coast. We're encouraging providers to build and open more beds within 2 years to help address immediate delayed discharge pressures on hospitals. The South Coast is a sea change hotspot for retirees. However, the growing ageing population has put pressure on our aged care services. I'm delighted that a number of new aged care facilities are now underway in Gilmore, which will pave the way for more aged care beds. I recently visited the expanded RFBI Berry Masonic Village, which boasts 14 additional beds, and work has commenced on IRT's Milton Fair Aged Care Community, which will offer 105 residential care beds and 244 independent living homes. Plans are also in the pipeline for a new IRT development at Moruya, which will accommodate around 473 residents across its independent living and aged care facilities. And our recent federal budget will see a record $45 billion into aged care next year, including more aged care packages, aged care beds and more support at home. It is Labor that is taking steps to bring about real reforms that will change lives now and for future generations to come.
I thank the member for Gilmore. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for moving this important private member's motion. Deputy Speaker, Graham Crossan is a member of the Kooyong community. Graham is 80 years old and he has motor neuron disease. Graham requires 24-hour-a-day care, he's ventilator dependent and he can't stand. But the integrated assessment tool found that, despite Graham's condition, he's not eligible for the highest level of aged care support in the community. Graham's story is only one of a swathe of recent concerning stories I've heard in my electorate around the aged care sector. The integrated assessment tool is now under investigation by the Commonwealth Ombudsman. And I commend my colleagues in the Senate for their scrutiny of the IAT at Senate estimates on the 2nd of June. What emerged from estimates on that date was deeply disturbing. We now know that aged care assessors had the ability to override the algorithm used by the integrated assessment tool until as recently as May 2025. In March 2026, I wrote to the Minister asking a straightforward question. Was there consultation before that human override capability was removed? It took more than 3 months for the Minister to respond, and when he did, his answer provided no certainty. Questioning at estimates confirmed that the capability for assessors to override the IAT algorithm was stripped out without consultation, without engagement with the aged care workforce, which would be using the tool, and without due consideration of what that change might mean for the people who are being assessed. That raises a serious question. Why was the Minister unable or unwilling to provide that information when I asked about it earlier this year? Senate estimates also confirmed that the algorithm was developed internally and that it wasn't independently tested as part of the 2023 IAT trial. That was the same trial that the Minister has repeatedly pointed to as evidence that the algorithm was tested. That is an extraordinary admission. The department also admitted that under the previous system, people were overclassified, as many as 50%. There has been no equivalent acknowledgement that the IAT might now be underclassifying people, and I would argue that Graham Cosson's case demonstrates that this is happening. The numbers speak for themselves. During the 2024-2025 financial year, there were 170 requests for reviews of IAT outcomes. By the 31st of March 2026, that number was 989. Just remember here, reviews aren't easy to get. They require a written application sent by mail. Older Australians, many of whom are vulnerable, many of whom have cognitive loss, have to submit a physical letter to Adelaide to request a review. So I'm worried that we don't know the true scale of cases like Graham Crosson's. But you know it's bad when the outgoing Inspector General of Aged Care, Natalie Segal-Brown, has said that she is struggling to understand how some of the results that are coming out are coming out. That's on page 102 of the transcript. I suggest that the Minister look that one up. I acknowledge the government's recent changes to the priority pathway for motor neuron disease. These were pointed to by the Minister in the House when I asked him about Graham's case, but they do nothing for somebody like him who is already in a system which is actively denying him the support that he needs, and which, on review, comes back again to the same cruel answer because its settings are intrinsically wrong. That's something that the Minister knew but failed to acknowledge when I asked him about this in the House. I support the private member's bill introduced in the Senate last week by the Shadow Minister for Health, Senator Anne Ruston, and by crossbench Senators Penny Ormond-Payne and David Pocock. That bill would restore assessor discretion. It would enable qualified professionals to adjust or override the algorithm when their clinical judgment demands that they do so. It would also improve transparency by requiring decision notices to explain how both the tool and human judgment are applied, and it would allow anyone assessed since November 2025 to request a fresh assessment. Deputy Speaker, we have to restore professional judgment, clinical knowledge, fairness, common sense and generosity to the aged care assessment system. Older Australians deserve nothing less.
I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since coming to office, the Albanese Labor government has invested billions in additional funding and made vital structural reforms in the aged care sector. Our new supported home program began on the 1st of November, and we've seen waiting times come down across high, medium and standard priorities, and every person assessed as urgent continues to receive their funding within a month. We've changed the prioritisation system so people assessed as high or medium priority can get a place faster and get the care they need. We've announced a rapid review of how the integrated assessment, or IAT, prioritises care places to make sure the system continues to put aged care people first. We've delivered 83,000 additional in-home care places, and in the budget we've announced our plan to deliver another 32,000 places next year. These extra packages continue to take pressure off the national priority system. We've once rolled out these additional places, by the end of 2026-27, 420,000 older Australians will have access to support at home. That's almost 3 times the number of older Australians who are receiving care compared to the Coalition's home care packages program back in 2020. And we're providing $1 billion to change the treatment of personal care services like showering to make it free of charge through the supported home program alongside clinical care. It took the Coalition 32 minutes when they were in government to cut $1.2 billion in aged care funding in their workforce development supplements. They cut dementia supplements, they cut veteran supplements, they cut $3 billion when they were last in budget funding. I know this, I was the Shadow Minister for Ageing at the time. They also cut $1.2 billion over 4 years through changes to the scoring matrix of the aged care funding instrument that determine the level of funding paid to aged care providers. The interim report from the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety was titled Neglect. It is not good enough for the Coalition to come into this place and criticise us when they have monumentally failed when in office. So all the sanctimony and tears over there mean nothing, because those opposite failed to care for older Australians when they were last in.
And I thank the member for Blair. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. It being 1:30 p.m, the Federation Chamber will suspend until the chair is resumed at 4 p.m. today.
Are there any statements from members? I give the call to the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to add my voice to the growing chorus of Australians against the government's proposed changes in the budget to private health insurance rebates. This bad economic policy, bad health policy and bad social policy will decrease the quality of public health care in Australia today. And it's difficult for me to express it, but I want to read from Nancy in my electorate, her husband and who are 73 years old, who state that they've worked tirelessly for many years to be able to support themselves when they retire. They pay private health insurance to cover our children and ourselves. While they didn't qualify for a rebate for many, many years, at their age, when their health starts to fail now, they felt that they've done everything right and haven't always qualified for the private health insurance rebates. Now that they have cancer, eye specialists, heart specialists, bone specialists, colon cancer, breast cancer, skin cancer, too many issues with their health to name, and they're in the final stage of their ageing. The government's changes will impact them right at the point when the insurance is supposed to kick in to actually make that quality of difference of care at this stage of their life. And what are they going to do? Just like thousands of people in my electorate and across this country have told me, they're of a means that they will go back into the public system queues in many cases and scrap their private health insurance. What a retrograde change. I want to thank Nancy and her husband for passing this on to me. I want to say to the thousands in my electorate, the Coalition will oppose these changes. We will fight to get the rebates back because it's sensible health policy, it's sensible economic policy and it's sensible social policy.
Are there any honourable statements? I give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dear friends, with a very heavy heart, I wish to share that my dear friends and my first Australian neighbour, Uncle Bruce, has passed away from mesothelioma. Last year, I spoke about Uncle Bruce. He looked over the fence, saw that I did not know anything about how to care for my lawn or my garden, and he decided to come across and help. A small action with a lifetime effect. Uncle Bruce showed me Australia at its best: kind, giving, welcoming, neighbourly. My family and I love Uncle Bruce very, very much. This day, it is so easy to be divided, but Uncle Bruce showed us our common humanity. With his family, with his mates at the Rafa Bar at Bull Creek, or as he taught Jeff, a new migrant who runs a new agency, all the best Aussie words. As someone wrote to me and said, we need more Uncle Bruce in our lives, and we need to be, not to forget to be Uncle Bruce ourselves as well. So please look over the fence and greet your neighbour. Rest in peace, peace, Uncle Bruce. We whole family miss you. Thank you.
Are there any statements? I give the call to the member for Colette.
One of the notable aspects of the 2025 election was the appalling behaviour that I witnessed on polling booths. And right at the centre of this were members of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church with the full knowledge and support of the National Party. This behaviour included the following of candidates from booth to booth in large numbers and the attempted intimidation of candidates and booth workers while on booths. People should not feel intimidated or threatened when they go to vote or support a political candidate. I believe that what happened on the polling booths in Calare was deliberate and highly organised. It represents a threat to our democratic processes. It was also in direct contradiction of the Christian values this organisation purports to espouse. The Plymouth Brethren and connected entities receive generous tax exemptions from the Australian government. If this organisation wants to continue to act as an arm of the National and Liberal parties, or indeed any other party, it should lose its charitable status. They can't have it both ways. What we saw on the booths during the 2025 election must never be allowed to happen again.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. The Hunter is full of good, great people who quietly make a difference every single day. And one of those blokes is Joey Butler from Branxton. I'm proud to recognise Joey after he was named the 2026 National Great Mate Award winner. The award celebrates men who show up for others, lead by example and help young people become the best version of themselves. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone more deserving. As director of the Singleton High School Clontarf Academy, Joey's there day in, day out for more than 130 Aboriginal boys. Whether it's early mornings, training before school, encouraging them in the classroom, creating opportunities through sport and culture, or simply being someone they can rely on, Joey's making a real difference. He shows these young fellas what respect, resilience and responsibility look like by living it every single day. Joey also stepped well out of his comfort zone and joined me as part of the Cancer Council New South Wales Hunter Stars Dance for Cancer, helping raise more than $240,000 to support people and families affected by cancer. That's everything you need to know about the sort of bloke Joey is. He gives back to his community, lifts others up, and he never asks for anything in return. Joey Butler is a terrific role model, not just for Branxton, but for the whole of the Hunter community. Congratulations, mate. Looking forward to having a beer with you at the Miller Park Hotel and a roll too. Cheers.
I call the member for Kennedy.
Historic day in Queensland, North Queensland, which is arguably 3,000 kilometres from Brisbane, has lost a seat in Parliament. It's been taken off North Queensland and given to Brisbane, as has every other damn thing. Brisbane has 32 kilometres of tunnels with 1 million people, 1.2 million people. We have 1 million people in North Queensland and no tunnels, none at all. Now, I could quote you 100 examples, but if there is anything that is at the heart of democracy, it is your representation in Parliament, where a seat is going to be represented. 2 towns in North Queensland will have their Member of Parliament 3 days car ride from Mount Isa. 3 days car ride away and over 1,000 kilometres. And I'm a little bit hostile because my son's had to fly an aeroplane and because of work pressures, I believe, twice in the last 4 years, he's crashed those aeroplanes. So when he dies, I will get you. Mr. Premier, I will get you, and that is a promise. That is a promise. You've abolished the seat of one of the greatest members of Parliament I've ever served with in 50 years in Parliament, the seat of Shane Canute's. You do not understand the rule of law.
The member's time has expired and I thank the honourable member. I now call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you. Kiara College is a high school in my electorate and it is scoring goals across many areas with specialist programs in agriculture, music, specialised learning, STEM, performing arts and Aboriginal engagement through the Clontarf Academy, shooting stars and also Follow the Dream. Another subject, though, that they have a specialist program in is basketball. And the senior boys team finished the season as the North of the River champions. And I'm pleased to report to the House, and especially to my friend, the member for Tangi, that last week Kiara team won the state grand final against former champions Willerton Senior High School by 9 points after an extremely hard-fought match. So congratulations to the team and to their coaches John O'Ryan and Kurt Slaboleski, who've obviously done an amazing job. The specialist basketball course at Kiara does more than create a championship team, however. It also offers the students the chance to develop their skills, not only as players, but also as referees and coaches, and thereby enabling them to become lifelong participants in the basketball industry. Students have also got the opportunity to graduate from Kiara College with a certificate too in sport and recreation. So the specialist basketball course at Kiara College, which the students have now placed on the map this week, is representative of the many wonderful programs that are delivered at the school. And I congratulate Principal Innocent Chikwama and the whole staff and their efforts for the extraordinary culture and morale boosting performance, particularly of the basketball team, but of the programs overall.
I now give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of attending Australia's biggest morning tea, the Cancer Council's flagship fundraiser in our community across Fairfield and Liverpool. As a breast cancer survivor, I'm honoured to stand with my community as we fundraise, raise awareness and encourage people in the Fowler electorate to speak openly about this disease. Almost 1 in 2 Australians will be diagnosed with cancer before the age of 85. In an electorate as diverse as Fowler, that statistic crosses every community, every language and every background. Cancer awareness has come a long way since this campaign began in 1993. But the truth is we still have a long way to go. It is thanks to events like this that we can keep raising awareness, educating the public, and advocating for more funding for cancer research. So thank you to the Fairfield Biggest Morning Tea, led by Sanilia Radivojevic and her volunteers who raised over $41,000. And also thank you to Father Paul Monkrot, Makela and Maketalena Afiaki and All Saints Catholic Parish in Liverpool for welcoming me and for getting behind such an important cause. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this morning Australians woke to the devastating news of another woman murdered on the Gold Coast. She is the 34th Australian woman killed this year. Violence against women is a national scourge and safety must be front of mind when considering legislation and policy implementation. That is why I want to draw attention to the national rollout of Oz Alert and the national test on 27 July. This is a new national emergency warning system that will help keep Australians informed and safe when it matters most. Oz Alert will allow emergency services to send urgent warnings directly to compatible mobile phones in a specific area, helping people receive important information quickly during emergencies. The national test on Monday, 27 July at 2 p.m. Queensland time will mean that some people receiving an unexpected alert that is a siren alarm sound may raise safety concerns, including victims and survivors of domestic and family violence, particularly those with hidden phones or devices. Some critical alerts may even sound when devices are on silent or set to do not disturb. If receiving an alert could place someone at risk, they are encouraged to plan ahead of the national test by seeking advice from a domestic violence support service or visiting the Oz Alert website. If you are concerned about your safety, please contact DV Connect 1800 RESPECT or Brisbane Domestic Violence Service or a local provider near you.
I thank the member and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this Labor government's always happy to stand in front of a camera and announce the new medicines that it's adding to the PBS. And you know what? They should be celebrated, those new listings. And even as recently as question time today, we had the Minister saying that since they've come to government nearly 5 years ago, we have launched more than 460 new medicines on the PBS. And this Wednesday, on the 1st of July, we will list another 10. Now, what they don't like talking about are the medicines that Australians are losing. Now, I was recently contacted by a local whose wife was diagnosed with breast cancer last year. She is just 30 years of age. Now, like any young couple, they should be thinking about building their future together. But instead, their lives have been turned upside down by surgery, ongoing treatment, and the uncertainty that comes with this diagnosis. But now they're facing another worry, whether or not she'll be able to continue accessing her medicine that's been prescribed, Zoladex 3.6 milligrams. From the 1st of November, Labor is removing it from the PBS. Now, for this young couple, it's an unnecessary layer of uncertainty at a time where they're already worrying enough. They shouldn't have to worry about whether their essential medicine will be available and accessible. Now, what I'm asking through my letter to the Minister for Health is that he urgently work with all parties to secure ongoing access on the PBS to Zoladex 3.6 milligrams. I urge the government to take action.
I thank the member for his time and I give the member for... I'm having a mental blank. Hughes, sorry. Member for Hughes the call.
Deputy Speaker, this year's King's Birthday Honours List recognised the achievements of 949 Australians for service to their communities and public service, the arts, science and sport. My electorate of Hughes is home to a wealth of outstanding recipients of this year's awards. Warrant Officer Bradley Lay was awarded with an Order of Australia Medal for his exceptional services as a Command Warrant Officer in the Royal Australian Navy, implementing reforms to the Warrant Officer advancement process and training on sexual ethics and respectful relationships. Janet Ma was made a Member of the Order of Australia for her distinguished service to mental health and disability, having served a multitude of advocacy roles, including as the Mental Health Commissioner for the National Mental Health Commission. Distinguished Professor Claude Roux was made a Member of the Order of Australia for his pioneering work in forensic science including innovative approaches to fingerprint techniques and the application of forensics in investigative intelligence and court purposes. Station Officer Robert Lightfoot was awarded the Australian Fire Service Medal for his service in Fire and Rescue New South Wales since 1998 in stations across South Sydney, having spent 14 years as a team leader of firefighter development. Deborah Sharp also received a well-deserved Australian Fire Service Medal. Ms Sharp joined the Ingrid Brigade of the RFS in 2004 and has served in many leadership roles, as well as engaging in a wide spectrum of volunteer emergency service. These exceptional individuals are highly deserving of the recognition they have received, and I thank them for their years of service and dedication to our community.
I thank you, and I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I said earlier today in this place, all Australians have the right to be proud of being either a woman or of being a man. We would be failing so many men and boys throughout our nation if we did not acknowledge that they too are facing considerable challenges in navigating everyday life. On Saturday, the Shadow Envoy for Men and Boys, who is the member for Wide Bay, Lou O'Brien, and I held a Boys and Men and Dad Forum in Dubbo to allow a safe space for people to talk about their concerns. It was a forum that explored both pain and hope. Over the weekend, we had the pleasure of meeting with many locals in both Forbes and in Dubbo. One such meeting was with Warwick and Kylie Mitchell of Peak Hill in my electorate of Parkes, who lost their son, aged 17, Mac, to suicide in 2024. They have found a way to celebrate their son and to raise awareness of mental health through their Mac label, and also a fundraising ball planned for the Parkes community in October. You can find out more on their website, maclabel.rocks. Also in the room were Boys to the Bush and Tradies Insight. Boys to the Bush bring a whole of community on board with prevention and early intervention strategies for young men, while Tradies Insight is dedicated to supporting tradies in regional New South Wales. Amazing programs, amazing people who are making a difference where it is really needed. Thank you to the Special Envoy for Men and Boys, Lou O'Brien, and to all those organisations and those who also attended.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Last week I met with Georgie Couchy from Palmerston, part of my electorate of Solomon, who was in Canberra for Bowel Cancer Australia's Call on Canberra campaign. In 2022, at just 30 years old, Georgie was diagnosed with stage 3 bowel cancer. Most people would hear that and think 30 is too young. But that is exactly why Georgie is sharing her story. Her message is simple: you're never too young for bowel cancer. Too many young Australians assume it only affects older people. Too often, symptoms are dismissed, explained away or ignored. But 1 in 8 Australians diagnosed with bowel cancer are under the age of 50. And that's why it's very important to know the warning signs. Blood in your poo should never be ignored. No one knows your body better than you do. So if something doesn't feel right, get it checked, talk to your GP. Please don't be embarrassed to have that conversation. It could save your life. And with so many clinics now in Darwin and Palmerston, and indeed around the country with our bulk billing reforms, providing bulk billed healthcare, there is no excuse. Cost is not an issue. I really want to thank Georgie for her courage in sharing her story and for being such a strong advocate for others.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to talk about a wonderful woman. Gwenda, known as Gwen Louise Malcolm, born 8th of May 1944 and sadly passed away this last Saturday, 27th of June 2026, having been diagnosed just 18 days earlier with pancreatic cancer. Gwen is survived by her loving husband, Alan, and their kids, Susie, Paula and Ian, and their partners, and their 12 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. Like so many women who make their home on big farms, Gwen was strong and yet so generous and kind. You have to be strong living on a farm to run a family and then some, including CWA, Garden Club, Probus and church. Gwen and Alan have long been Nationals members and active supporters. I met Gwen and noted her exceptional quality of hospitality and encouragement in the 2019 election. Gwen and Alan were the ones who every election drove around the myriad of small towns, putting up corflutes, finding people to stand on booths, rain, hail or shine. Gwen will be sadly missed by all who loved her. May she rest in peace.
I thank the member and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I attended the changeover lunch for the Rotary Club of McGill Sunrise in my electorate of Sturt. The lunch celebrated the incredible dedication of Pauline Hill, who served 2 consecutive terms as president, and welcomed Simon Benson as the new president for the forthcoming year. Pauline and Simon are examples of people who are just good human beings, devoting time and service to not only their local communities, but to global causes, including in the Ukraine through the New Dawn program, which is a massive humanitarian initiative run by the Ukrainian NGO New Dawn in partnership with Rotary clubs globally. And also in Zimbabwe, where work is being done to provide on-site accommodation to teachers in schools to make it easier for them as they strive to teach some of the most underprivileged children in the world. Another good human being and one of my favourite people is Lindsay Davis, who was awarded Rotarian of the Year. Lindsay lives the motto, service over self. A huge contributor to not only the Rotary Club of McGill Sunrise, Lindsay is also involved in the Tranmere Bowling and Tennis Club as the treasurer, where he regularly makes professional and thought-out deputations to his local council. Whether it's mental health or domestic violence, the environment, or simply creating an environment where everyone is included and supported, Lindsay does it all. Congratulations, Lindsay.
Thank you, and I call the member for Cowper.
Deputy Speaker, the announcement of Labor's new $99 million fine against social media companies that are found in breach of the minimum age law is just another example of Labor's age-old strategy of divert, deflect and deny. Like the original legislation banning the under-16s, this latest announcement delivers little more than meaningless sanctimony. Now, no one on either side of the floor is suggesting that unfettered access to social media is a good thing for kids under the age of 16. It clearly isn't, and has been proven time and time again to negatively impact on mental health of our teens. But fines are not a viable solution to flawed legislation. Since the legislation was enacted, 85% of under-16s who previously held an account are still accessing social media. That's an embarrassing statistic considering the Minister has travelled the world on taxpayer dollar spruiking a world-leading policy. And you have to ask how many fines from the original $49.5 million level have been handed down, and the answer is none. Labor has to do the necessary legwork to fix the problem by consulting and collaborating with key industry bodies to ensure safe platforms for Australian children. Active consultation is key, not diversionary finger-wagging.
I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 12th of June, it was my pleasure to officially open the Peakhurst Park Community Centre, alongside representatives from Georges River Council and many community leaders. The new centre is a facility for the whole community, undertaking major renovations at the former Peakhurst Scout Hall, which had fallen into a state of disrepair, including replacing the roof and drainage, replacing the internal fit-out and modernising the whole structure. In addition to delivering a community facility, the project supported 65 jobs over the course of its construction and will support the creation of 10 new jobs on an ongoing basis in the local area. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, in 2022, I promised the local Nepalese Australian community that a Labor government would help deliver a Nepalese community space in my electorate of Banks. This project delivers on that promise to a community that continues to grow and contribute significantly in my electorate. The delivery of a permanent office space for the Nepalese Australian community was the basis of the federal government investing into this project, and I look forward to seeing the programs and the support that the Nepalese Australian Association is able to deliver with this space, alongside the many, many other activities the centre will host for our local area.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. Most people have never heard of the Capacity Investment Scheme, Speaker, but it's an absolute pillar of net zero. What this scheme does is it guarantees revenue for selected projects, solar, wind and battery projects. Now, when these projects make money, they keep the profits. When they lose money, guess what? The taxpayer bails them out. Now, Speaker, if renewables were cheaper, you wouldn't need this scheme. But it's far worse than this. This is a scheme that skews the market clearly in favour of renewables, and worse, its secrecy means that we will never know the true cost of net zero. That's why, Speaker, I've submitted a private member's motion calling on the government to request the Auditor-General to undertake a performance audit of the scheme, including its governance, procurement processes, management of risk and performance management. Speaker, the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Office, says that finding the cost of the capacity scheme is almost impossible. And the government itself refuses to release assessment frameworks, evaluation criteria, value for money methodology used for the scheme. So here we have one of the biggest sources of government revenue we've got as a single scheme, and we can't see what it's supposed to do. We can't see what it costs. This is entirely unacceptable for any scheme to be like this. And I'd remind you, Speaker, the government seems to not care about this. This is taxpayer money. We should know where it's going. We should know why it's being spent.
I thank the member. I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you. I'm reading this on behalf of Phoenix Bailey, who joins me here as a Year 10 student undertaking work experience from my electorate of Gilmore. Phoenix says, I'm incredibly grateful to be afforded the opportunity to experience a week in the life of a politician. And honestly, it's way more exciting than Snapchat and TikTok. I feel lucky and proud to live in a country with the freedoms and diversity we have in Australia. Acceptance of diversity and equal rights are values I'm passionate about. Our differences don't divide us, they make us a more vibrant and exciting country. When we open ourselves to other people's perspectives instead of judging them, we build a stronger, more cohesive society for all. I know personally what it's like to feel misunderstood or to feel like you don't quite fit the mould. My first instinct used to be to step back and hide, but I've learned with the right support you can step forward and make your voice heard. The Australia that I believe in embraces our differences but stays united by shared values. I hope to be a Member of Parliament myself. Until then, I'll keep working on building a future defined by equality, compassion and respect. Speaking of building futures, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the Prime Minister. As someone whose generation is already experiencing dread about home ownership, seeing a genuine focus on making ownership affordable for young people gives us hope. It's nice to know someone has our backs for when we finally leave home.
Time has expired. I call the member for Indi.
Speaker, well, the new netball courts at Sandy Creek Recreation Reserve are open. Sandy Creek is the MCG of the North and the scene of many famous country netball and football grand finals over the years. Funded with $500,000 investment through the Commonwealth's Play Our Way program, the new netball courts are the culmination of tireless work and fundraising by the Tallangatta District Netball Association's 12 affiliated clubs, who contributed a further $20,000 themselves. A special thank you to Kath Evans and Judy Lewman. Women and girls gain enormously from playing sport, and projects like this lift female participation while opening pathways into coaching, administration, board roles and executive leadership. But in our part of the world, community sports clubs are more than places to play. When fire and flood hit, they become muster points, relief centres and the places that neighbours come to recover. That's why I hosted an online workshop recently to help clubs like Sandy Creek prepare for the upcoming Game On grants. Almost 100 locals from clubs right across Indi joined me to learn how to compete for energy upgrades and disaster resilience funding. Deputy Speaker, after the Upper Murray and Longwood fires, our clubs know exactly how much this funding matters. I'll keep doing everything I can to help our local sporting clubs right across Indi access Commonwealth support wherever it's available.
Thank the member. I give the call to the member for Whitlam.
I rise today to recognise a much-loved figure in our community, John Crichton, who is also known as Wombat Man in the Southern Highlands region of my electorate of Whitlam. John was born in New Orleans and served in the US Army but moved to Australia 3 decades ago. John found his calling to work with wombats after volunteering to bottle feed a couple of the young marsupials in 2014, and he established Wombat Care Bundanoon a year later. John's pioneering work in treating mange, a devastating disease for wombats, is recognised nationally. Dressed in his signature oilskin jacket and weather-worn fedora hat, John has responded to thousands of calls to help wombats in distress for more than a decade, often in the middle of the night and in the pouring rain. During the 2019 drought, John energised the local community to get as much food and water to starving and dehydrated native animals as possible, and he worked tirelessly to rescue native animals affected by the subsequent devastating bushfire season. John also spends many hours educating others about wombats and other native animals, habitat conservation and our environment. In 2020, John received the Australian Wildlife Society's prestigious Wildlife Rehabilitation Award, and in 2023 he was named Wingecarriby Council Citizen of the Year. I thank John Crichton, Wombat Man, for his selfless, extraordinary and ongoing work with wombats and protecting our beautiful local environment.
I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to share my deep gratitude to the Rockhampton Orchid Society, a group that has been a vibrant part of the Central Queensland community since 1955. It was a true honour to be re-elected as their patron at the Society's recent annual general meeting. This society is truly going from strength to strength. They celebrated a massive milestone last year with their 70th anniversary show at the Robert Schwarten Pavilion, attracting over 1,150 visitors. More recently, the 2026 Autumn Show featured an array of stunning orchids that garnered many compliments from visitors, despite the challenging weather conditions in the weeks leading up to the event. Deputy Speaker, one of the great joys of being involved with the Society has been discovering just how exciting it is to grow orchids myself. There is something very special about spending time in my greenhouse watching these beautiful plants develop and waiting for that moment when a new bloom finally appears. The members have been very generous with their advice on shade, misting and fertilising, and their passion is infectious. It has made the experience even more rewarding and given me a deeper appreciation for the care and patience that goes into every orchid on display. After a little winter hibernation, I look forward to seeing everyone again at the Spring Show in September, when the orchids will once again be in full bloom. My thanks go to the entire committee for their tireless dedication to this wonderful hobby. It is a privilege to represent you. Thank you.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to talk to you about angertainment. It's what makes social media so addictive and dangerous, why doom scrolling makes you angry, depressed and isolated. Evolution has made fear and anger priority emotions for our brains because it's important for survival. But the social media giants have harnessed this, and their algorithms send you more and more extreme material to keep you hooked. They monetise you for their profit. Social media also shortens your attention span because everything is in short form. Misinformation, division, conspiracy theories go viral across our communities and across the world. And sadly, it's also a vector for bullying, abuse and sexual abuse. And that's why the Albanese Labor government introduced Australia's world-leading social media minimum age. But when you're taking on the biggest and best resource tech companies in the world, there will be challenges. Too many children are bypassing age assurance systems. A Boothby mum told me she found TikTok on her 13-year-old son's phone and asked him about age verification. He told her there wasn't any, and that simply isn't good enough. Social media companies need to comply with Australian law, and that's why we're strengthening the legislation, doubling the maximum penalties to $99 million. This is about supporting families and protecting young Australians online, and we'll keep working to make this law stronger, hold social media companies to account and put Australians and Australian children first.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate a remarkable young student, Zara Newton from Janelli East Public School. Zara recently broke the under-8s 50-metre freestyle record, a record that stood for over 10 years. She swam a time of 45.4 seconds, placing her name in the history of this school. Zara didn't stop there. She went on to compete at the state level, where she broke her own personal best with a time of 43.02, placed 19th in the state of New South Wales. What an outstanding achievement. Behind every result like this is discipline, commitment and courage. It takes early mornings, training, focus and the willingness to keep pushing yourself even after you've already achieved something special. Zara's achievement is also a reminder of the depth of local sporting talent we have in our community in Cook. Across Cook, young people are working hard, representing their schools, clubs, families and our local area with pride. Zara has done Janelle East Public School, her family and the wider Cook community proud. Congratulations, Zara. I congratulate you on breaking this 53-year-old record, representing her school at a state level and on showing what can be achieved through dedication and determination. I have no doubt this is only the beginning for you, Zara, and good luck for the road ahead.
Thank the member, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the most special things about Griffith is that ours is a community where people look after one another, including those who work every day to support our LGBTQIA+ people to live safely, openly and with dignity. I have been grateful to meet with many of them and to hear directly about the challenges facing trans and gender non-conforming people. What I hear in those conversations is not division, it is not extremism, it is not a culture war, and it certainly is not what Senator Hanson recently described as a transgender insurgency. Some sort of violent armed rebellion is all that I can assume. They are asking for the same things so many Australians are asking for. They want a roof over their head and a comfortable, secure place to call home, one that does not take up most of their paycheck. They want the chance to gain skills, to undertake meaningful work, to contribute to our community and to sustain themselves. They want quality, affordable and accessible healthcare, including evidence-based, gender-affirming care for young people and their families, care that the Queensland Government has shamefully restricted. Most of all, they want to know that they are safe at home, school and work, safe on the streets and in their neighbourhood, and safe when they seek the health care they need. That is no different to what any of us want. So if there is any insurgency needed here, it is not a trans insurgency. It's for those of us who are cisgender to say enough scapegoating, enough politicising, enough ostracising and othering people who simply just want to live their lives. The trans and gender non-conforming people I know, they just want to get on with their lives safely, peacefully and with dignity. If we need a rebellion against bigotry, division and the politics of fear, then sign me up.
I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. New Line Road is the worst bottleneck in my electorate. It's the main link for suburbs to the north and west of Pennant Hills Road. With 9,300 new homes zoned by the Labor government right in the middle of it, this is only going to get worse. Recently, I brought together leaders from local schools, churches, seniors groups, businesses and community organisations to discuss safety and congestion on New Line Road. One community leader told me that the traffic banks up all the way to Kenthurst in the morning. He said heavy vehicles are increasing and it's getting worse every year. Another told me driving New Line Road is pretty dangerous for older residents. Some now arrive late to Wednesday activities rather than driving through the peak. A church leader described Sunday congestion spilling across neighbouring school grounds and blocking driveways. And he said the road itself remains unfit for purpose. Friday nights on New Line Road are problems for families with young children going to athletics. Drivers are bypassing tolls on North Connects and pouring through residential areas. Under the Coalition Government, I secured $10 million to plan the road's upgrade. The Perrottet Government committed $70 million to widen the road. And yet since Labor came to power, that funding has vanished. That's why I'm running a petition to send a message that we need an upgrade of New Line Road now. And I encourage everyone in my community who's affected by New Line Road, who knows what it's like to be stuck in traffic, who knows how unsafe it is, to sign my petition today.
Thank the member, and I call the Deputy Speaker of the House and member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to recognise an extraordinary Novocastrian whose determination and community spirit embody the very best of our region. Recently, Newcastle personal trainer Scott Hingston completed a remarkable challenge, running more than 1,000 kilometres from Brisbane to Newcastle in just 12 days. But this feat was about far more than endurance. Scott undertook this journey to raise funds for Build Care, an organisation that helps deliver accessible housing for people living with spinal cord injuries. Along the way, he visited schools and spoke to young people about resilience, goal setting and the power of believing in yourself. Many in our community already know Scott from his previous fundraising efforts, including raising funds for the Mark Hughes Foundation and the Hunter Valley Bus Crash Appeal. Once again, he used his passion and determination to make a tangible difference in the lives of others. His achievement was not just measured in kilometres covered or funds raised. It was measured in the lives touched, the awareness created and the inspiration he provided to people across our community. In a world that sometimes feels divided, people like Scott remind us of the strength of community, the importance of giving back, and the extraordinary things that ordinary Australians can achieve.
I thank the member. I give the call to the member for Maranoa.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Albanese's EPBC reforms is the biggest overreach by any federal government over state jurisdiction in our nation's history. This is an act that is being weaponised against Australian farmers to be able to produce your food and fibre. We have some of the strongest tree clearing laws in the world, and they've all been managed by the states because that's the state's responsibility. But what the federal government has tried to do is overreach that and add more complexity to that and make it harder for farmers to manage their landscape. Make no mistake, farmers do not undertake broad-scale tree clearing in this country. They haven't done it for a number of decades now because we have stringent state laws that prevent them from doing that. It is against the law to do that. The only trees that are managed every year is what we call regrowth. And if we don't manage that regrowth, what happens is our production goes down and your food prices go up. But what the Anthony Albanese government has done has meant that any farmer that hasn't brought down and managed that landscape in 15 years must now go and get federal approval. They have to go and get an environmental survey at a federal level costing tens of thousands of dollars to be able to manage their landscape. That adds cost, complexity, when we have farmers who know that the profit and loss of their property is intrinsically tied to the environment they manage. They do it better than anyone else in the world, and the Albanese government needs to get out of the way and let them do it.
I thank the member and call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognise an extraordinarily creative initiative emerging from Cairns. True Friends, a new theatre work by first-time playwright Aaron Lee. Now, Aaron is a 28-year-old neurodiverse man with low vision who has spent the last 6 years developing his play in collaboration with respected community theatre director Avril Duck. The work speaks with authenticity, courage and hope, drawing on the lived experience to tell a quirky and heartwarming story about the transformative power of friendship and the journey from isolation and depression towards confidence, purpose and possibility. True Friends is not simply a production, it's a bold reimagining of what theatre can be. Designed as an inclusive, community-integrated model, the project invites people of all abilities to participate, not only audience members but as collaborators. Local community members will be engaged as performers and makers, contributing to both the storytelling and the physical set. This vision stretches beyond Cairns. Following its premiere, the team aim to tour True Friends to regional communities right across Australia, creating access to high-quality, inclusive art experiences in places where such opportunities are often limited. Accessibility is embedded. Each performance will include a tactile pre-show experience, enabling people with low vision to engage directly with the set and deepen their connection to the story, an innovation that has been shaped by Aaron's own experience. I got to spend an hour with Aaron as he went over his vision, and it was quite frankly inspiring that this young man has taken it upon himself to be heard by all and sundry.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Been made of the fact the national anthem was not played at the official opening of the new Anzac Hall and atrium to the Australian War Memorial on Tuesday last week. Should it have been? Well, of course it should have been. But look, let's not let this overshadow what was a magnificent event for a mighty institution, one of this nation's finest. And I want to pay special tribute to Lieutenant Gerard Pratt of the Royal Australian Navy from Illabo in the Riverina, who emceed what was a real showcase, as well as the Australian War Memorial Director Matt Anderson, PSM. Mr Anderson highlighted the commitment and the hard work of 1,948 workers, who included more than 257 apprentices who were inducted into Anzac Hall. Visitors can now enjoy and visit three major new galleries on modern conflicts: Afghanistan, peacekeeping and the Middle East. And this isn't a celebration of sorts, this is a commemoration. It's an important commemoration because those conflicts should be honoured and acknowledged and recognised in that sacred place, in that special place. The new space also houses dynamic displays from the Second World War, including G for George in Bomber Command, Milne Bay and Sydney Under Attack, where the Japanese subs, the mini subs, are on display. It's a mighty exhibition and everyone should take their children and grandchildren to see it.
I give the call to the member for Blair.
Deputy Speaker, last week's Queensland budget was another missed opportunity for Ipswich and the Somerset region.
The Christopher Lee government has shortchanged our community with critical infrastructure projects cut or kicked further down the road. In an appalling act, the Christopher Lee government cut money from the Mount Crosby interchange with $170 million for the project pushed beyond the Ford estimates past 2029-30. They need to explain what's happened to the money and where they plan to do this upgrade, which is much needed for the whole region. In 2024, the Albanese government and the former state Labor government secured $277 million, $138.5 million each for the project, so the money is there. In addition, the state budget failed to match the Albanese government's $200 million commitment to the much-needed Amberley interchange, in a bitter blow for local commuters and the personnel at the RAF base Amberley who use the interchange. On top of this, there's no new funding or updated funding or upgrades to the Ipswich-Springfield rail business case, or the Centenary highway upgrades, or the Ipswich motorway Darra to Oxley upgrades. It looks like these projects much needed, or the upgrades much needed in our region, have been sacrificed for projects elsewhere. It's a demonstration once again of the Liberal and National Party's disregard for the people of Ipswich and surrounds.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 6 for a motion in relation to vocational education and training system, standing in the name of the member for Leichhardt.
And I call the member for Leichhardt.
I move the motion relating to the vocational education and training system in the terms which it appears on the notice paper. If you go shopping on the weekend and you've got your kids with you, or maybe you just want a bit of a sticky beak, and you head down to Big W or Target or Kmart, pick one, it doesn't matter. You end up in the toy section, you look around and there's costumes. And you can be Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, a Ninja Turtle, a Transformer. Doesn't matter, you can be whatever your mind desires, but also you can be a nurse. You can be a construction worker. You can be a plumber. And one of the litmus tests for a job or for a career is, does a 5-year-old want to do it? And that's what TAFE is about. I want to tell a story about a woman named Terry. I met Terry a couple of years ago during the campaign at the TAFE up there in Cairns. And she was telling me when she was a child, all she wanted in life was to be a nurse. That was her goal, that was her aim. And life, as it sometimes does, took her in a different direction. She ended up in admin, she raised some children, she lived a good life. But in the back of her head, there was still that dream of a 5-year-old. Could I have been a nurse? Could I have been a nurse? And Fee Free TAFE gave her that opportunity. It's hard, if you're doing an admin job, to take that time off to do that extra study, to pay for it. But Fee Free TAFE gave her that opportunity. We met her just before she graduated, and she was so proud, because every day she rewarded that little girl. She allowed the dream that has gone dormant, sat dormant for half a century, because now Terry is a nurse, and she walks the floors of the hospital, and she saves lives, and she is the person she wanted to be as a child. And that is an amazing feeling for her. And there are going to be tough days. You know, nursing is hard. It's going to have ups and downs. But every day, I promise you that little girl is thanking her. And that's what Fee Free TAFE is. Fee Free TAFE is supplying the workforce that we need. It is allowing Aussies, hard-working Aussies, the opportunity to be the thing they wanted to be as a child and to give us much-needed skills into our workforce. Because the jobs are coming. In Cairns alone, there's almost $1 billion worth of infrastructure coming down the pipeline. That is a huge amount of work that is going to need to be done. We're going to need chippies and sparkies and boilermakers and plumbers and nurses and aged care workers. We are on the edge of something really exciting, and the only way that we can realise that is by having a workforce provided, and the workforce is going to be provided by Fee Free TAFE. To give you an overview, there have been over 135,000 enrolments 2,000 construction apprenticeships signs up to the Small Business Apprenticeship Pilot Program. We are training Queenslanders. We can get more people to work in the fields that they want to work in and deliver the projects that we need. We need these projects, and we're giving people the opportunity to do it. I met a young fella he just finished his carpentry apprenticeship. He ties his children every day past the high-rise that he worked on and goes, "Daddy made that." And people are living in that house right now, and he is so proud, and his children are proud of him. And his son has a little saw and his daughter has a little hammer, and maybe one day they too will take advantage of fee-free TAFE. Because when it was designed and the pilot program rolled out and we saw how successful it was, this Prime Minister made a promise. We are going to make fee-free TAFE stay. And that has been signed, sealed and delivered. You can take the vocational opportunities that you need. You can go out and become the thing you wanted to be as a child, and you can contribute to building Australia's future. And you can do it all at your local TAFE. And the best part about it, with no fees, doesn't matter where you are in life, that opportunity is still presented to you. It still exists for you right now. We have invested over $85 million into fee-free TAFE in Queensland, with another $188 million coming over the next 5 years. I want Queenslanders to know that this government has their back, that we are going to deliver the workforce, we are going to deliver the jobs, and we are going to make sure that Queensland's future is built off the back of good, honest vocations for hard-working Queenslanders who want to get ahead. I commend this to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Second the motion, and I reserve my rights to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak to this motion in relation to TAFE, and I say at the outset that I have a fantastic TAFE in Robina in my electorate, and I've had the opportunity, both prior to being elected and also post my election, to engage directly with not only the staff there but also the students. And it's an impressive facility, and people on the southern Gold Coast have the opportunity to access that and to further their knowledge, and then in turn contribute to our community, not only on the Gold Coast but around the state and country as well. Deputy Speaker, I support TAFE. I support apprentices and I support Queenslanders getting real skills. But there's one point of difference that I will make from the contribution of the member for Leichhardt, and that is he referred to the fact that the government has signed, sealed and delivered TAFE. And I agree that the government has invested a substantial amount of money, but what I will say is that we can't just judge success based on the amount of money invested. We need to look at the outcomes, and ultimately, in my interactions with small business owners in my electorate who have taken on students from RTOs and from TAFE, they've actually given me an insight into what happens on the ground, not only for employers, but also for those people seeking employment post-TAFE. And what we should make sure we distinguish is the difference between what the government's doing, which is celebrating the first day of the class, as opposed to celebrating graduation day. Because, Deputy Speaker, a queue at TAFE isn't a workforce, a course started is not a house built, a press release is not a plumber, and a media conference does not wire a new home. The government says that there's almost 135,000 Queensland free TAFE enrolments. But the question that we actually need to ask, and the question that the government is not asking, is how many are completed, how many drop out, how many are earning a wage. And I speak to an example in Robina in my electorate, and I engaged with a local RTO that does barbering. Fantastic RTO, and the students who are taking up barbering there are doing a really impressive job. But one of the things that they said to me is that they noticed that they were taking on young people who were going through and doing courses at TAFE, but the courses weren't actually allowing them to get a job. And this is where we need to make sure we have some sort of a review into the actual certifications that you get at TAFE translating into employment. And so what students were doing is they were being, attracted to certain courses, but then on the other end having to take on additional courses and further study in order to be employable. And that's not something that does not only the students any good, but also us as a society who's desperate for a number of employees in these critical skill shortage areas. The question that's not being asked is how many are filling the shortages that Labor keeps talking about. And if the government can't answer that clearly, it shouldn't be taking selfies with the spreadsheet, because nationally, the latest snapshot shows that more than 800,000 enrolments occur in TAFE, but around 250,000 completions occur. So what that means is that we're still seeing a government that's selling the sign-up sheet as a success story. And I understand that the government's saying that completions will rise, and fair enough, but that cuts both ways, because if the data's still maturing, we can't really declare victory until it's matured. Enrolment's the starting gun and employment's the finishing line. And the apprenticeship pipeline tells the tougher and harsher story, because active apprentice and trainee contracts are actually down 8.6% in a year, and in Queensland it's down 8.4%. So we're seeing the skills pipeline really struggling, which doesn't actually correlate with the messaging that's coming through this motion and from those opposite. Because the big problem with the government at the moment is these big announcements are followed by weak follow-throughs, with more posters and fewer people on the tools. So we can't praise the government for spending the money. We want to make sure that there's proof that the money's worked, and that shouldn't be controversial because it's basic accountability. So, Deputy Speaker, in summary, the motion wants praise for inputs. We want results. We want to see the completions, see the jobs, and show us the apprentices who finish. But until then, it's not national leadership we're seeing, it's national self-congratulation. Labor can applaud enrolments, the coalition will back completions, jobs and apprentices, because that's what actually builds our country.
I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when my partner and I first decided to move to the south side because we thought it was a great place to raise a family, we chose Acacia Ridge to live. And Acacia Ridge is a very special place because it's about a stone throws away. It's about a couple of k's down the road in the car from the Acacia Ridge TAFE. And if you've heard me speak about how proud I am about the Acacia Ridge TAFE, you're about to hear it again. Because the Acacia Ridge TAFE is not just the largest trade training centre in Queensland. It's not just the largest trade training centre in Australia. It's the largest trade training centre in the Southern Hemisphere. And if you go there, you'll know that it teaches 1,000 to 1,300 students a day. If you go there, you'll see cars sitting up on dynos with their wheels spinning so that we can train the next mechanics for the future. If you go there, you'll see stairs being measured up by young people who are going to be chippies that can build the homes that we know that we need right now. And if you go there, you'll see sinks hooked up to electrical boxes because we're training the next set of workers as Sparkies. And when I was there last with the Minister for Training, we met Ian. And Ian was training to be a Sparky, but for him, it was a second shot. You see, Ian had worked for many years in a completely different industry, and free TAFE was his opportunity to go back and to make a contribution to his family and our economy in something that he thought he might never have the opportunity to do. And for people like Ian, it's not only their second shot, it's a shot in the arm for those trades and that training that we need for our country. And much like the member for Leichhardt's example with Terry, a nurse who went back to study what she loved, it is the Terrys and the Ians who benefit from Labor's investment in free TAFE. And in free TAFE, we saw the 2023 rollout, and in 2025, we saw that legislated and made permanent. And in 3 years in Queensland, we've seen 134,000 enrolments. We know what the Coalition's position is on free TAFE because the member for McPherson can talk about the messaging coming through, but the messaging coming through from those sitting opposite is loud and clear. They voted against it. The messaging coming through from those opposite is loud and clear. They don't want people to be able to access free TAFE. Now, Deputy Speaker, I think it's worth taking a closer look at what free TAFE has meant for Queenslanders. Because we've seen 10,000 students in the Diploma for Nursing, we've seen 4,800 students in the Cert 3 and individual support for aged care and disability support. We've seen 10,000 students in construction sector courses. And what this means is saving for students and more qualified workers in critical services. Savings for a Diploma of Nursing up to $15,900. Savings in a Cert 3 in electrotechnology up to $1,700. And of late we've seen a bit of scaremongering by the LNP and the Crisafulli government talking about what TAFE funding looks like. But it's worth looking at the facts on this matter. Because currently free TAFE, in their agreement with the Queensland, has the Albanese government contributing $85 million over 3 years, and the proposal for a new agreement is for $188 million over 5 years, increasing the contribution per student from $1,309 to $1,759. And we're investing up to $2.5 billion over 5 years in Queensland, an increase of $690 million compared to the previous agreement. Deputy Speaker, we know that free TAFE is valued. And despite the cynicism that we've seen from those opposite, including from the former Leader of the Opposition who said, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. I believe that when you value something, you participate in it. And that's what we've seen Queenslanders do. And I believe that if you value something, you invest in it. And that's what Labor has done.
Thank you, Member. And I call the honourable member for Grade.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, more self-congratulatory motions by this Labor government. A complete waste of our time, but I will play along anyway. Speaker, Labor's fee-free TAFE program is completely failing to deliver real solutions for our nation. They have spent billions of dollars of taxpayer money, yet we've seen unconvincing numbers in terms of overall apprenticeship numbers. And in SA, we've seen a very unconvincing 50% course completion rate for fee-free TAFE participants in 2025. That is absolutely not a success story. That is a total policy failure. Fee-free TAFE might sound wonderful in a press release, but the reality on the ground is different. The Albanese government is not training people where they are actually needed. We do not need more enrolments in generic training programs that do not lead to real jobs, especially with a massive price tag of $1 billion. You cannot build houses without tradies. You can't manufacture without boilermakers. And right now, Australia is facing a massive housing shortage and major infrastructure bottlenecks. Builders are crying out for skilled tradespeople, waiting months just to find qualified workers to finish basic jobs. Projects are constantly delayed, costs are rising, and communities miss out. Labor promised fee-free TAFE would fix this problem, but the dial indeed has not shifted. Let us look at Labor's record of decline. Now, when the Coalition was last in government, there were over 450,000 apprenticeships and trainees in training. Today, under Labor, that number has absolutely collapsed. Waiving fees means nothing if apprentices are not mentored and connected to real jobs. The result is just churn and a much bigger burden on the taxpayer and zero solutions to the shortage. Now, I've said this analogy a few times in this place. If you're trying to pump water from A to B and you find a gaping hole in the pipe, you can, 1, fix the pipe, or 2, pump more water down it. Well, this Labor government is pumping more water down this pipe with this free TAFE proposal. The national failure is hurting communities like Coober Pedy, proving that a generic system does not reflect regional needs. Now, opal was first discovered there in February 1915. From there, a history of grit and incredible innovation was born. Yet, Speaker, I do not say this lightly. If governments do not start taking the plight of this regional centre seriously, Coober Pedy could very well just be history. In places like Coober Pedy, we need to be providing funding and support tied directly to locally relevant training programs. Now, if you know where Coober Pedy is, it is in the middle of the country and you can get your boat licence at the local TAFE. I'm not sure how useful that is. The local opal industry is immensely rich with knowledge. The absolute best opal cutters in the world are right there, ready to teach the local youth about presentation and grading. Yet we are told the government has shockingly refused to use the TAFE. They are refusing to use the facility due to supposedly outdated machinery. I bet my last dollar that the pencil pushers in Adelaide who made that tone-deaf decision have never even seen an opal mine in action. The very skills that define Coober Pedy are at immediate risk of being lost. We urgently need a thorough review of this TAFE decision. We need proper pathways into trade, opal cutting, tourism operations and other local industry opportunities. We must heed the miners who clearly say they simply cannot afford to lose those skills. Coober Pedy clearly shows us that when governments treat remote communities as complete afterthoughts, the social, economic and human consequences heavily mount. This is a truly great town with a warm, deeply resilient soul, and I would hate for bad decisions by this government to strip that great soul away. Remote Australia should not be a backyard for neglect. The young people of Coober Pedy deserve so much more than this. Speaker, fee-free TAFE is a flawed policy because human nature dictates we rarely value what we receive for nothing. When a student has no financial skin in the game, commitment plummets. Free enrolment has led to higher dropout rates, and there is no penalty for simply walking away. Instead of generally upskilling our workforce to meet regional industry demands, we end up funding ghost students. Real education outcomes require mutual investment, not just empty handouts.
I thank the member, and I call the honourable member for Cook. Bonner.
Close. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every time we flick on a light switch, move into a new home, take our car to the mechanic, or drop our child off at childcare, we're relying on someone's skills. But those skills don't appear overnight. They come from apprenticeships, from TAFE, from hands-on training, and from people willing to learn a trade. I know that firsthand. Growing up, I saw the dedication of vocational education every day because my mum spent more than 20 years teaching at TAFE, helping train the next generation of early childhood educators. She understood that every graduate represented something bigger than a qualification. It was another skilled worker ready to make a difference in their community. That's why investing in vocational education isn't just investing in students, it's investing in the people who keep Australia moving. And at a time when Australia does need more homes, more renewable energy, stronger manufacturing and a growing childcare workforce, investing in new skills has never been more important. That is why the Albanese Labor government has taken national leadership in rebuilding vocational education and training, working in partnerships with states and territories to deliver the skilled workforce that Australia needs. Back home in Queensland, that partnership is backed up by a $2.52 billion in Commonwealth funding being invested over the next 5 years, helping deliver continued growth in training opportunities and outcomes. Fee-free TAFE has been delivered to almost 135,000 Queenslanders, and the Albanese Labor government has committed $188 million in Commonwealth funding to Queensland over the next 5 years. For many Queenslanders, that doesn't just mean a place in a classroom, it means real savings that makes training possible. A student studying a Diploma of Nursing can save up to $15,900. Someone undertaking a Diploma of Project Management can save up to $12,100. A certificate for an accounting and bookkeeping, saving up to $4,700. That's money staying in people's pockets while they gain the skills our economy needs. Yet over recent weeks in Queensland, we've seen the Crisafulli government trying to create uncertainty around fee-free TAFE, and the facts simply don't support that campaign. The current agreement sees the Commonwealth contributing $85 million over 3 years. However, the new agreement proposes to deliver $188 million over 5 years, increasing the Commonwealth's annual contribution and supporting more than 106,000 fee-free TAFE places for Queenslanders. Deputy Speaker, Labor wants to see more Queenslanders training, more opportunities created and more skilled workers entering the workforce. That's exactly what we're delivering, and we are already seeing the results. More than 2,000 construction apprentices signed up through the Small Business Apprenticeship Pilot Program, helping train the workforce that will build the homes our growing communities need. In my electorate of Bonner, I see the value of vocational education every day. Almost 19,600 people in my electorate hold a Certificate 3 or 4 qualification. They are the tradies building our homes, the educators caring for our children, and the hospitality workers welcoming visitors. Their qualifications don't just create careers, they strengthen local businesses, support local families, and help our local economy grow. That means more opportunities for Australians to gain the skills they need, more workers for local businesses, and a stronger workforce for the future. I saw the impact of these opportunities firsthand when I visited with Minister Giles the Tesla workshop in my electorate, and there we met apprentice Zara. She's training for a career in the clean energy sector, but she's also helping pave the path for others, establishing a peer support network for women undertaking apprenticeships in Tesla. It's a reminder that investing in vocational education isn't just about fulfilling the skills shortages. It's about backing people with the talent, determination, and in Zara's case, the leadership to shape Australia's future. That's exactly why the Albanese Labor government created the new Energy Apprenticeships program, with eligible apprentices like Zara receiving over $10,000 over the course of her training. Labor is delivering for all Australians when it comes to free TAFE, apprenticeships and training and vocational education.
I thank the member for Bonner, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on the motion moved by the member for Leichhardt. And the motion talks about the strengthening of vocational education training and celebrates enrolments in free TAFE. But I don't accept that free TAFE necessarily equals better TAFE. And the gaining of skills should not automatically be taken as proof that vocational training is working, or the enrolment in courses shouldn't be automatically taken that vocational training is working. I think vocational training works best when the skills being acquired align with the skills required by employees, and it goes to the quality and relevance of the education that is being provided and how fit for purpose the facility is. And some years ago, Deputy Speaker, when I was working at an organisation called the Committee for Greater Shepparton, which you know well, I was concerned about this issue of us not having the skills we needed in regional Australia, particularly for our food manufacturing businesses. And I sought to try and see what was being done in other parts of the world, and I was successful in gaining a Churchill Fellowship to study this, and I continue to thank the Churchill organisation for the support of me to travel to Germany, the United Kingdom, Sweden and Finland to look at vocational education. And what I saw, particularly in Germany, was a vocational system that looks different to ours, and I would argue better. And I think we can look to other parts of the world to try and improve our vocational education system. In Germany, and I'll give you an example, it was at Stuttgart at Mercedes-Benz. Typically an apprentice will do a couple of days at the vocational education facility, which is their version of our TAFE, and then they'll do another 3 days at the actual organisation. In this case, it was Mercedes-Benz. And what I saw there was a real alignment between the businesses and the industries and the curriculum at TAFE. In fact, the curriculum at the vocational education facility in Germany is set by the Chamber of Commerce. The funding arrangements are shared between the Chamber of Commerce, so the businesses, and the government itself. The education facilities are state-of-the-art. I saw one in Frankfurt which was absolutely first class in terms of the quality of equipment, the quality of teaching. In this case, it had to do with mechatronics. And I saw highly engaged students who had skin in the game because they had a hard-won and prized apprenticeship at an organisation such as DAB, Fresenius, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and the other 3 days were spent working, the other 2 days were spent in this really high-quality facility. And the connection between the two disciplines of getting the theory in the classroom at the vocational facility and the actual industry tended to bring a very engaged, high-level, problem-solving graduate. And I think we've got a bit of a way to go in Australia. I think when I talk to employers, and I don't wish to denigrate any of the people doing a lot of hard work at TAFE, it does have some good outcomes, but I feel like it's going into a direction of just herding people into it through the free system, trying to be able to say we got X number of enrolments in TAFE, isn't this great? And not ensuring that the actual quality and the curriculum and the skills that people ended up coming out with from TAFE properly align with the skills that industry requires. And we've got a long way in this country to go to be the equal of Germany and Finland. Just another thing before I finish up, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about what I saw in Europe. In Finland, 40% of school leavers go to university, 40% go into vocational education, and 20% go straight into the workforce. That hasn't changed since 2001, and the Finnish Department of Education told me that they're very happy with that because that equates to the workforce, and a lot of those courses, the vocational education system is best to put young people into the industry. So I just think that's something we can learn from in Australia rather than pushing more and more kids to university when it might not be right for them. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Nichols. The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk. And the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Cook in relation to taxes.
I give the call to the member for McPherson. Question is that motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion moved by the member for Cook, and I do so out of extreme frustration and disappointment because what this government is doing to Australia and to Australians is unconscionable. Deputy Speaker, we have the opportunity to choose the type of country that we want to be. And what the government decided at the last election is that we want to be a country that doesn't provide incentives, a country that doesn't incentivise aspiration, a country where if you work hard, you don't get rewarded. And that's not the country that I choose. It's an idea for this country that I totally reject and those on this side of the House reject, and that's why this motion is so important at this critical time. Deputy Speaker, Labor has one instinct: tax. When in doubt, you tax it. If Australians work hard, tax them. If they save, tax them. If they invest, tax them. If they build a business, tax them. And if they plan for retirement, tax them. And most recently, Deputy Speaker, what we've seen from the government is their attitude to Australians who work hard. If they want to buy a home, rent out a home, or pass something on to their kids, Labor also has a tax waiting for them. It's not reform, and it's definitely not fairness. It's not intergenerational equity, despite the rhetoric of the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. It's a tax raid. We need to call it out for what it is. Instead, though, Deputy Speaker, what Labor should be asking, which they're not, is how do we grow the economy? How do we reward effort? How do we create jobs, and how do we help Australians get ahead? Because I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, that when I speak to young Australians, despite what this government may think, they are aspirational. They do believe in wanting something better, not just for them, but for their kids and for future generations as well. But instead, we've got a government that's asking, who has something that we can take? Who can we hit next? Who can we punish for succeeding? Because the government has no idea how to manage the economy or how to succeed themselves. That's the Labor model. Redistribute first, grow never, and tax always. They don't want to grow the pie. They want to carve up a shrinking pie, hand pieces to their favourite groups, and lecture everybody else about fairness. And who do they target? We've seen them target small businesses in this budget, families, investors, self-funded retirees, older Australians, Australians who worked, saved, sacrificed and planned. Why? Because they think they can get away with it. Because if you're not on Labor's voter spreadsheet, you're on Labor's tax hit list. And the Prime Minister said time and time again before the election, and every single one of those members opposite stood by him and supported him while he said it, on more than 50 occasions, that there would be no changes to negative gearing. And in other instances, he said there would be no changes to the tax system. He said it again and again for the 50th time. But then he did it again. He did it anyway. That's not leadership. It's a con job with a press conference. So what do these toxic taxes actually mean? Because we're hearing a lot about it and Australians are starting to question. It means less investment, less housing, less small business confidence, less reward for effort, less aspiration. Because, Deputy Speaker, we all know on this side of the House that when you tax something, you get less of it. And the Coalition's position's clear. We've said it time and time again, we'll repeal Labor's toxic taxes. We're not going to trim them, we're not going to recarve them, we're not going to carve them up or rename them. We're not going to let the Treasurer pick winners from Canberra and pick losers from Canberra as well. We've said it very clearly, we will axe these taxes. We'll axe Labor's taxes on housing, on savings, on investment, small businesses, and on every Australian who's doing what they're trying to do, which is trying to get ahead. We will back the people who create jobs, build homes, take risks, invest, save and drive this country forward. And we're actually going to go forward. We're going to go forward and further, because under our tax-back guarantee, Australians will get automatic tax cuts every year indexed to inflation. Deputy Speaker, that is the generational tax reform that this country needs. It's exactly what young people are crying out for. That is leadership, not what we've seen from this government. Because bracket creep's a sneaky tax rise. What it means is that workers pay more tax even when they're no better off. Labor relies on that silent theft, and we in the Coalition will stop it. Labor's treating aspiration like a disease. We see aspiration as the engine of Australia. And that's ultimately the choice, because Australia does not need tax and tax and tax. It needs a government that gets out of the way.
Thank the member, and I call the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's clear that those opposite are living under a rock or expecting first home buyers to live under a rock. In case you haven't noticed, we are in the middle of a housing crisis. The job of a government is to act and listen. We have to listen. And you know what? Across the world, people are saying that they want more from government, and that is exactly what this Albanese Labor government is doing. Now, also, if the member for Cook is concerned about Australians getting ahead, he will be pleased to hear what this government is doing. From the 1st of July, every worker in this country gets a tax cut. Around 3 million workers across the country will get a pay rise. And we are also banning supermarket price gouging so that Australians get a fair go at the checkout. We're also extending paid parental leave to a full 6 months, giving families more time with a delightful new baby and making sure that we give real support to make that work. We're also making urgent care clinics a permanent part of Medicare, and we have passed new laws to give first home buyers a fair go. That is what governing for every Australian looks like, not just for some, for everyone. Meanwhile, the Coalition chose not to give workers a tax cut. Those opposite deliberately kept wages lower during their time in government. And let's face it, when it comes to Medicare, they would like to use surgeon scissors and cut it. The member for Cook says that the government picks winners and losers in business, choosing which businesses get to grow while others carry the burden. But 2.7 million active businesses, small businesses, 98% of every active business in this country are eligible for tax concessions under this government. This is not about picking winners and losers. This is about governing for everyone. When a small business owner sells the business, they have spent years building and they should keep more of what they earned. We have lifted the eligibility threshold for small business CGT discount from 2 million to 10 million to make sure that they can. And we can understand that running a small business is not just a financial challenge, it's a deeply personal one. Problems at the shop, the cafe or the office often follow the small business owner's home. The new Access for Small Business Owners program is fully funded by this government and is delivered by Beyond Blue. This provides free mental health support to small business owners. 92% of participants say that their business benefited and 86% of participants felt more productive at work. Programs like these and like the Small Business Debt Helpline are funded by the Albanese government to help small business owners beyond tax concessions. This is what wraparound support looks like, because this government does not just support businesses, it supports the people who build to them, and that goes well beyond the rhetoric of winners and losers. Deputy Speaker, there are young people in my community who have done everything right. They've studied hard, they've worked hard, and they have saved. And for years they have watched the front door of their own home swinging further out of reach. Perth has joined Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra, Brisbane and Adelaide in what has once been a lifetime property boom. The median house price in Perth has now crossed over $1 million. In my own electorate, prices have almost doubled in 5 years. In Belmont, the average house price in 2020 was around $500,000. This was a suburb that was once genuinely affordable for first home buyers. Now that same home costs $950,000. That's nearly double the deposit, nearly double the time to save. But we've also changed the housing deposit scheme so people only need a 5% deposit. And so for young people already struggling with rent and cost of living, that finish line was not getting closer. It kept on moving further away. That is why the Albanese government reformed capital gains tax and reformed negative gearing, because a home should be a place where you live, not just an asset that you profit from. The member for Cook disagrees. He claims that the government is making it harder to buy a home, a claim I find to be completely hollow. The Minister for Housing has been clear. These reforms will bring 75,000 rental households into home ownership. 75,000. Once again, the Coalition stands up and says that our tax reforms...
Thank the member. Time has expired. And I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the motion moved by the member for Cook, because everyday families in my community are sick and tired of being tricked by a government that cannot explain its own laws. Instead of trying to pass a fair budget for all Australians, the Albanese Labor government did a dirty deal with the Greens behind closed doors to scramble votes in the Senate. They thought that they could rush the package through without anyone noticing. But it all unravelled the moment the Coalition started digging into the fine print. While checking the wording of the grandfathering clauses, a hidden trap was uncovered. The legislation completely failed to account for what happens when a property changes hands due to a death or a divorce, creating a brutal tax on grief. Labor got caught out trying to slip through what has rightfully been labelled a widow's tax. It's just another Labor untruth. Mums and dads were told that their existing assets were safe. They were misled. Buried in the details, it has been revealed that if someone in a relationship dies or a marriage breaks down, the grandfathering protections are stripped away. The simple act of changing the name on a title deed unleashes a massive tax bill. Think about what that means in reality. If a woman loses her partner, this government's law could unleash a financial penalty during her grief. The moment the property changes to her name alone, her capital gains tax discount vanishes, her negative gearing benefits disappear, and she is hit with a massive tax bill she never planned for. Deputy Speaker, when the Treasurer was asked multiple times on national television over the weekend how this cruel situation works, he could not explain it. He could not give any single detail on how he would fix it. He simply shrugged and promised he would try to clean up the mess with more legislation later in the year. If the Treasurer cannot explain how his tax laws work before it passes, he has no business forcing it onto the Australian public. And Deputy Speaker, the assault on older Australians does not stop there. This budget directly targets self-funded retirees and pensioners by slashing the private health insurance rebate for everyone over the age of 65. For decades, seniors on fixed incomes have sacrificed to pay for private cover so they could choose their own doctor and stay out of the struggling public health system. By reducing the rebate, this government has slapped older Australians with another premium spike. It is another blow for pensioners who don't have the ability to earn additional income in this Labor-created cost of living crisis. In typical Labor style, when Labor runs out of their money, they come after yours. Top economists have already warned us about the severe damage this budget package will cause to the economy. Former Reserve Bank Governor Philip Lowe has warned that this aggressive tax agenda is actively destroying the confidence of the business sector. Economist Robert Carling blew the whistle on the budget, stating that changing the GST discount on its own is not tax reform and will only penalise everyday people trying to build independent savings. Deputy Speaker, let's look at who this government is choosing to punish. And it's not the ISIS brides, it's Jane, who owns a bakery. She wakes up at 3 every morning, works weekends, and has spent 20 years pouring her life into a small business. She's always planned to sell the asset one day to fund her retirement. Under the old rules, she was protected. Under this budget, the government will treat her lifetime of early mornings like a windfall and take a massive bite out of her hard-earned nest egg. Deputy Speaker, I believe that tax reform works best when people who work hard get a hand up. It does not work when the people who don't want to work get a hand out. The Coalition believes in lower, simpler and fairer taxes that reward hard work instead of penalising it. Labor needs to throw out these harmful half-baked taxes, abandon its high tax agenda and return common sense to our laws.
I thank the member and I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion really asks us to close our eyes, divorce ourselves from reality, and then just believe whatever tropes that they continually repeat as if they're facts. This isn't a Dr. Seuss story. This is serious public policy. And when we talk about the impact on small business, it's worth reflecting on what the changes actually are. So we have a $20,000 instant asset write-off made permanent, which means when you're buying important goods to run your business, you get that write-off right away, not over a period of time. We have a permanent 2-year loss carryback for companies with a turnover of up to $1 billion, helping businesses get back to profit during the tough times. Introducing loss refundability, particularly important for startups in their first 2 years, which essentially means that the tax man isn't winning while new businesses are struggling to have the capital they need to continue and thrive. So this is very much focused on encouraging productive investment, supporting those small businesses that are doing the grunt work, trying something new, building it from scratch. And then we're also progressing a new innovative businesses CGT discount as well, providing that 50% CGT discount to early-stage investors, founders, employee shareholders and the like involved in innovative startup businesses. But when you listen to the Coalition's rhetoric, you'd almost believe that people have never had it so good. The tax system is perfect just the way it is. Now that is more divorced from reality than even they would normally be in this chamber. The housing system is broken. The CGT arrangements are a perverse distortion on markets, and it's operated to the detriment of young people, now for 2 generations. It was time to make a change. We were not going to go out and look at the young people and say, oh, you've never had it so good. That was a lie. The system was not working for them. It wasn't working for the vast majority of Australians. So who was the system working for? Almost no one.
Member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, we've had a lot of discussion about using that word in the Parliament, and I think I'd ask the member to withdraw.
I'm unaware of which term he's referring to, but to assist the House, I will withdraw.
Lie.
Thank you, Member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So these changes are very much focused on supporting the small businesses that are supporting growth, supporting productivity in our economy. There is a raft of reforms there to support small business. Rather than using alliteration, rather than simply saying, oh, it's too hard to discuss the details, so we'll just come up with a rhyming phrase. No, this is serious policy work, and it requires serious conversations. Heaven forbid, good faith engagement on the details of policy. Now, of course, my expectations have been tempered as I've continued to watch the coalition over the past year and a bit, but I think this is far too important to diminish into simple, childish slogans when there is actually a lot of really good stuff in this budget. And small businesses have made that very, very clear. Even those who don't agree with every aspect of the budget, and I accept that reasonable minds can differ, there is a lot of good stuff worthy of supporting this budget, particularly for small business, particularly those startups that are creating jobs, that are trying new things, that are innovating, and that's where we know that our productive capacity is really going to get that value. We have not seen the tax system up to this point driving the kinds of productivity we need as an economy. We need to be rethinking the systems that have led to outcomes that we don't think are acceptable. So trying to do things a different way makes eminent sense. Because if you're not married with the outcome, why would you marry the formula? It makes no sense. The tax system is changing to incentivise productivity and to also reward hard work. And that's how the income tax changes are going to make a huge difference, not only to employees, but to the 1.5+ million small businesses who make their income from the work that they do as well. Because the vast majority of small businesses, they're effectively workers. They're simply their own bosses. Most of their income comes from the income earned by the business, the wages they pay themselves. It's that day-to-day grunt work and profit that gets them going. It's not the massive windfall they get at the end of the business cycle. In fact, a very large share of businesses don't really make a lot of capital at all at the end of their business life because the person is the business. It is the work, it is the productive engagement and economic activity which really drives the value, and that's where the focus is. It's on productive gains and making sure that our economy is set up for future success by boosting productivity rather than focusing on rewarding passive ownership of existing housing, being a non-productive asset, and watching generations of Australians excluded from the housing market. I believe in aspiration. I believe that workers should be able to aspire to earn more and keep more of what they earn. I believe that families should be able to aspire to own a home to live in. And those are the things that this budget is focusing on. And so when we see motions like this that are really just rank partisanship and really quite divorced from reality, let's start with a basis of fact. What is in the budget and what has been said? So they were referring before about certain taxes they've made up.
Member's time has expired. And I give the call to the honourable member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And of course, last week, as coalition members in this place have reflected on, Labor made it official by doing their dirty and dishonest deal with the Greens to pass a budget of broken promises, higher taxes, more migrants and fewer homes. It confirms in the government's own budget papers that they are the highest taxing government outside of a pandemic or war in Australian history. And that doesn't come as a galloping shock, Deputy Speaker, to those Australians who are once again in the Prime Minister's crosshairs. Because, as the member for Dawson said, when Labor run out of money, they come after yours. And with government spending at a 40-year high, excluding the pandemic, Labor have run out of money. But they didn't do it completely alone, of course, because the Labor-Green coalition in its place is still alive and well, notwithstanding the fact that the Prime Minister stated on many occasions in recent times that I don't negotiate with the Greens. In fact, in his own words, some 385 times he's had to say that. And yet here we go, waved through the Senate last week, even with the open admission that there was a widow tax in the budget that was rammed through last week, with the help of the Greens, it just seems like another porky on the pile. So perhaps, as the member for Cook in moving this motion has suggested, perhaps the Prime Minister and his 60-odd personal staff could engage in some truth-telling training or some memory exercises. That would certainly be a better use of taxpayer money than the $20-odd million that they spent on telling people to remove their roof racks, pump up their tyres and empty the back of the ute. In stark contrast, Deputy Speaker, since the Albanese government came to power, where taxpayers have on average lost about $2,000 annually due to bracket creep, the Liberal and National parties have promised an alternative plan. We have promised that every year, every taxpayer will automatically get a tax cut to reflect the erosion of their pay due to inflation. Now, of course, inflation is high and getting higher under this government, because when the Treasurer said that he'd beaten inflation, it had a 3 in front of it. Today, inflation has a 4 in front of it, as does the cash rate. Not to worry, says the Treasurer, in a few weeks you'll get over it. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news to the Treasurer of Australia, but the people in my community won't simply get over it, because they are poorer today than the day that this government came to power. And even the RBA Governor has admitted that public spending is too high, beyond what anyone would consider to be appropriate when they've considered the economic success of Australia over the last 30 or 40 years that's been experienced because fiscal and monetary policy have worked together to manage our economic conditions. Instead, we see toxic taxes being used as a tax grab for a government addicted to spending. My office receives correspondence endlessly from individuals and small businesses, those directly impacted by these toxic taxes, Deputy Speaker. And that's why we've promised our tax-back guarantee, because we want to see an Australia where Australians strive, they have reward for effort, and they keep more of what they're earning. That is when Australia is at its best. That is when the aspiration and ambition that's driven this country for decades is at its best. Today we find ourselves, though, with the highest number of public servants per capita in the developed world. We've seen even more bureaucrats imposing more red tape on more industries, and that's causing record small business insolvencies and certainly doing nothing to tackle the continued cost of living crisis. It doesn't sound like an Australia that's at its best to me, Deputy Speaker. It's certainly not in my community. And that's why we want to see tax cuts for every Australian, every year, automatically. A handbrake on the growth of government over time. One that allows Australians to keep more of what they earn and forces a government that's addicted to spending like this one to look Australians in the eye when they take more money off them. That's our tax-back guarantee, and it stands in stark contrast to what we're seeing from this government.
I thank the member, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I note that the member for Cook calls on the government to deliver genuine tax relief that supports aspiration, enterprise and economic growth. And I congratulate him for summarising Labor's tax reforms so very well. Because when we look at these tax reforms, the key word is reform. It's to make an improvement to a system. And the tax system wasn't working for too many Australians. And if, like the opposition, you reckon that our housing and tax system is fine, if you reckon that everything is hunky-dory, if you want to back in the status quo, quite frankly, it means that you haven't spoken to a young person. Young people we know are struggling when it comes to getting into their very first home. If you think everything's fine, then it means you haven't spoken to a parent, worried that their children simply won't get the same opportunities that they had when it comes to housing. And if you think everything is fine, quite frankly, I think it means that you haven't spoken to anyone in your electorate, because this is what comes up again and again and again. And the member for Forrest has tried to use alliteration as a veil today, but alliteration will not save you from the fact that the Coalition have the highest taxing government in this nation's history. And alliteration won't save you from the fact that on a tax to GDP ratio, it's got two of the very highest taxing governments in this country. And on Wednesday, over 14 million Australians will get another tax cut, and Labor's combined tax cuts mean that a worker on average wages will pay up to $2,800 less than what we inherited. And Deputy Speaker, these are real changes. We know that thousands and thousands of people will be able to get into their very first home because of this legislation. We know that every tax-paying Australian will get a tax cut because of these changes. And we know that when a coalition-imposed 50% CGT discount ripped the market apart, distorted it, saw an insatiable investment in property and a major fall in investment in shares, that something needed to be done about that. And this is what this legislation does. And not only that, it also goes to investing in our small businesses and to supporting them. The 2.7 million small businesses in Australia are central to our economy. They're the biggest employer across the breadth and depth of this nation, and we're backing them with $3.5 billion of tax relief. We're expanding CGT concessions, increasing the turnover threshold for the existing small business 50% active asset CGT reduction. We're introducing and making permanent that 20% instant asset write-off so businesses can invest with more confidence. $890 million in cash flow support for over 5 years to cut compliance costs by around $32 million a year, and a permanent 2-year loss carryback for companies with a turnover of up to $1 billion, all from Wednesday, the 1st of July. Loss refundability to help those startups who are trying to get off their feet in the first 2 years, and tax incentives for venture capital to attract more investment. $1.5 million for sole traders to benefit from our $250 tax offset, and innovative business CGT concessions. Deputy Speaker, the list goes on, because again, this is a budget, this is legislation that the Coalition voted against. And when they voted against it, they voted against those benefits for small business. When they voted against it, they voted against first home buyers trying to get into their first home to open the door to their life. And when they voted against it, they voted against that tax cut for everyday Australians. Labor inherited $1 trillion of debt, bigger deficits and stagnant wage growth from the Coalition. And in every budget since, we've found those savings. This budget is our most responsible yet, because we know that Australians are doing it tough. And the savings that we've found means that we can deliver real cost of living relief. It delivers lower deficits and less debt in every year, and I'm very proud of it.
Thank you, Member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the club.
Private members' business, notice number 7, from motion in relation to World Refugee Day.
I move the motion related to World Refugee Day in the terms in which appear in the notice paper. Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to move this motion as the proud representative of Melbourne, a community filled with compassion and support for people fleeing their homes. This motion carries a simple message. When people are forced to flee war, violence or persecution, Australia should meet them with decency. Earlier this month, we marked World Refugee Day and we celebrated Refugee Week. In Australia, we have been celebrating it for 40 years. It is a time to honour the courage of people forced to leave their homes, their communities and the people they love. No one chooses to become a refugee. No one chooses to pack a whole life into one bag. No one chooses to start again because home is no longer safe. That is why I have moved this motion. It asks this House to recognise the dignity of refugees, their contribution and the responsibility we share. In 2026, we marked 75 years since the introduction of the Convention related to the status of refugees. That convention was born from the horror of war and made a clear promise. People fleeing persecution have rights. The nation have a responsibility to those people. Our country has a proud place in the history of this promise. In 1954, Australia helped bring the Refugee Convention into force. But history is not something we simply look back on. It lives on through the choices we make today, what we honour and what we refuse to forget. That is the choice the Albanese government is making. We protect and resettle 20,000 people a year under our humanitarian program. We have provided a permanent pathway for people left for years on temporary protection visas and safe haven enterprise visas, ending years of uncertainty for people who had already rebuilt their lives here. We are supporting settlement services that help people learn English, find work, enrol their children in school, and we are making the Community Refugee Integration and Settlement Program a permanent part of the humanitarian program. Because communities across Australia want to do more than say welcome. They want to show welcome. Australia has also continued to support refugee communities around the world through our work with the UNHCR, an international corporation. That is the kind of country I believe in, and it is the kind of community I am proud to represent. Recently, I sat with the Grandmothers of Refugees, a national collective of volunteer grandmothers. I sat with Claire, Jean, Susan and Virginia, who had just come from a public vigil, standing in their signature purple attire and holding signs with their motto, "Kindness equals unity equals strength." These are the people of Melbourne, the ones who continue to shine a light on the lived reality of refugees, of people who have fled their homes seeking safety and kindness. It says a lot about the people I have the honour of representing. When we sat together, the first thing the group of dedicated women asked was, how can they help me represent refugees? That generosity of spirit reflects something much deeper about our community. It's saying, you are safe here, you belong here. Melbourne understands that welcoming refugees does not weaken our community, it strengthens it. Since the end of World War II, Australia has welcomed 1 million permanent refugee and humanitarian entrants. 1 million people, 1 million stories of loss, courage, work, family, service and hope. 1 million reminders that when Australia opens its doors, people not only rebuild their lives here, they build ours too. They have made Australia stronger. So today, this motion is about more than a date on the calendar. It's about who we are. Australia is stronger when we are welcoming. Australia is fairer when we protect people who need safety. Australia is most true to itself when we choose compassion over cruelty. That is the promise of Refugee Week, that is the promise of the Refugee Convention, and that is the promise we must keep.
I thank the member. Is there a seconder for the motion? The member for Jagga Jagga.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And I is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And on World Refugee Day, we recognise Australia as a place of hope, a country defined by stability, the rule of law, equality and justice, where those fleeing conflict and persecution around the world can rebuild their lives in safety. As the member just outlined, these are people who have endured loss, uncertainty and hardship unimaginable to most Australians, and yet they still hold on to hope. Hope for safety, for opportunity and for a better life. Australia has long been a country that answers that with the outreach of friendship. Since the end of the Second World War, our nation has welcomed more than 1 million refugees and humanitarian entrants to our shores. Over 1 million people given a second chance to build a new life and a new home. But we have to be honest, and that success has always depended on strong policy settings, on a migration system that is managed, sustainable and ultimately trusted by the Australian people. Because without public confidence in our migration system, the generosity of that system cannot endure. And right now, that confidence is under pressure, because Australians can see that migration levels have surged at the same time that housing supply has fallen behind. They see that in our communities with strain on rents, the difficulties for first home buyers, and on infrastructure in growing communities. Those who are waiting in the back of ambulances trying to get into hospitals, or indeed on waiting lists for schools, understand that our ability to welcome people to Australia depends on the availability of that social infrastructure to ensure that when they come here, they have a life ready for them. Australians today are asking a fair question. How can we continue to welcome people to Australia if we can't guarantee a home for them, or indeed for the Australians who are already here? And that's where leadership matters, Deputy Speaker, because a strong humanitarian program is inherent in the DNA of Australians. We believe in offering refuge to those most in need. But, as I say, we do believe that migration must be tied to reality, and that means tying the overall migration program to housing supply, because you can't separate the two. If we bring people to Australia through all migration streams, without building the homes to support them, we're not setting those individuals, or indeed our communities, up for success. We risk overcrowding, we risk pushing housing further out of reach for Australians, and we risk eroding the very public support that makes our generous humanitarian program possible in the first place. That's not compassionate policy, Deputy Speaker. It is careless policy. Compassion is not just about how many people we bring in, but it is about ensuring that those we do welcome to Australia are supported to become proud and contributing Australians themselves. A truly compassionate system ensures that when someone comes to Australia, they're not competing for scarce housing, they're not pushed to the margins of our society, and they are not doomed to struggle. But rather, they be welcomed into a community that has the capacity to support them, a community with homes, infrastructure and opportunity that abounds. And that's why our Liberal plan has always focused on restoring the balance in our migration system, reducing the pressure on social infrastructure by aligning migration arrivals of all types, including that very important humanitarian program, with housing construction completions in Australia. There are so many proud stories of Australian refugees who have come to our shores, Deputy Speaker, from unimaginable horror. They found in this place a welcoming new home that allowed them to build families of their own, to contribute by building businesses, investing and ultimately achieving success that would never have been possible but for the generosity of spirit that Australia has long demonstrated to people from all over the world. The continuation of that success story, Deputy Speaker, depends on rational, sensible policy that upholds the confidence of the Australian people in that their government will only welcome those to our shores to whom it can accommodate sensibly. Because when people trust that migration is being managed properly, they are willing to keep opening their hearts and their country to those in need. And that is what we should continue to want for our country.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm really pleased to second this motion moved by the member for Melbourne. I was very proud in the last Parliament to be one of the founding co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of Refugees group, and I'm really pleased to have passed that role on to the member for Melbourne now, and I know it's one that she is doing a fantastic job with. It is important that in this place we are marking 40 years of the important national celebration of Refugee Week. On Saturday, the 20th of June, we observed World Refugee Day, which is a global occasion to recognise the strength, resilience and contributions of people who've been forced to flee their homes due to conflict, persecution or violence. It's an opportunity for Australians to honour and acknowledge the strength, resilience and courage of people who've been forced to flee their homes because of conflict, persecution or violence, and to recognise the contribution they make to our communities. And this year marks the 75th anniversary of the 1951 Refugee Convention, one of the most important international agreements protecting the rights, dignity and safety of refugees around the world. The Convention was born from the lessons of history, and it does reflect a simple but powerful principle, that people fleeing persecution deserve protection and the opportunity to rebuild their lives in safety. And Australia does have a proud history in this regard. Refugees have helped to shape modern Australia. They've made extraordinary contributions to our nation right across the board. In my electorate, I think particularly of our Somali community. Many Somali Australians arrived in Victoria as refugees following the outbreak of civil war in Somalia in 1991. Between 1991 and 2000, nearly 2,000 Somali-born people settled in Victoria, many of them making their home in West Heidelberg in Jagga Jagga. Now often into their third generation. This is a community where people have built lives, they've raised families, they've established businesses, and they continue to contribute enormously to our community. Through wonderful organisations such as Himelo, many other local groups dedicated to enriching the lives of Somali Australians, they strengthen our community, they create opportunity, and they remind us all that Australia is richer for having refugees as part of our communities. And so while Refugee Week is a time for celebration, Deputy Speaker, it's also a reminder that we cannot take this for granted. We cannot take the social cohesion that many refugees have contribute for granted. We do know that there are some, including in this place, who seek to divide our communities, who seek to use people who've come to Australia from other countries as scapegoats for their own political purposes. This is not a new phenomenon. It's happened in this country and others throughout history. Unfortunately, we are seeing it at the moment in our country. We see it from Senator Hanson and her party, who have a long record of seeking to sow division and fear about migrants and refugees. And we see it from the opposition, the official opposition, who fail to call this out. We've had the leader of the opposition, in fact, be unable to talk about what it looks like to live in a diverse, modern Australia. And now we have those opposite looking to play on the fear that sometimes comes or is being driven in this space for their own political purposes. I think most Australians understand that diversity is one of our strengths. Australians want an Australia that is inclusive, that welcomes people who are seeking safety, that rejects discrimination, bigotry, xenophobia and social isolation based on who you are, where you come from or what faith you practice. Our government is committed to supporting Australia's humanitarian program. This includes our 20,000 place annual humanitarian program and to continuing Australia's role in refugee protection, international cooperation and support for people who've been forced to flee their homes. Because it's also important to recognise that this is work Australia does not do alone. We are part of a global community. We have now welcomed more than 1 million permanent refugee and humanitarian entrants since the end of the Second World War. This reflects the best of our national character: compassion, fairness, a willingness to give people a chance to build a better future. So it is important that we mark this motion in this Parliament, that we mark Refugee Week in this Parliament, that we are all reminded that it's incumbent upon all of us in this place to stand up for those Australian values: respect, dignity, inclusion and equal opportunity. I commend this motion to the Chamber.
I thank the member and call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Though I start with hoping was going to be the spirit of the debate was in favour of World Refugee Status and World Refugee Day and would elevate the conversation, but unfortunately the previous member chose to turn it into a partisan political point. But here we are. We're here standing today because we're supporting World Refugee Day, which 20th of June each year is marked, but this year is particularly important. It's the 75th anniversary of the 1951 Convention. And having served as Australia's Human Rights Commissioner and worked with refugees in Australia and in other parts of the world, including working with the Commission to get children out of detention that were locked up during the previous Gillard-Rudd years, it's an incredibly important thing that we have a sustainable and generous program to support people who come through legal means to be able to seek asylum and be granted refugee status. It's incredibly important because what we do as a nation must be consistent with the spirit of the Refugee Convention, which is to ensure that those who come here go through proper identity, security and health assessments so that we maintain social licence and support in the pathway of giving them resettlement for a new home. That's what's been so disappointing when we've seen a flouting of those basic tests of identity, security and health assessment, is it doesn't just impact the current debate about the support for refugees, it actually undermines the public confidence in support for refugees overall. It's important because we never know what crisis is around the corner. Only today, Deputy Speaker, I've had constituents from the Goldstein electorate contact me about the risks emerging from the humanitarian crisis that's evolving in Sudan and the need for Australia to, through appropriate means, work with other international agencies to make sure that we're in a position to support those who are the victims of that. Of course, almost every member's electorate will have refugees or the children of refugees who've come to our country. In the Goldstein electorate, we have the post-war generation of Holocaust survivors and, of course, those who are victims of one of the most terrible incidents in human history. They're not alone, of course. We've had people fleeing from other places like the Soviet Union and the madness of communism, and we've had different migrations from people from Vietnam, the Balkans, the Middle East, and more recently Afghanistan and Ukraine. And each of them, of course, has added a stitch into the social fabric of our nation. But they can't do so just by arriving. They do so by bringing their whole selves and, of course, coming to this country, committing to this country, and contributing to this country. Because integration is not just something we have to say, it's something we have to live. And it's through being engaged in the economic, social and cultural integration of our nation. And I'd like to acknowledge the fact that the myriad of refugees who come to our country absolutely seek to be determined to do so, to be able to build out a better life for themselves and their families, but to come to commit and to contribute and to become full participants in the Australian way of life. But they also do so with the support and assistance of others. And so I want to thank those organisations, particularly in our community, that assist in that journey, from the Bayside Refugee Advocacy and Support Association, or otherwise known as BRASA. And of course, they do a lot of advocacy work, but they also raise funds and collect non-perishable foods, toiletries and household cleaning products for the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre and the organisations that support them. And I'd like to thank those including Judy Carroll, Judith Rafferty, Libby Strain and Geraldine Moore for their incredible work in being supportive of people who are refugees in our community or surrounding communities. And they also work with local cultural institutions, and I'm thinking particularly about Hampton Uniting Church, where they work with a group called, they do incredible work connecting directly to community. We also have Compass Community Care, and they work on supporting displaced Ukrainians living in Melbourne. They help approximately 550 to 600 individuals each week who are suffering from food insecurity and needing access to basic staples to be able to live their most basic dignity. And they do deals with groups like Food Bank, Coles and Aldi to make sure that that assistance is provided. And I want to thank the team, particularly Jim McMillan, and who's the head of charity, and Andrew Ambrusing, who's the head of operations. There's also, of course, Bayside Community Emergency Relief, who's 100% volunteer run and does incredible work across the community, and also works with groups like GELAC, who provide the Glen Ira Adult Learning Centre in McKinnon and provide English language lessons for people, as well as in the Caulfield South Community House, Godfrey Street Community House in Bentley, and Mungo Women's Community Health Centre in Bentley. Thank you for all your work.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to speak in support of this motion and acknowledge my friend, the member for Melbourne, who is also the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Refugees. The work she continues to do in this space is a credit to her and to this parliament. Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago we celebrated Refugee Week, a chance to acknowledge that since the end of World War II, Australia has welcomed and settled over 1 million refugees. This is a remarkable legacy of generosity and compassion, of which we should all be very proud. In our last term of government, the Albanese Labor government increased the refugee intake to 20,000 people per year. This means that there are over 6,000 more people each and every year who will have the opportunity to come from dire circumstances to join our great nation, the greatest country in the world, and enjoy the freedoms and opportunities that that provides. Now, the 1951 Refugee Convention arose from the horrors of the two world wars when people were displaced in record numbers. And the world came together to determine a just and compassionate way of giving people the right to claim asylum, as well as who nations owed protection to. In the public service, I was proud to work in migrant and refugee settlement and protection visa assessment for over a decade. As a result, I've had the great privilege of meeting many people who have had to flee persecution because of fundamental parts of who they are.
Has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Menzies in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the public service, I worked in migrant and refugee settlement and protection visa assessment for over a decade. As a result, I've had the great privilege of meeting many people who have had to flee persecution because of the most fundamental parts of who they are. And to a person, they have all been incredibly grateful for having been granted asylum in Australia. To find somewhere where they can be safe, be free to practice their religion and express their political views, for women to have equal rights, for people to love who they want to love, and to be free from persecution because of their culture or where they were born. We're also one of the best countries in the world at resettling refugees. When people arrive, we give them real support, linkages to essential services like banks and schools, English classes, help finding work, programs for young people, community hubs, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge the Migrant Information Centre in Box Hill, in my community of Menzies, who help resettle migrants and refugees in Melbourne's east. In my time in the settlement program, we had people come from Canada and Japan and many other countries to learn from us about how we settle people successfully in this country. And hearing the stories of refugees and understanding just how lucky we are to live in Australia in this time and in this place in history has helped me to appreciate even more what a miracle we have in our democracy and in our mutual respect and pluralism and rule of law and our commitment to a fair go. It is something which we should cherish and something which we should always protect. Deputy Speaker, a few things happened during Refugee Week. Locally, in my community in Menzies, we had 2 citizenship ceremonies. Now, citizenship ceremonies are one of the most affirming parts of the job that we're privileged to do. Seeing the happiness on people's faces when they take the citizenship pledge, that final step to fully joining our country, is one of the most joyous events that we get to take part in. And I've had some new citizens describe it as the happiest day in their lives. Now, many of the people, of course, in our citizenship ceremonies are from skilled or family visa backgrounds, but some would also be of refugee backgrounds. And the theme of this year's Refugee Week is 1 million stories. And my community of Menzies is one of the places that that story lives. Our community is shaped by people who have arrived with very little and built something extraordinary. People from Vietnamese background or Myanmarese or Iranian background, people who've learned languages and started businesses and raised their families, put their kids through our fantastic local schools and given back to the country that has given them safe haven. Of course, many of us enjoying the World Cup at the moment, and you only need to look at the Socceroos, who count amongst their number 4 players of refugee background, to see but one example of how much refugees have contributed to Australia. So we as Australians should be incredibly proud of our generous humanitarian and refugee program and the opportunity that we have to share the great country that we have with those who need it most. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is now adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8, promotion in relation to school education programs.
And I give the call to the member for Berowra.
Speaker, I move the motion relating to school education programs in the terms on which it appears in the notice paper. Let me start with a simple statement of principle. School education is about children, not schools. On this side of the chamber, we believe that all Australian children deserve a world-class education. I don't care whether that's in a government school, a Catholic school or an independent school, Australian children deserve a world-class education. And let me say to every Australian school child's parent that regardless of the school your child goes to, Australian parents deserve support from the federal government. School funding is parents' money. It's money parents pay as taxpayers, and it should be used to support parents' choices about the way Australian parents choose to educate their children, because school funding is about funding the education of all children, not particular sectors or institutions. Now, we on this side of the chamber know that parents, and not governments, know what's best for their children. We know parents choose from a range of different options for their children. Single-sex or co-educational schools, comprehensive, selective or specialist schools, distance or flexible schooling, government, non-government or faith-based schooling. We know that parents choose schools for a whole range of reasons: where they live, the opportunities in their area, the individual child's needs, classroom safety and discipline, religious faith or values, and education policy should be about those choices. In my electorate of Barara, 45 government schools educate nearly 21,000 students, 18 independent schools educate nearly 14,000 students, and 8 Catholic schools educate nearly 4,000 students. Parents are making a variety of choices. Let me say something more about the choices that Australian parents have been making nationally. In 1977, just 4.3% of Australian students were enrolled in an independent school. By 1996, that number was at 9.73%. In 2006, it was at 13.09%. By 2016, 14.46%, and today it is 17.2%. In fact, in the last 50 years, the proportion of students educated in independent schools has increased almost every year. Catholic schools have consistently made up around 20% of the sector, at least since 1985. In the last 50 years, regardless of which side of politics was in power, every year more Australian parents chose to send their kids to independent schools. And why? The story in our national data is that families are making deliberate choices around the way they educate their children. Choice is a good thing, and what these figures show is that parents will make financial sacrifices to choose the schooling option that is right for their family. And again, those choices deserve our support. Let me say something particularly about religious schools. I think religious schools matter to Australia, and they're important to Australians. They're important to the families they serve, to the communities they build, to the country we want to be, to the moral ecology of the nation, and to the coalition. Unlike Labor, we don't think that families who choose independent schools are part of a privileged or wealthy elite. Independent schools deserve praise for educating 22,538 Aboriginal students, 187,300 students with a disability, and keeping fees across the sector on average at $6,060 a year. Unlike Labor and the chattering classes on the left, we know that religious schools are not cloistered enclaves, and I know that from a personal experience. Unlike Labor, we will not indulge the fantasies of the Law Reform Commission and its attempts to eat away at the fundamental character of religious schools. Unlike Labor, we will never devise hit lists which seek to diminish non-government school funding on the basis of the politics of envy. Unlike Victorian Labor, we will never put a special tax on families sending their children to non-government schools to pay for Labor's out-of-control spending. Unlike the Education Minister, I won't tell you I want one particular type of school to be parents' first choice. Instead, I want parents to have the widest choice possible. I want great government schools, great Catholic schools, great independent schools, and I want whatever choice their families make to be a good choice. Now, in this debate, you're going to hear from a range of Labor speakers. They'll trot out their tired old talking points that suffer from a truth deficit. So I want to save you some trouble. First, they'll tell a tall story about the coalition cutting education when we were last in office. Even ABC Fact Check has debunked this myth on multiple occasions. Second, they'll say they've put every school on a path to full and fair funding. That wasn't true when they announced it, as they missed 2 of the 6 states, and it's not true today. There is still no funding agreement to lift the funding of Victorian public schools. Third, they'll say that they're committed to education for all, but their record speaks otherwise. And this budget shows a planned termination of the choice and affordability funding that supports parents who choose non-government schools. The truth is, only the coalition will stand up for the rights of all parents and all families.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Education is a strong passion of mine, and I have the privilege to be a member of the House Education Committee. And this motion gives me another opportunity to talk about how transformational this government's education agenda is for our country and our young people. While this Labor government, Australians know that our schools are on the receiving end of the biggest investment by a federal government ever, making sure that every student across public, independent and Catholic sectors get to attend a fully funded school. The implementation of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement will deliver $20 billion in funding over the next 10 years and an extra $50 billion in the decade after that, as this government works in partnership with the states and territories. As the Education Minister is always keen to point out, this funding isn't no strings attached. It's tied to real reforms that improve the quality of education in this country and make sure that every student has the opportunity to reach their full potential. In my electorate of Banks, our local schools are benefiting from significant increases in recurrent federal government funding since Labor came into government in 2022. Many schools have seen their per-student funding grow by more than 20%, including standouts such as East Hills Public and Peakhurst Public, which have grown by 30% and 26% respectively. In total, the funding increases for schools in Banks total $16 million across government and non-government schools, and these numbers are only going to improve as we continue to implement our education agenda. Deputy Speaker, the member for Barara's motion calls for funding arrangements that support choice, affordability and fairness, and provides opportunity to every student. While I have a lot of respect for the member, I have to say the arrangement he's looking for is, in fact, the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. Parents shouldn't have to feel that in order to ensure a high-quality education for their children, that they have to go to a fee-paying school and potentially take on financial hardship to do so. We give parents choice by making sure that every school has the resources they need, ensuring that they can choose the best school for their children and their families without funding levels as a consideration. This is what this agreement delivers. Deputy Speaker, I want to note that implicit in the motion the member for Barara has moved is the suggestion that we couldn't implement a school funding plan that delivers for one set of schools without taking from another. There are many great Catholic and independent schools in my electorate of Banks. Indeed, I was able to welcome students from De La Salle College in Reesby Heights to Parliament just a few weeks ago. They were fantastic, asking intuitive and curious questions about our democracy and about what we do in this building. Indeed, many of these schools are a demonstration of what is possible when schools are fully funded. This Labor government, unlike some in this place, doesn't think that turning school funding into a zero-sum game between the government and non-government sector is something we should be doing. Nor do we believe in taking sides between different groups of parents. Instead, we are extending opportunity to every student in every classroom in every school across this country. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, we're cleaning up the mess that the Liberals left behind. Given the motion he has moved, it may be of interest to the member for Barara that the previous Liberal government's National School Reform Agreement had virtually no academic achievement targets, no reforms to improve outcomes for disadvantaged students, Indigenous students, students from the regions, and those who couldn't meet the minimum standards. And every dollar the Coalition took out of the public school system, this government is putting more than $2 back. Deputy Speaker, we are fully funding our schools and we are making sure that every student, no matter what school they go to, has the opportunity to succeed. I don't know about you, Deputy Speaker, but this rings true for making sure that we are supporting choice, we're supporting affordability and fairness, and providing the opportunity for students across our country, including my electorate of Banks, to succeed and thrive.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Nichols.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support this motion from the fine member for Barara. And at its heart, this motion is about one simple principle. Every Australian child deserves access to a quality education, regardless of which school their parents choose. And Australia's education system is stronger because it is diverse. Government, Catholic and independent schools each play a vital role in supporting students, families and communities. And together, they educate millions of young Australians and provide different pathways to meet different needs. And I went to a public school and a Catholic school as a primary student, and a public school and a Catholic school as a secondary student. And they all had their pluses, and they all gave me a diverse set of experiences. And the experience, you know, the circumstances that led to me that were complicated, but I feel it gives me an ability to speak on the benefits of the diversity of all of our different types of schools. And the Coalition has always believed that education funding should be about students and not sectors. And that principle guided the school funding reforms we implemented in the government through the Schooling Resource Standard. Ensuring funding is allocated on a needs-based basis while recognising the important role played by every school sector. Now, Deputy Speaker, there is misinformation out there. Some argue that governments have directed too much funding to private schools while public schools are underfunded and struggling, and that government support for faith-based schools is funding religion, which should be taught outside the education system. But the fact is that on a per-student basis, government schools receive substantially more public funding than non-government schools. But growing numbers of families are choosing non-government schools, and perhaps there are lessons in finding out why parents are making that choice. Importantly, the Coalition recognises that parents are best placed to decide what educational environment is their child, and it might be a different education institution for different kids. For others, it may be for some families, it's going to be the local government school. For others, it could be the Catholic school, an independent school, a specialist school, or it could be a boarding school for people out in the regions, or a school with a particular faith tradition. And these choices aren't made lightly. And across regional Australia, including in my electorate, families often make significant sacrifices to send their children to a school they believe best suits their needs and aspirations. Many of these families aren't wealthy families. They're hardworking Australians who budget carefully because they value the opportunities, community and support that those schools provide. And that's why rhetoric suggesting that all parents who choose non-government schools are somehow privileged or seeking special treatment is both unfair and inaccurate. And as we look to the future, school funding must remain sector neutral and needs-based, and that means recognising the additional challenges faced by regional and remote students, students with a disability, special assistance schools, and schools serving disadvantaged communities. And for those of us who represent the regional electorates, the challenge is particularly acute. Students outside metropolitan areas often face workforce shortages, limited subject choices and fewer educational opportunities. And school funding arrangements must account for these realities and support schools that are doing the heavy lifting in regional Australia. And there are great government schools in regional Australia, but the fact that there are low-cost Catholic schools and independent schools take the pressure off those public schools. And in her annual report, the Regional Education Commissioner highlights the importance of targeted support for regional students, flexible funding approaches, and ensuring schools have adequate time and certainty to make the changes they need to make. This should not be a debate about government schools versus non-government schools. It should be a debate about how we deliver the best possible outcomes for every student. Every student, every child deserves the opportunity to succeed. Every family deserves the freedom to choose the educational pathway that best suits their child. And the diversity and the availability of different schools, whether it be a boarding option, a faith-based option or an independent option or the government option, is important in giving parents that choice. And every school is working, and every school that is working to provide a high-quality education deserves fair treatment under our federal funding system. And for those reasons, I commend this motion to the House.
Member, the question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. It is no secret that Australia has one of the finest education systems in the world. It is a system that has produced world-leading researchers, skilled tradespeople, innovators, teachers, doctors and entrepreneurs who have helped shape our nation and earned respect across the globe. That success has never been achieved by chance. It has been built through generations of investment and through governments that understood education as a foundation of opportunity, prosperity and a stronger Australia. Labor has always believed that a world-class country deserves a world-class education system. It is a principle that has driven our reforms for decades, and it continues to guide the Albanese Labor government today. Our focus is simple: to build a better and fairer education system that gives every Australian child the opportunity to succeed, regardless of their background or their postcode. When we came to government one significant piece of work remained unfinished. Independent and Catholic schools had reached their agreed funding arrangements, but no public school outside the Australian Capital Territory had reached full funding. That was never the vision of the Gonski reforms. As Minister Clare had said, our job was to finish Gonski. That is exactly what this government is doing. The Better and Fairer Schools agreements will put every public school in Australia on a path to full and fair funding. They represent the largest new Commonwealth investment in public schools ever delivered. An additional $20 billion will be invested over the next decade, with a further $50 billion flowing in the decade beyond. Funding is tied to practical reforms that are backed by evidence, including stronger literacy and numeracy checks, phonics assessments, evidence-based teaching practices and targeted tutoring for students who need extra support. These are reforms designed to help students catch up when they have fallen behind, keep up as they progress through school and finish their education ready for whatever path they choose. Labor understands that a great education system depends on great teachers. No curriculum, no building and no policy can replace the difference a dedicated teacher makes in the life of a young person. That is why we are backing Australia's teachers instead of talking them down. We are investing in scholarships, expanding teacher training places, supporting graduates into the profession and reducing unnecessary workload pressures that take teachers away from the classroom. Those reforms are already making a difference. After years of declining enrolments in teaching degrees, more Australians are once again choosing teaching as a career. Teacher numbers are increasing, student to teacher ratios are improving and confidence in the profession is beginning to return. That is welcome news for students, families and school communities right across Australia. The Productivity Commission found their school reform agreement had little impact and criticised the lack of meaningful accountability and targeted reforms for students who needed the support the most. This government has chosen a different path. We're investing in schools because we know education changes lives. We are supporting teachers because they are the people who inspire, encourage and prepare the next generation. Most importantly, we are ensuring that every child has access to the opportunities they deserve, no matter which school they attend. That is what fairness in education looks like. It's not about choosing one sector over another. It's about recognising that every Australian student deserves the chance to reach their full potential. A world-class education system must continue to improve, continue to invest and continue to respond to the challenges facing future generations. That is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. By finishing Gonski, backing our teachers and making the largest investment in public schools in our nation's history, we are strengthening an education system that is already among the best in the world. We are building on Labor's proud legacy of reform while ensuring today's students are equipped with the knowledge, skills and confidence to succeed in tomorrow's economy. That is an investment in our children. It is an investment in our communities. Above all, it is an investment in Australia's future. That is why Labor has always stood for a world-class education system. That is why we continue to invest in every student and every teacher. And that is why the Albanese Labor government is building a better and fairer education system for generations to come. I just want to touch on some of the comments made by earlier speakers on the other side. Everyone's very keen to put their opinions on the table in this room during this debate. But I'd encourage you, Mr. Lisa, to take a walk into my schools in my community and just see how hard some of those students and some of those schools are doing. Life is not easy and choice is not an option, and the public school system is all that those children have got. So we need a strong public school system to ensure that they have every opportunity to succeed in life.
I remind the member for Spence to use the member's correct title. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support this motion by my friend and colleague, the member for Browra, as the daughter of a primary school teacher who did teach in some of the state's most disadvantaged schools during her career. And I think my colleague's motion reflects the challenges and aspirations my mum had for her students and all teachers and parents have for young people right across our state and country. We all aspire to have a world-class education for young people, regardless of whether they attend a government, Catholic or independent school. This debate should never be about one sector versus another. It should be about what is the best for each individual child. Parents know their children better than any government ever will, Madam Deputy Speaker. They choose schools for many reasons: academic opportunity, faith, culture, values, specialist programs, disability support, safety, or because it is the school that best meets that student's needs. And those choices deserve to be respected. Across my electorate of Monash, we are very fortunate to have some absolutely outstanding schools across every sector, from government secondary schools to Catholic colleges, Christian schools, specialist schools and independent schools. Every single one of my schools in the Monash electorate is making an important contribution to the next generation of Australians. Families in regional Australia often make significant financial and practical sacrifices to access the education they believe is right for their children. Many travel long distances, relocate closer to schools, or pay school fees while managing higher costs of living and working multiple jobs. Government policy should support and enable these decisions, not make them harder. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's never been a more challenging time to be a young Australian than right now. Schools are dealing with an increasing rate of anxiety, mental health challenges, bullying and pressures created by social media. Education today extends far beyond reading, writing and mathematics, and that's why student wellbeing programs are so important. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Monash, I want to give a shout out to Warrigal Regional College, who has operated a school chaplaincy program for more than 60 years. It's one of the longest running programs in Victoria, and I'm very proud it's in our local electorate. The college recently lost $80,000 in Commonwealth funding over 4 years, leaving the local community to raise even more money simply to maintain a service supporting around 700 students. Their chaplain, Oscar Correa, previously spent more than a decade working in prisons before dedicating himself to supporting young people. Whether it's providing a safe place to talk, running breakfast programs, or simply being another trusted adult that students can turn to, chaplaincy plays an invaluable role in many school communities. Leongatha Secondary College has built a comprehensive wellbeing team, including mental health practitioners, counsellors and school nurses, alongside programs like the Resilience Project, which provides youth access clinics and mental health first aid. Different schools choose different approaches because different communities have different needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the great privileges of representing the electorate of Monash is seeing these incredible achievements happening in schools every week. And I want to shout out to Foster Secondary College Year 9 students who recently volunteered as umpires for the local primary school sports day. Students at Bass Coast College won silver medals at the Australian Culinary Federation Secondary Schools competition. Cairo Christian School students Kiana and Matea became state dance champions. Marist Zion College students volunteered to deliver bread to disadvantaged families across Melbourne. I also had the pleasure of visiting Warrigal District Specialist School to present a flag and see firsthand the outstanding work done to support students with additional needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, these achievements come from every education sector and the Coalition supports that. They demonstrate that excellence is driven by dedicated teachers, supportive families, committed school communities and students who are encouraged to reach their full potential in life. Funding schools should never become an ideological exercise. Funding should follow students. It should recognise need, provide certainty and support the diversity of schools that Australian families choose. Parents should never be made to feel guilty for making the best decision they can for their own child, and that is why I so strongly associate myself with this motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At 8:45 every morning, 2 children walk into 2 Australian classrooms. One walks into a classroom with modern technology, specialist teachers and necessary supports for each and every student. The other walks into a classroom that has not met 100% of its schooling resource standard, the base amount needed to educate each student successfully. Resources are stretched thin and individualised supports are limited. The difference is the child's postcode, and this disparity is not good enough. Education has long been at the heart of the Australian Labor Party. It was in the early 70s when the Whitlam Labor government transformed education by making university free and dramatically increased funding for public schools. It was in 2010 when the Gillard Labor government commissioned the Gonski report, and in 2013 we adopted this report. Today we are finishing Gonski, making sure that all Australian students, whether they go to a public, independent or Catholic school, and choice is really important for families across Australia, and these kids will have the choice to go to a school that is fully funded. At every step of the way, we've been guided by one simple belief, that a child's future should be decided by their ability, not by their postcode or their parents' income. Deputy Speaker, like many others in this chamber, I've put on a public school uniform. Mine was green and white and I was in red house at school. But whether we look at state governments or federal governments, properly funding our public schools has always been an issue. We went to the 2022 election committing to get every public school in Australia on a path to full and fair funding. And now we're making this happen. We've struck some really important agreements with every state and territory across the country to fix this funding problem through our Better and Fairer Schools agreement. $20 billion for our public schools across the country over the next 10 years. The biggest new investment to public schools by the Australian government ever. This will see the Commonwealth increase its contribution to the Schooling Resource Standard to put every public school on a path to receive full funding. That's an extra $3.5 billion for Victorian public schools over the next 10 years. And that's not a blank cheque, Deputy Speaker. This money is tied to real reforms, the sort of reforms we need in our schools to help more kids who fall behind to catch up and to keep up, and more kids to finish high school. That's what we need, because in the years ahead, more jobs are going to require young people to finish high school and they go on to take on university or TAFE. This budget is all part of our huge reforms to build a better and fairer education system. And make no mistake, full and fair funding for every Australian public school is an absolute game changer. We're a growing community in Melbourne's western suburbs, with families moving in every single day. Right now, in my electorate of Gorton, over 14,000 people aged over 15, the highest level of school completed is grade 10. For families building their homes in the western suburbs and for kids growing up in the western suburbs, we need to look after their futures. We really do have some incredible schools in my community where proper resourcing makes a huge difference. Last year, Auburn Primary School was one of the top performing NAPLAN schools in the state. Under the fantastic leadership of Principal Michael Yuzanovsky and Assistant Principal Louise Leong, this school is one of the great schools in our area. I recently visited St Padre Pio Catholic Primary School, which opened just this year in Thornhill Park, under the stewardship of Principal Daniel Birmingham, a fantastic Catholic school in our local community. And this is what happens when we invest in good teachers and good school infrastructure. We get great outcomes for students who are setting up their futures and getting the very best start in life. And it's thanks to the incredible dedication of our wonderful local teachers that we see our kids succeed. Teaching is the most important job in the world, and it's why we're backing them with more funding to build a strong and sustainable workforce. I'm rolling out paid prac for teaching students and Commonwealth teaching scholarships, and this is making a huge difference. Under the previous coalition government between 2017 and 2023, the number of people starting teaching degrees dropped by 22%. In the last few years, it has bounced back up to 20%. And just as we saw the former Liberal coalition government cut funding from Medicare, they ripped $30 billion from our public schools. They left behind a system where non-government schools were fully funded, but no public school outside the ACT was. We are here to fix that. We are here to finish Gonski. On this side of the chamber, we believe that a good education, a good school and a good teacher is transformative. Only Labor will fairly fund all public schools.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to support this motion moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Berowra. And Deputy Speaker, I'd like to say at the outset that this motion at its core is about one thing. It's about trusting parents and giving every child a fair chance. Now, Deputy Speaker, in the contribution by some of those opposite, including the member for Spence, there's this insinuation that those on this side do not support strong public school systems. And I just want to categorically reject that. That is not what this motion is about. And for those who think that it is, I suggest they read the wording of the motion again. All of us on this side of the House have a number of state schools, and we see the issues, we see the opportunities for further funding in those state schools, and we would support state schools being adequately funded. But what this motion is not, and I give credit to the member for Monash who pointed this out, it's not a debate about one versus the other. It's a debate about how we can make sure that all Australian students who are going to public and non-public schools are all supported. And it's about supporting choice as well. Now, I speak in this place, Deputy Speaker, as the product of both public and private education in Australia. And I also speak from the vantage point of being the federal MP of an electorate with the second largest number of non-government schools. So, Deputy Speaker, this is not a distant policy debate for my community, because these schools matter, and the families who choose them, they deserve fairness, they don't deserve judgment. This motion's about backing every child in every school. And, Deputy Speaker, we absolutely reject the divisive rhetoric, and we've seen some of that today, that paints families who choose non-government schools as part of a privileged elite. That is something we totally reject, because government, Catholic, independent, faith-based, regional, remote, boarding, special assistance and low-fee schools all play a pivotal role in our communities and also in the education of the next generation. And at the end of the day, parents should be trusted and supported to choose the school that they want to send their children to. Because at the end of the day, parents know their kids best. And families choose schools for a whole variety of different reasons: values, safety, faith, disability support, academic needs, boarding, location, culture, discipline, opportunity. And those are deeply personal decisions. They should be respected, not judged by government. And I say that it is wrong to paint families who choose non-government schools as privileged elite. Because what some of those opposite don't understand, and what they have failed to point out, is the fact that it hasn't just been easy for those families to make those decisions. In many instances, that choice is backed up by real sacrifice by families who have taken extra shifts, fewer holidays, smaller homes, they've received help from grandparents, and they've been careful with their budgeting. So we have to be careful in this place not to mistake sacrifice for privilege, because most families, or for most families, choosing a non-government school is not a status symbol. It's a stretch in the family budget because they believe it's the right thing for their child. And that is something that we should support. And I also say to those opposite that these are also individuals who pay taxes. Their children are Australian school students, and they shouldn't be punished for making a lawful and legitimate choice. And that's the essence of where this motion is going. A child should not be disadvantaged because their parents choose a school system outside the government system. I'd also like to touch on the point, Deputy Speaker, of the value of non-government schools to our schooling system more broadly, because if non-government schools were made unaffordable, the pressure doesn't disappear. It falls back onto the government school system, and those opposite have already admitted that it's already under strain. Schools need funding certainty, and that's another point that this motion goes to. And I've had the opportunity to meet with many of the roughly 45 schools in my electorate, and one of the consistent messages that I get from some of the school principals is that they get funding announcements towards the end of the year, which means when you're a non-government school and you're reliant on fees in many instances, it's very difficult for them to change the way they go about their fee structures, which practically puts them in a very disadvantaged position. Deputy Speaker, I'll finish where I started in saying that at its heart, this motion's about trusting parents and treating every student fairly. I commend the member for Berowra for bringing this important issue to this place, but that's ultimately why this motion matters, because every parent should be supported to choose the education that's right for their child.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every child in Australia deserves a world-class education because talent is spread evenly, but opportunity is not. In Hasluck, I see the striving of our educators every week. I see it in the primary schools like Herne Hill Primary School and Camboon Primary School, where school communities are building confidence from the earliest years and where assemblies, flag presentations and school visits are reminders that public education is deeply connected to community pride. I see it at the Arbor Grove Primary School, where civic life starts early, and at Morley Senior High School and Ellenbrook Secondary College, where Anzac commemorations teach service, sacrifice and responsibility. I see it at Averley Secondary College, serving one of the fastest growing parts of my electorate, with young people looking to academic pathways, vocational education and the jobs of the future. I see it at Governor Stirling High School, where specialist programming in engineering, arts and media and AFL sit alongside strong vocational opportunities. And I see it at Hampton Senior High School, with specialist programs in dance, performing arts and digital technologies and support for students with autism. I see it at Ellenbrook Primary School, where the Intensive English Language Centre is helping newly arrived children build the language skills and the confidence they need to participate fully in school life. And the same striving is there at the independent schools. At Swan Valley Anglican Community School, the new Collaboration and Creativity Centre is providing modern learning spaces for information technology, art, textiles and media, and general learning. And that program was supported by a $1 million Albanese government capital grants program contribution, because this government supports all endeavours that are practical, student-focused and needs-based. At Swan Christian College, the school life there is grounded in values, service and community. I got to feel it firsthand when they visited just last week here at the Parliament, and the nature of their questions was telling of those values. It was a really special moment. At Indie School Midland, a curriculum and re-engagement in education at the Care School, young people who have not always found their place in mainstream schooling are being given another chance through flexible learning, vet pathways and individual support. So let us be clear, Labor absolutely supports choice, and we support parents, and we support students in government schools, Catholic schools, independent schools, special assistant schools and schools serving children with disability or disadvantage. But what we reject is the Liberal Party's narrow version of choice. Choice only for those who can afford it. Choice only where families have the money, the transport, the time and the postcode to make choice real. That is not genuine choice. That is selective opportunity dressed up as some sort of principle. A fair education system cannot say to one child, you get opportunity because your parents can pay, and to another child, you get whatever is left over. That is not the Australian way, and it is certainly not the Labor way. That is why the Albanese government has delivered one of the most significant school funding reforms in a generation. Nationally, the Commonwealth is providing recurrent funding for every student enrolled at school, government, Catholic and independent. In 2026, that is estimated at about $33.3 billion across all sectors. And through the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, we are putting public schools across the country on a path to full and fair funding, with an estimated $16.5 billion in additional Commonwealth investment over the decade. Western Australia and the Cook Labor government is firmly at the front of that change. Our agreement has already lifted WA schools to 100% of the school resourcing standard. This matters in Hasluck. It means more support for students who need help catching up. It means more early literacy and numeracy checks. It means small group tutoring, wellbeing support, more help for teachers and better pathways into the teaching profession. And it matters because public schools carry a universal obligation. They educate everyone who walks through the gate. They are there for children with disability, children learning English, children from low-income households, children in crisis, children in remote and regional communities, and children whose parents simply want a good school. So when those opposite come in here claiming to champion choice, I say this: if you believe in choice, then fund the choice that most families rely upon, the local public school. And if you believe in fairness, do not pit sectors against each other while defending a system where opportunity too often follows capacity to pay. Now, what we've got is what real choice looks like, and that's what fairness looks like, and that is what this government is delivering.
I thank the member for Hasluck. The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 9.
A motion on nuclear weapons to be moved by the member for Macquarie.
I call the member for Macquarie.
I move the motion relating to nuclear weapons in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the more than a dozen people behind me in the chamber, even at this time of night, to hear us debate this important matter. July 1 marks the 80th anniversary of the first US nuclear detonation in the Marshall Islands. The 2nd of July will mark 60 years since the first French detonation at Mururoa Atoll. This motion is an opportunity to acknowledge the harmful and enduring environmental, cultural and health consequences of cumulative historical United States, French and British nuclear testing in the region carried out between 1946 and 1996. During that period of nuclear weapons testing in the Pacific, more than 300 nuclear detonations were conducted across the Marshall Islands, French Polynesia, Kiribati and the surrounding region. Between 1946 and 1958, the US conducted 67 nuclear weapons explosions in the Marshall Islands. Between 57 and 58, Fijian soldiers were deployed to what is now part of the Republic of Kiribati during the series of 9 British nuclear explosions. Between 1966 and 1996, France conducted 193 atmospheric and underground nuclear explosions. I acknowledge too Australia's own history of British nuclear weapons. Between 1952 and 1963, the 12 major nuclear weapons explosions and hundreds of bomb development minor trials in the Montebello Islands, Emu Field and Maralinga. For the Pacific, the testing resulted in the exposure of hundreds of thousands of Marshallese, Mahoe and Kiribati people to levels of radiation which have contributed to increased cancer rates and other illnesses related to radiation exposure. People suffered a loss of culture, of health, social cohesion as a result of forced relocation and displacement that separated Pacific Islanders from their families, homes and ancestral lands. The environmental impacts are profound. The contamination of drinking water, food sources and arable land and the damage to coral reefs and marine ecosystems. The disproportionate and ongoing impact of these actions continues, including on our own First Nations communities. So with the legacy of nuclear testing still felt deeply in Australia, our region and across the world, we want nuclear weapons testing to be relegated to history. Australia has a long-standing regional cooperation with the Pacific family. There is our continued efforts to support radiation monitoring and nuclear test site assessment in partnership with Pacific nations, while recognising that more work can be done to fully address the fallout that persists at former nuclear test sites. Australia has a foundational role in the establishment of and continued implementation of the obligations under the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, which will mark 40 years in December this year. But there's more to do. Visiting Parliament this week is a delegation with ICANN, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for their work to establish the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW, which came into force in 2021. The delegation this week includes representatives of the Fiji Nuclear Veterans and Families Association, the Marshall Islands Student Association, the Pacific Conference of Churches and ICANN, Australia's First Nations Ambassador, and they will continue the work. Pacific nations demonstrated significant leadership in ensuring the entry into force of the TPNW, with 10 Pacific states among the original 50 when it entered into force. The Solomon Islands is the most recent Pacific Island state to ratify the treaty in 2024. The TPNW strictly prohibits nations from carrying out, assisting or encouraging any nuclear explosive testing, as well as mandating assistance for victims and environmental remediation at past test sites. In 2023, the UN General Assembly, including Australia, overwhelmingly supported a resolution which called attention to the need to address the legacy of nuclear weapons use and testing. Through the work of successive resolutions, there'll soon be a meeting on victim assistance and remediation later this year. I'll continue to advocate for the importance of sustained international commitment to nuclear non-proliferation, including the Treaty on Nuclear Non-Proliferation and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Time is running out.
I thank the member for Macquarie. Is there a seconder for this motion? Thank you, member for Leichhardt. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too acknowledge the number of Pacific Islanders in our midst, and thank you for your attendance. And I also acknowledge the member for Macquarie and her motion before the Federation Chamber. Her motion notes, amongst many things, the 80th anniversary of the start of nuclear weapons testing in the Pacific, in the blue Pacific, and it is a beautiful part of the world. I was proud to be the Shadow Minister for the Pacific, as well as international development in the last term of Parliament. And certainly a number of meetings were conducted during that time at which the nuclear testing many decades ago was raised. You only have to look at the situation with Runnet Island. It's one of being 40 islands in the Unawatik Atoll of the Marshall Islands in the Pacific. As the member for Macquarie has said, there was nuclear testing there between 1946 and 1958. But interestingly, worryingly, disturbingly, in 1982, and it's really not that long ago, in a lifetime or so, a United States government task force raised concern about a probable breach if a severe typhoon were to hit the island. In 2013, a report by the US Department of Energy found that the concrete dome, which measures 115 metres in diameter, 46 centimetres in thickness at sea level, which is not a lot, encapsulating an estimated 73,000 cubic metres of radioactive debris, including some plutonium-239. Now, we spend so much money in the world on weapons and on defence, and you look at the situation there in the beautiful Marshall Islands, and you have to wonder why it is not being cleaned up. You do. We wouldn't have a situation in Iran at the moment if nuclear weapons weren't being tested. And this motion, as the member from Macquarie says, gives solemn acknowledgement of the harmful and enduring environmental, cultural and health consequences of cumulative historical nuclear testing in the region. And it wasn't, of course, just the United States, it was the British, it was the French as well. We know that. And sadly, unfortunately, Pacific Islanders and their beautiful region were used as a testing ground, and the effects are still being felt. They are. And it is up to those who did the testing to then clean up their mess, and it is. Now, I know there's been a lot said about the AUKUS agreement, and obviously Australia is going down the path of nuclear submarines, and I know successive governments have said that nuclear weapons aren't part of that, but it does use nuclear technology. I know there's a debate as to whether we should use nuclear energy, and I certainly think we should have a wide range of energy mixes. But with this particular motion, at this particular time, it is acknowledging an anniversary. I appreciate that things you could argue were different 80 years ago than what they are now, but one only has to remember what happened and the situation in Nagasaki and Hiroshima in August 1945, and they knew. And certainly, when you look at the dome, there is the amount of explosive force that the testing in the Marshall Islands, primarily at the Bikini Atoll and Enuatik Atoll, the testing totalled 108 megatons of explosive force. That is the equivalent of dropping a Hiroshima-sized bomb every single day for 20 years. Now that's a lot. It's too much. Now, the manifestation and the effects of that are still being felt, and I only need to look at those opposite to know that you are still feeling this. And I appreciate it. I acknowledge where you are coming from, and I also, again, recognise this very important motion brought about at this very important anniversary.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. For now I am death, destroyer of worlds. Robert Oppenheimer understood the potential, the damage, the fear that his research and invention could create. I am old enough to remember the French testing Mural Atoll in the late 90s. While underground, the video footage, grainy as it was back then, boom, watching the entire ocean convulse, and the fear and the confusion, the belief that we had been past all of this, and the enduring question, why? The question that I asked, tucked away in southeast Victoria, safe, unable to be touched. Why? A question that I'm sure goes through many of your minds every day. Why? So I rose to speak today to recognise this sombre and important anniversary, and to begin by acknowledging everyone who has suffered real and lasting harm from the nuclear testing that we're talking about here today. And there's no denying the human toll, but there's no denying the cultural toll. What that means to traditional fishing rights, traditional lands, things that had been there, important things, cultural touchstones that had been around for generations, erased for no gain, for no reason. I acknowledge that loss, and I acknowledge that suffering, and I acknowledge the cultural, emotional and physical pain that so many of you must be suffering. Marking anniversaries like this are important. If you do not remember the past, you are doomed to repeat it. And they will serve us as a reminder of what can never be allowed to happen again in the future. And hopefully they provide time for those who need to grieve, mourn and heal, and to understand that we in this place try to facilitate that as best we can. And I know over the next month there'll be many vigils and commemorations, some out the front on Wednesday morning, and I know that there are dedicated residents from the far north who have come here to attend this vigil. The South Pacific and the far north has a very, very close relationship, an honoured relationship, from trade that has gone back thousands of years to the work now that is continued to be done in training and in health. July will mark the 80th anniversary of the first nuclear test detonation at the Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. Between 1946 and 1996, the US, the UK and France detonated over 315 nuclear devices. It's almost one a day for an entire year. They started above ground with the mushroom cloud that is now ingrained so much in the collective memory that everyone knows what that means, knows what that brings. And they finished underground, perhaps to try to hide that arresting visual, that visceral visual from the rest of the world. I also wish to acknowledge that this was not all just the Pacific, and that testing occurred here in Australia as well, at Maralinga, Emu Fields and the Montebello Islands. We need to keep talking about this. We need to make this a part of our collective consciousness. 1996 is not long ago. I still listen to the music from the 90s. And without being able to tell the truth about these events, both from the recent past to the more distant past, then we betray everyone who suffered. And we leave behind those who've had everything taken from them. Because this includes forced removal of communities. You know, once you're removed from a place that your ancestors have called home, you lose that spiritual connection as well. The ancestors need to be present. There has been no greater devastation than a nuclear weapon upon ancestral lands. It changes everything. From right down to the molecular DNA, we know what radiation sickness does. We've seen it. We've seen it firsthand when nuclear weapons were used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This didn't have to happen, but it did. And it is now on us to remember and ensure that this never happens again. My thoughts are with you all. Thank you for attending.
I thank the member for Leichhardt. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the 80th anniversary of the commencement of nuclear weapons testing in the Pacific, and I commend the member for Macquarie for putting forward this important motion, and I welcome our honoured guests in the chamber today from the Pacific. When nuclear weapons testing began in the Pacific in 1946, the world was fragile. The Second World War had just ended, and the use of an atomic bomb a year earlier had changed the nature of war, the nature of global power. The United Nations was established to help stabilise world order, but there were no agreed rules to govern nuclear weapons, and deep mistrust between world powers fuelled the acceleration of the arms race. In the Pacific post-war, many islands were controlled by colonial powers or administered as the United Nations Trust Territories. Designed to provide stability and protection, it also left the region vulnerable to decisions not in their interest, and the Pacific became a testing ground for the most destructive weapons ever created. The first post-war nuclear test, aptly named Operation Crossroads, took place on 1 July 1946 at Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. Entire populations were displaced to enable the test, removing them from their ancestral lands to remote islands with little food, unreliable water supply, and limited natural resources. Within 2 years, people were starving. The second test, Baker, followed soon after as an underwater detonation, leaving the area seriously radioactive and unable to be safely approached for some time. The Baker test prompted President Truman to abandon his third underwater test. Over the following decades, hundreds of nuclear detonations were carried out across the Pacific by the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. The nuclear legacy in the Pacific is profound and enduring. Extreme radiation exposure has caused lasting health impacts, including increased rates of cancer, birth defects, reproductive health issues, and chronic illness. Ecosystems were contaminated, damaging reef structures, polluting groundwater and rainwater and traditional food sources. Communities forced from their homes and ancestral lands, fracturing cultures and disrupting practices sustained over generations. And Australia was not just a neighbour to nuclear testing, but part of the system that enabled it. British nuclear tests were conducted on Australians' own soil between 1952 and 1963 at Montebello Islands, Emu Field and Maralinga, with particular consequence, as we've just heard, for our First Nations people and for veterans personnel. Deputy Speaker, the relationship between Australia and the Pacific is deep and affectionate, and we have a responsibility to play a role in ensuring nuclear testing never occurs again in this region. I am proud that Australia does not have a program to develop nuclear weapons and has consistently supported nuclear non-proliferation treaty. However, I want Australia to strengthen this resolve further by joining the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty is a commitment to never develop or use nuclear weapons or to host another country's nuclear arsenal. Importantly, it would require countries to assist victims and remediate contaminated environments. It fills a significant gap in international law, and importantly, it provides a framework to eliminate nuclear weapons and their associated facilities. I acknowledge the work of organisations such as the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize recipients ICANN and the Quakers for their persistent advocacy. And I'm not naive about the strategic challenges we face in our global environment. In the face of the Middle East crisis, Associate Professor Tilman Ruff, AO, founding chair of ICANN Australia, has urged Australia not to be complicit partners in such a system that normalises nuclear threats. We cannot ignore that these weapons have the capacity to cause immense human suffering and environmental harm, nor allow their threat to become routine in international disputes. So this week we welcome this delegation in representing nuclear impacted communities from the Pacific. I'm looking forward to hearing from you about your lived experience, the challenges you face, and what you are asking of us. Because this anniversary is not just a moment of remembrance, it is truly a call to action, to listen to the lessons of history and to play our part towards a future free of nuclear weapons, and I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the delegation to the Chamber this evening and to Parliament House for the events that are planned to mark the 80-year anniversary since the first nuclear detonation at Bikini Atoll in the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Our modern Pacific is very different to the Pacific that saw that 80-year event. I stand here as a chairperson of the Parliamentary Friends of the Pacific, a role that I take very seriously. I stand here as a representative in my electorate, in the city of Wyndham. There are 10,000 strong Pacific community whose relationship with me and whose relationship here in Canberra is critically important to the way we work. And acknowledging this 80-year anniversary is really an important part of that relationship. The work that this government is doing in terms of re-energising our relationships with the Pacific is incredibly important, and your visit is part of that. The experience of the Marshall Islands 8 decades ago remains a powerful reminder of the human cost of nuclear weapons, and I would go further and say it also reminds us about how the relationship in the Pacific has changed. We proudly here in recent weeks acknowledge, I pulled together today a list of Prime Ministers from the Pacific, and it is the sovereign states now of the Pacific with whom we're in a relationship, rather than the space that reflected 80 years ago, which was that colonial past that the member for Indi referenced so beautifully. And recently, of course, we've had the Solomon Islands Prime Minister Matthew Wale here, and today in the chamber we had Prime Minister Jotham Napat from Vanuatu with us. In my role, we have welcomed many leaders from the Pacific coming into our parliament. So what is this one about tonight? And I will be cut short, so I will go quickly. A sustained commitment to practical measures that reduce nuclear risks, strengthen the global non-proliferation and disarmament architecture, and lowers the chances of nuclear weapons ever being used again is critical. And the Australian Labor Party has a proud and long-standing history of championing practical international efforts on nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament, and we remain steadfast in support of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the cornerstone of the global non-proliferation and disarmament architecture. As a government, we acknowledge and welcome the advocacy that's present in the room this evening, and we want to stand with the Pacific in making sure that our world here has changed and making sure that we work as sovereign cousins, if you like, together to ensure the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons internationally. The Pacific has a loud voice in this space, and I welcome that, and I welcome it here in Canberra this week. Thank you.
I thank the member for Lola. The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder for this motion? I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, the 30th of June, 2026.